BFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
You got both righty pinch hitters, Dylan Moore flying out to right, Michael Hellman popping up to third. Now Young scalds one. What a play by Pena. The throw is good. Astros sweep. Get the boot. The silver boot remains in Houston. The Astros win the season series 7-6 against the Rangers, and they're back in first place.
What a cool way to win a game. What a cool way to win a series, sweeping a series and winning a season series, getting the silver boot. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne, and it's cool. I'm sure you've heard the good news, Seth.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You're doing the Pendergast thing.
Hey,
yeah, good call.
Hey, just early on, it's good news. The Astros, who have put us through a lot of bleep this year, put us through
I don't know what you're talking about.
Put us through a bleep ton throughout the year.
I hadn't noticed a single thing about what you're talking about.
Because you know what? I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters on a Thursday morning, a minute after 6, several hours after the Astros take care of business against the Texas Rangers. As we mentioned, they sweep the series. And really, this was, I thought, Seth, really kind of an ideal way for the Astros to win, or kind of just showing you what it looks like when they're at their best, when they're taking pitches, solid at bats. I mean, from set go.
Judgment at the plate that I remember him talking about it back in spring training. Yeah.
And
it was gonna be different this year.
It only took until about mid-September or early September to get there, but it's okay.
Yeah.
We're a patient folk, but the main story is the Astros not only sweep the Rangers, not only take the silver boot against the Rangers, but they also reclaim the lead in the AOS, at least for now.
Half-game lead right now. The Mariners play tonight, but at worst, you'd end up tied for the AL lead at the end of the evening.
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah.
Correct. And then you got a chance to, if the Kansas City Royals can do you some favors. And that game, by the way, just for some out-of-town baseball, the Astros are off today. That game, by the way, is this afternoon. So, you don't get to watch.
Okay. Good. It's no Astros, but relevant baseball. Okay.
Relevant baseball before you even get off work today, before you even really get home and get settled. 1 o'clock, you got the Mariners and the Royals. And by the way, it looked like the Mariners were going to win 11 straight last night, and the Royals, they rally, come back, and handle business, do you a favor, Houston that being. So let's see if they can do another favor for you this afternoon.
Yeah, the judgment at the plate is something that obviously it hasn't been there, and with Paredes out, it gets even worse. But going against DeGrom, I mean, it was right off the bat encouraging. You just see they're sitting on the slider. They're just waiting, and they're making him pitch. And DeGrom goes 35 pitches in the first inning. And you would put it in the rundown. I think, honestly, Yiner's emergence or reemergence, both as a hitter, but then also as a guy who's gunning people down.
Yeah,
that to me feels like emotionally the thing that I get most excited about is okay, Yiner. We don't just have to be victims anytime anybody decides to take second base or any of those things. That was fun, and then Pena closing it out the way he did with that snag. It looked impossible.
Yeah.
It didn't look like the ball was so hard hit it skipped a frame, and Pena just it looked like he emerged out of nowhere to make that play. That was fun. That was fun last night.
Overall, good game from two guys that you just mentioned. Yainer Diaz, both catching and at the plate. Obviously, his 2-run knock in the first inning was really critical. And this is all while they're taxing Jacob deGrom, as you mentioned. They're making him really, really work through that inning. And I think they even mentioned this at the end of the inning, that was his third highest pitched individual inning, or at least tied for his third highest pitched individual inning of his entire career. That's how rare it was to watch a team actually tax Jacob deGrom the way that the Astros did last night. And then there's Yainer coming up with the big knock, and then also throwing guys out like you mentioned. I actually thought the first run that the Rangers scored, that guy's still second. I thought Yiner actually got him, and it was Altuve who didn't really do him any favors with the late tag there.
Yeah.
And I'm not killing Altuve for it. It's just kind of how it was, but it looked like the throw was there.
It wasn't right.
And it wasn't a good slide either, or a good jump.
Yeah, and that part of it. I think that the other thing too is just other than Adolis Garcia making those plays in the outfield last night, that was my biggest complaint. I just don't like CL Bambi there do anything positive ever. But he had that basket catch in the for one of those. It was a foul ball. Yeah.
It looked like it was going to drop between two guys, and it's a little basket catch there. I'm like, come on, man.
So the judgment at the plate. I mean, this is where I think this time of year that Correa's leadership or just the presence of Correa in the clubhouse might, as we had hoped, and the whole reason Minnesota signed Correa in the first place, it's his ability, A, as a player in the postseason, but then B, as a leader and as a guy that can, I think, keep guys focused on the right thing. And collectively, you've been the worst or second worst team in terms of pitch selection, chasing, all of that the entire season. It doesn't even have to you don't have to get back to the golden era level of it. You just have to actually get the most out of these guys that you can and just be credible at the plate. And then if Paredes can come back in whichever way he contributes, it becomes that much better. But they wore, like, DeGrom's getting down to the point in the year where this is a guy that in the previous 4 seasons he'd thrown a total of 197 innings. And he gets to 165 last night. And, pitching on regular rest for one of the few times that he did this season. And they worked him. Like, they made him look as part of one of the best things the Rangers have done. You start to really make him look human and just get to this point in the year where all of that Astros DNA and the playoffs and the postseason, everything else like that, it feels a lot better than I have at various times just in the last couple of weeks.
Love seeing Yiner have a big night, as we mentioned, but also Pena. Like, just I really feel like Pena in this leadoff spot has been like such a revelation, even as the Astros offense has struggled the way it has throughout the season. Pena, though, individually, and we played the final play, the final call there at the end of the game. That's him making a play, obviously defensively, which we've always known to be there. But I mean, he really is the one that kind of gets everything started there, and it was just a big night for him. Of course, he goes Oppo Taco a little bit later on. So that was a big part of it. Let's hear from Joe Espada on just how they set the tone there in that first inning in taxing Jacob deGrom.
It was very important. I thought, he started the first pitch of the game with a slider. It's the same way he started Pena in Arlington. And I remember Jeremy swung on that first pitch. Jeremy took it. And then from there on, we just built our approach. And we're going to make him, kind of close to us. We got to see him up. We have to really make this guy throw the ball over the plate. He's one of the best pitchers in the game. So I'm proud of our effort and how we went about our business.
It's a perfect time for everything to kind of come together. They're starting to have that plate discipline that we thought they were going to have. You mentioned Correa. I love that because I've thought for a while that maybe there was a bit of a leadership void on this team. And it feels like he's feeling that. So it seems like a lot of things are coming together at the right time for the Astros.
And I was, Sean and I were out last night with a couple of our listeners, Clinton and Rick, and for the dinner for the Houston Food Bank. We're at Churrasco's. Yep. Incredible dinner at Churrasco's. And it was cool because yesterday on the show, Sean and I were wondering whether the guys were eating dinner last night, Clinton and Rick, if they would want to sit where they could watch the Astros game. And right around that same time, Clinton had emailed our boss, Parker, and said, hey, is there a chance we'll be able to watch the Astros game? So it was perfect. Yeah. Sat at the bar. We watched the Astros game, but I didn't get to hear any of the broadcasts. So I'm just curious, did I miss any Yordan Alvarez news or anything? I figured I would have gotten a push notification or something, but maybe did every now and then Callis will kind of leak a little something that maybe he's not supposed to leak. He'll casually drop something that you don't realize. Did Callis say anything that he wasn't supposed to say positive?
Bated breath. I would say that's the only thing.
All right.
That was not positive about last night. Of course they kind of gave up the lead for a little while there, but no Yordan news.
Javier reining it in after the second inning. And because he goes through and allowed one hit in the third inning.
Well, and even in the first, I mean, he's got traffic, but he strands a man on third.
Yeah.
Like, it was overall a solid night. Yeah,
and then the fourth, fifth, and sixth inning, he only allowed one hit there and just or one walk, wasn't it?
Yeah, he only had one walk.
Yeah,
1 walk, 4 strikeouts on the night.
Yeah, so I was, but I kind of was like, okay, I can't hear this. Maybe they're saying something good about Jordan. I don't know.
Not a single word about Jordan.
I saw people were getting a little agitated that Callis was talking about the possibility of the 1 or 2 seed, and people were saying like, all right, let's pump the brakes here a little bit, Callis. Let's just let's focus on the task at hand. Yeah,
come on, man. He's got time to field, and he's got to look at the bigger picture.
Can you give the guy a break for one to dream a little bit?
Dream with the man for a minute.
Like as if any of these teams have never collapsed before. Yeah,
I don't see the problem with dreaming with Callis just for a little bit, but yeah, I mean, Christian Javier, as a matter of fact, Ben, I don't know if you have Espada on Javier. That's going to be cut 3 here, but he actually talked about how Christian Javier actually was really solid for him, and that's another revelation for the Astros is, hey, one of these, remember we talked about the insurance guys or the guys that are coming back, and is this going to be the way? Well, it looks like Javier is pitching along those lines, and this is what Espada had to say about his performance last night.
Yeah, for me, it's just more confidence. He knows that when he's on, and he's got his fastball, and he gets ahead with it, he can spin and do some things. But I think his level of confidence, he's starting to feel better, stronger. And that's the key. It's going to take some time when you come from this injury, and I've said that before, but I think right now he knows that, okay, I'm starting to get the groove of things. I'm starting to get strong, and I know I can finish my pitches and throw any pitch in any count.
So no Jordan news. You're gonna have to settle for Javier looking right.
I don't like him acknowledging that Javier is coming back from an injury. I didn't honestly. I was looking at Javier's.
Like la 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 la.
I got a weird thing where I kind of go into a deep denial. Even when I was looking at Javier's game log this morning, I was like, well, that's too few games for this time of year. What can I know? Javier will be fine, 100%. He's gonna come back. He just took a break. He's not yet another Astros pitcher that you have to worry about a potential setback or anything. So stop it. Stop it all. Yeah.
Dare I say, though, he looked, gasp, healthy?
Yeah.
He looked healthy and normal?
I don't know why you would even bring that up. Why would you even bring that up?
Dare I say?
It's not even a concern or an issue, okay? It's nonsense that you would even let that enter your brain. Everybody's just fine.
I tell you what's definitely not a concern or an issue. Those damn Texas Rangers, because the Houston Astros handle business. They win 5-2, in case you hadn't heard already. Astros back atop the AL West. Let's see how long that lasts. Got a real important game between the Mariners and the Kansas City Royals coming up this afternoon. Astros are off, by the way. All right, I'm Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. Let's get into some Texans talk here, a little bit of Texas news. What are the biggest Texans concerns, and what are they doing to fix them? That's next on Payne and Pendergast.
What a great time of year to play Prize Picks.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne, and we got the good news out of the way. Astros took care of business last night. Love to see it. Handling things against the Texas Rangers, both the season series and the actual series that they were playing in, sweeping them. But we got some other problems here in Houston right now, and that's with the football team. Trying to figure out exactly what is this football team. Now, you're not going to know just 2 weeks in. Sure, if they were 2-0 and everything looked great, we'd say, hey, we're on our way to the Super Bowl. We're on our way to the division title, all that kind of stuff. But it's 0-2, and it's not just the record, Seth. It's the way that it's looked. I've been discouraged by a few things. I want to talk it through with you, see what's bothering you most, what's concerning you most with the Texans after watching them drop these first couple of games of the season.
If I were to take it back and say, okay, a month before the season, if you predicted how it would go, I wouldn't be surprised that the offense didn't look like they were firing on all cylinders. I expected there to be hiccups along the way. I didn't think it would be as ugly as it's been in some instances, but that wouldn't have surprised me necessarily. The thing that would probably surprise me the most was just how bad they were defending the run against the Buccaneers. And this is in a league where the run game the pendulum's starting to swing back towards, oh yeah, the run game actually really does matter. Teams like the Eagles and the Ravens can really, really, really just put a hurting on you if you can't stop the run. So the run game is the most distressing to me because I didn't expect it. In the first game, the Texans did a good job against the Rams' run game, but they did it by loading up the box and really focusing on the run and ended up being susceptible to the play action. So some of the things I saw on Monday night, it was guys just fundamentally unsound, not reading the run plays, not tackling well at all, as we know. Like the Baker Mayfield scramble was one thing on that final drive, but it was that Bucky Irving reception where 5 guys physically touched Bucky Irving until a 6th guy took him down. That's for a team that even missed a bunch of tackles last year, that was alarming to me, and I think it's going to get cleaned up. But the team's going to have to rely on the defense, I think, in this first quarter of the season to be the best version of themselves, and they just aren't there yet.
I was actually glad on Tuesday to hear you come in and rail so much against the defense. Now, obviously, you're uniquely qualified to do so, but I was glad to see that because I feel like one of the big takeaways from these first couple of games is, well, what's going on with the offense?
Yeah.
That was the big adjustment from year to year. They fired the offensive coordinator, brought in a new guy, remade the offensive line, gave C.J. Stroud more power and the offense. And this was kind of a theme in press availabilities throughout the week so far. It's like, hey, does it feel the same as last year? Is it feeling like anything's changed or anything's different? And there's so much fixation and fascination with this offense, rightfully so. I'm not saying that it's not right, but it seems like it's been real easy to overlook the defense. And if I'm talking about the things that concern me most after watching them these first couple of games, like the Rams game, like, oh man, that slot position is going to be an issue. Like the slot corner position is going to be an issue, or just the fact that other teams feel like they can exploit you in the slot. Oh, what happened to this idea that you were going to have the best secondary in the league? You didn't look like the damn best secondary in the league in that game. And so there's game one, and then game two feels totally different. Like, makes you feel bad in a different way. It's the things that you're talking about. It's like, okay, getting beat on the back end or in the slot in the first game. Now it's just right down your throat.
They you know what? They protected some of Jalen Petry's issues in coverage. So, but when you do that, you're taken away from the front end.
Yeah.
And then the Bucs, I think, targeted Jalen Petry as a run defender too.
Yeah.
Because he's a tiny linebacker out there a lot of times.
Yeah.
So there's some things that keep this defense from being elite right now that I worry about the long term. The thing about the offense is the frustrating part is that one of the big issues with the offense right now might not be remedied all season long, which is I don't know if they actually have a really good starting running back. Again, we go back a month ago, and at that point, people wanted to shout you down if you were worried about Joe Mixon's health this season or anything.
Yeah.
And, hey, well, what are you guys are just you're clickbaiting. What are you trying to do? Like, I don't know. I don't see him. He's not out there. Oh no, he's not going to be available for at least 4 games. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? I don't know if it doesn't sound like D'Amico even knows where Joe Mixon is.
Listen.
Does D'Amico actually know where Joe Mixon is right now?
So you know what tipped me off was when we were here together at the Panthers joint practice. So a couple days before the Panthers preseason game, Texans-Panthers, they're joint practicing, and I just noticed Tank Dell walking around.
Right.
And I'm like, well, Tank Dell is like, and I don't say this to be funny, but it's like the king of catastrophic injury right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if it's not one thing, it's another with his leg these last couple of years, okay? Tank Dell's out there, and, like, he's nowhere near close. He's probably not going to play this year.
Right.
We're not even expecting to see him. So if I see Tank Dell, it's like, okay, well, how am I seeing Tank Dell and I'm not seeing Joe Mixon? That told me something. I don't know if D'Amico knows where he's at, but there is an intentional effort to keep him away from everybody.
When D'Amico the other day gave kind of he was just giving, vague answers about Joe Mixon and how, they miss his energy or anything. But at the end of it, he says, we hope he's doing well. I hope he's doing well.
You don't know?
It's like an ex-girlfriend or something? Yeah.
Why don't you check?
Hope he's doing right, because whenever you hear D'Amico talk about Tank Dell, he's got a smile on his face, he's working all of this stuff. He can at least, that, he's making some kind of progress.
Yeah.
I don't know when he's going to come back, or what he's going to be like.
It's just not like you don't see injured players around.
But we hope he's doing well. So
do I, for the record.
So that's one thing. So because I don't know exactly what Nick Chubb is. I don't know exactly how much Woody Marks is going to just hopefully keep coming on and what you can get out of him his rookie year, all that. But that part of it, I don't know if there's a solution right now on the roster other than using Woody Marks more, perhaps. But the other part is, okay, without Christian Kirk or Braxton Berrios out there, I know you almost feel dirty doing it because neither of those guys are huge names as receivers, but it right now is an immediate shot in the arm to get veteran speed and separation out there on the field. And that's the thing that I'm really curious about this week is if he's got one or both of those guys out there, if CJ has one or both of those guys out there, it does remedy a lot of things. Last week, when you just look at the physical makeup of the receivers on the field, it's just a bunch of big
burly,
long guys. Yeah, but not necessarily guys that excel at getting open real quick, creating separation, all those things. And it makes everything a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
And so to go part and parcel with that is how quickly can you bring along Jaden Higgins and Jaylen Noel especially. But having Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios out there, I think is going to have an immediate, it's an effect above and beyond just how those guys are as individuals. I'm not saying either of those guys is a 1,500-yard receiver or anything, but it does stress a defense in a way that the Texans really couldn't stress the Bucs defense.
Yeah, so what you mentioned in there, we should at least include, and we'll get to this in headlines a little bit, but Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk, also Jake Andrews, these guys were back on the practice field, so that is a good thing. It is a worry for me, though, whenever we're talking about how close they are, like the idea. I've been uncomfortable, Seth, with the idea, because I even thought this in the first game. It's like, man, well, if Christian Kirk were out there, how much different would it look?
Yeah.
But, I don't want to be – you've kind of made fun of this idea as well. It's like I'm a Christian Kirk away. I'm a Braxton Berrios away. I'm a Jake Andrews on my offensive line
a little
away.
Bit when I say that, yeah.
Well, but there might be something to that, but it also makes you kind of step back and say, okay, so what? How talented is this offense really? Because that's an issue when you talk about the running back room and the receiving core, CJ's weapons, and we've already been talking about the offensive line and that sort of being a situation that's either in flux or they're trying to improve it, they're remaking it, all of these types of things. But, his options of where to go with the football, how good are those options and how much reliant on it is it on guys that are seemingly nondescript, like a Braxton Berrios and Christian Kirk. Well, I don't want to call Braxton Berrios nondescript. He's an accomplished special teams guy, veteran guys. But, those aren't the kind of names that seems like they should be able to make such a significant difference on how your offense looks.
Right. But I think that's a part, too, where I'm trying to be patient over these first few games because you're also still trying to implement a bunch of new guys into a new offensive coordinator system, and it's a whole lot of inefficiency all over the place So when you make it wobble even that much more by taking away, because think of it this way, it's not just those guys as players themselves, but it's an actual position on the football field. You go into a game, and if you don't really trust Jaylen Mills as a receiver yet, it's almost like you're going into a game not just down a couple guys, but short an entire position. Like, we don't really have a guy. If we want to run 3 wide receivers, you always want you want to have a guy who's a slot type receiver, and they don't have that smaller, speedier guy out there that CJ can trust. But that makes a big difference as you're also trying to figure out what's going on the offensive line. Like, I feel like we've gotten to a point now where it's almost, we get tired of blaming the offensive line because it's too simplistic and because it's always there. But you have to acknowledge that the offensive line is not operating. There's more things than just the offensive line, but the offensive line is not operating the way a championship caliber offensive line operates.
At the risk of being too simplistic, let me ask you a question here. With all these issues that we're talking about with the Texans right now, being 0-2 to start the season, does it feel like we talk about problems, whether they're fixable, how they address them, but does it feel like they're close to ask maybe a too simple question? Does it feel like they're – because to me sometimes when I was talking about the defense, it feels like when there's a hole in the boat and you like, plug one right here and then there's another one over here. Like that's kind of how it felt to me. Does it feel like that maybe they're closer than, let's say, fans who are kind of waiting with bated breath might feel?
To me, it feels, if you look for the progress from week 1 to week 2, there were a lot of things that were cleaned up. They got up to the line of scrimmage faster. They could operate. I think there were times where there weren't as many times where they just hadn't accounted for blitzers or just the protection wasn't executed properly. There were just kind of breakdowns here, breakdowns there. The big question is just, is the offense going to kind of take a step forward with things just like pre-snap motion and the actual play calling of Nick Caley? I mean, most people, by and large, every time I talk to a listener or anybody else, it just, even up in the press box afterwards, talking to guys, that sequence down at the goal line where you line up in the gun every single time, and it just, none of those play calls felt great. It's easy to second guess play calling, but there was nothing that felt threatening about any of those that people really wonder about whether Nick Caley just actually knows what he's doing or not. Well, that's the biggest. I think you can improve each one of those individual players and everything, but we haven't really seen evidence that, this Nick Caley's got something special up his sleeve.
Well, without a bunch of receipts on Nick Caley, I couldn't. I mean, obviously that was a frustrating moment for a lot of people, especially people who just understand football, and you're at the 1 yard line and just kind of the concept of what you're trying to do. Without a lot of receipts on Nick Caley, I couldn't decide, is this guy trying to be cute, or does he already lack the confidence in the guys up front and this idea that they're going to establish this level of physicality that they've been telling us? I know that was a big thing for Sean when y'all came in on Tuesday. It was like, hey, everything that they have been talking about at training camp feels like a lie, feels like a sham. I don't think it's an actual sham, but have they lost confidence in it already, or was he just being too cute for his own good? I can't decide.
Yeah, if he's trying to be realistic about, okay, this offensive line is not, they're not operating like the maulers that we thought they were going to be.
They ain't it.
And they're going up against a really good Tampa Bay defensive front. But that wasn't as good as the Rams defensive front. I think they're both really good fronts. It wasn't. And a bunch of people in Tampa got mad at me just because they thought I was saying that the D-line was trash, apparently. But I was just saying, no, they're not quite the same as the Rams, but they're still really good. But then especially guys like Vita Vea and those interior defensive linemen, even after Elijah Cansey went out, were just physically tougher than the Texans' offensive line. Yeah, that's the pass I try to give Caley at that sequence is, all right, is he just acknowledging reality, which is, if they line up under center and they try to mash it up in there, they're going to get destroyed. I can't really give him a pass there because this is the thing about on the goal line. Even if you line up under center and even if your offensive line does get mashed, it still does set up play action a lot better. It's still just, the linebackers are still going to have to make their reads and everything. Whereas if you got offensive linemen that you don't trust physically and you line CJ up in the gun and there's not really, and it's really easy to make your run pass read, then it just feels like throwing in the white towel.
Yeah.
Or white flag.
Yeah.
Throwing in the towel or waving the white flag.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like both.
You're throwing in a towel as you're waving a white flag with the other hand.
I just know they need to get it together. To hell with our analogies. They need to get it together. That is our football talk. And football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. It's like $2.50 a month, so get in. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
When I realized I had to sign up for Paramount Plus, I was actually kind of pleasantly surprised. I was like, oh, it's the streaming service. It's not $470 a month. All right, cool.
Yeah. If they can work with you on the prices, it's not that because you get the game, then you're like, oh, there's something else on here that I can consume after the game.
Yeah, as opposed to Apple TV.
Yeah.
You know? Like, what am I? No. Apple TV is like Lifetime to me.
Yeah.
There's nothing on there that intrigues me or anything.
Well,
I'm not a Star Wars guy.
They've got
Ben.
They've got the morning show, and I like Reese Witherspoon.
Okay.
And Jennifer Aniston.
What is she in?
There's something called The Morning Show.
Oh, Reese Witherspoon's on that with Jennifer Aniston.
What's my guy's name from The Office? I'm forgetting his name.
Steve Carell.
Steve Carell.
Steve Carell's on that show?
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but he's dead already. But he was on the show.
I'm sure I forgot to cancel Apple TV after the last Astros broadcast, so I'll have to get back on there.
That's a good pull, though. Like, other than giving us a little Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston, Apple TV's not doing much. But Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
Go ahead and check them out for sure.
So listen, everybody. Just like you sometimes leave money laying around in the form of streaming services you don't use, you don't want to leave money laying around in the form of 401ks.
and Pendergast with Clinic.
What?
Today's
what, Ben?
Hey,
we'll start the show when we want to start the show.
Hey, we're
Ben.
having a show within a show.
Yeah.
And that show leads us to today's headlines, which are awesome, by the way. Mm-hmm. Should I mention that today's headlines are awesome? The Astros winning baseball games.
Half-game lead for at least the next 9 hours.
Hey, man.
Right?
It'd be the best damn 9 hours of your baseball freaking life, man.
What time do the Mariners play?
I believe that's a 1:10 first pitch, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so if you want
first pitch.
You want to knock off work to watch a divisional opponent play a key game as the season winds down. Do it today.
Well, look, I don't know how much out-of-town baseball y'all actually do, but this would be, like, if there's one game that's not like a playoff game or the freaking World Series, a regular season out-of-town baseball game, this would be one. Like, this would at least be one, if you can't watch it, one to monitor, one to follow, because it is going to have implications. Right now you got the half-game lead. So, and then not just do you have the half-game lead, but literally tomorrow you get the Mariners. So the Royals can do you a little bit of a favor. Obviously, you did yourselves some favors last night by beating the Texas Rangers and, taking that season series and that actual series, the silver boot and all. Handling business, Christian Javier doing his thing. 6 innings, just giving up 2 runs, 6 innings of 2-run ball. And then, of course, you had Yainer Diaz with his 2-run knock. You had Jose Altuve with his 2-run home run. And then you had Jeremy Pena going the opposite field with an insurance run. It just felt really good to watch the Astros go out there and take care of business last night.
It really was, like, versus DeGrom, who gave the Astros a really, really hard time the last time you saw him. They did all those things that they were promising us in spring training. More judgment at the plate. Bringing Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes. These guys are just masters of making pitchers work, and everything just kind of fell apart. And the Astros have been one of the worst, most poorly disciplined teams at the plate the entire season long. But I think some of the, either if it's just that things are starting to kick in, Carlos Correa and his presence perhaps over the course of the series and the last few weeks has maybe started to make a difference. I'm taking this right now as a really, really good sign. And just to sweep the Rangers and to take a silver boot for how many consecutive times now? I feel bad that
it's been since like 2017, basically for the entire era of the dominance. Forget them winning the Rangers winning the World Series a couple years ago. As far as the silver boot goes, the Astros have dominated that thing basically ever since they have been the Astros as we know them.
Yeah, I don't think the Rangers, the young Rangers fans probably don't even know that it's a thing. I'm guessing they don't talk about it on the Rangers broadcast a whole lot because it's been
probably a sore subject.
Yeah. Like they don't even know what it's like to have it, so how would they even care about wanting it?
Yeah, no, they don't know what they're missing. They don't know what they're missing.
Like they won the World Series. Like, great. Where's your silver boot?
Yeah.
Idiots.
So it feels like a forgotten you. Maybe that's the Astros fan in me. It's like, who even remembers that?
Yeah.
Who cares? Nobody's forgotten the Astros, for better and worse. Mm-hmm. Nobody's forgotten the Astros run. This was Joe Espada last night talking about that very thing, the Astros' approach against DeGrom, which was sublime.
It was very important. I thought, he started the first pitch of the game with a slider. It's the same way he started Pena in Arlington. And I remember Jeremy swung on that first pitch. Jeremy took it. And then from there on, we just built our approach. And we're going to make him, kind of close to us. We got to see him up. We have to really make this guy throw the ball over the plate. And he's one of the best pitchers in the game. So I'm proud of our effort and how we went about our business.
Yeah, almost never has he had a 35 pitch in the way he did. He's only actually pitched more than that in one inning twice in his entire career. And to your point, man, like aside from just being an undisciplined group, like specifically they swing early, which didn't used to be an Astros hallmark at all. And now it has. It's been weird to watch. And so last night felt a lot more like the Astros I had come to know and love over the past several years.
Right. No, one of the weirdest things about this entire season has been Christian Walker's strikeout rate for a guy that you bring in specifically for all of that judgment and everything. Everybody's chasing all the time. Remember back in the day when this would happen, we would blame the LED lights or we would blame the batter's eye.
Yeah, the batter's
eye was a thing for a few years.
Is that fixed now? Is that just cool?
We haven't heard about it in a
everybody
while.
just good with the batter's eye?
We haven't heard about the batter's eye because that was a scapegoat. The LED lighting early on when they first added that, a lot of people complained about that. When it felt weird because you're like, okay, if it is an issue, you guys get to see it 81 times a year.
Right.
Why is it more of an issue for you guys than it is for any the opposing people or anything? But no, it's just been flat old dumb, not having great judgment at the plate. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get that.
But I don't mean to be. It was good last night.
It was really good last night, and the LED lights and the batter's eye. That's a Minute Maid Park issue. This is a Daikin Park.
True, yeah.
You know what I mean? This is a Daikin Park era. Maybe them folks at Daikin came in and said, "Hey, we're not playing that.
Or Ixnay on the
Fix that damn batter's eye right now if you're gonna put our name on the building." Maybe who knows? Who knows exactly? But yeah.
Oh, Trout mentioned the. My wife just reminded me. Thanks, Brandy.
Yeah.
The one who doesn't get paid to do this.
Yeah.
That Trout had mentioned the batter's eye this year. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
screw you, Trout. What is Trout gonna go now? Trout's got no. You're gonna blame the Astros batter's eye for why you haven't been the same guy?
I was gonna say that's got to be a guy living with excuses at this point.
Yeah. You complain about the existence of batter's eyes in general or something.
Did want to mention, since they're showing the replay right now where Javier mows down this guy Freeman, and Jeremy Pena. I don't know if he just like tagged him too hard, or if the runner just jammed his arm. It looks like he just jammed his arm in the second base. But I did want to acknowledge Yainer Diaz throwing out guys, getting knocks. I've been really hard on Yainer Diaz. I've been saying, hey, Dusty was right about Yainer, about Chaz, about everybody. But no, Yainer's actually making things happen and did his thing last night. Texans news, worth noting, Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, Jake Andrews, we talked about some of this in the earlier segment, all back on the field. As silly as it sounds to me, Seth, to make it seem like any combination of these guys being on the field makes a big difference, I feel like these guys being on the field makes a little bit of a difference for these guys, man.
Look, when you're not performing well as an offense, it's not the change that's going to all of a sudden vault them up to the greatest show on turf. But it's something that can make them look a lot more confident and can take some of the stress and pressure off of CJ. Now, as far as Jake Andrews goes, look, Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios are proven players in the NFL.
Yeah.
And whatever their ceiling is or upside, right, I get it. They're not going to be all pro, most likely. But Jake Andrews is the one where I'm like, all right, cool, Jake Andrews is back. He's played a total now. After getting injured in the first game, I don't think he's up to 100 career snaps in the NFL as an offensive lineman yet. So it's I still don't know what Jake Andrews is. I don't think that one I will very much say like, okay, that's what's going to make the offensive line play better. I'm not so sure. I gotta see it with my eyes first.
Yeah, well, it's a tough thing because I do feel like, and this is a little bit based off of watching them in training camp and preseason, it did seem like, and this hasn't shown up yet, it got hurt in the first game, didn't play in the last game. But I felt like aside from like the whole teacher's pet awkward part about it of him being connected to the coaching staff, I do feel like they wanted to bring him in to help establish this physicality that they talk about that seems to be fleeting or phantom, hard to really capture or is escaping us right now. But he's one of the guys that's supposed to set the tone. Is he actually that guy? I don't know yet, but I would like to see him out there to see if it looks any different. If you just kind of add him into the mix.
No. I think my feel on it after training camp was that in the run game, I did like Jake Andrews better than Jarrett Patterson. I thought he brought more physicality to the run game, and that's something that I know people get hung up talking about pass protection all the time, and it's not just the offensive line that's been an issue in pass protection, but the run blocking that's the offensive line. They got to be better at run blocking. So if Jake Andrews. For an offense that talked all season long about how they were going to be smash mouth and they were going to double team guys and be physical and tough and everything, we really haven't seen a lot of evidence of that. So hopefully that part can get better with Jake Andrews.
Yeah,
hopefully.
And so you got to think about this. This will be, I did think, in a bigger picture scale, this will be the first time that they get the entire offensive line as they were supposed to put it out there, right? Like Ed Ingram misses the first game. Jake Andrews gets hurt in that game, then misses the second game. Of course, we mentioned they didn't have those smaller receivers, Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios. Okay, so now you've got your full slate of weapons, and you've got the actual offensive line that you said you were going to go out there with and be physical.
No, and it's a good point, too, because I think Ed Ingram played well. Like, Ed Ingram made a difference compared to if you'd had Ed Ingram in week 1 for all those reasons that for O-line continuity, but then for Ed Ingram's play itself that, yeah, I think, okay, you know what?
I'm talking in the run game specifically.
You gave me a little shot in the arm. You gave me a little shot in the arm. Okay, I feel good about it.
Both guys, during the preseason and during training camp, Jake Andrews, and I'm talking run game specifically, Ed Ingram and Jake Andrews, sold me on something in that process, and I haven't gotten a chance to see them play together yet.
Yeah, now I'm excited about it. There we go.
Just saying.
Good job, Jim.
Hey, those are your headlines.
I'm not going to go yell at people now.
Those are your headlines and a little bit of encouragement there. Yeah. Right there in the little headline segment. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, and he is Seth Payne, rolling along here on Payne and Pendergast. And coming up next, let's talk a little bit about surprise trends after 2 games. Do these things surprise you about what you're seeing with the Texans? We'll even talk a little bit about their opponent, the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's up next here on Payne and Pendergast.
I don't even know if Zadok wants me talking about this, but this is one of the things I get excited about.
AILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne. And ESPN.com, they had their team of NFL writers for each of the 32 NFL teams, that is, do an evaluation of the surprise trends for each of their teams. So are these surprise trends just 2 weeks in, just 2 games into the season, are they real or not for these respective teams? So I thought it would be good to kind of just go ahead and scroll down to the Texans and see what is the surprise trend that my guy, DJ Bieniemy over at ESPN.com, has identified for the Texans. I also wanted to look a little bit around the AFC South as well. So I figured we can do that here on the show. If I were to, before we do this, or before I introduce to the audience what DJ Bieniemy's surprise trend is for the Texans, what would have been yours if you had been assigned this story, this task, and ESPN says, or Sports Radio 610 says, hey, do your surprise trend of the Texans so far 2 games in? What would it have been for you?
For me, going in, just I had various concerns about the team. 2 weeks ago, I didn't think the run defense would be as bad as it was versus the Bucs. I mean, that was really disappointing in a lot of ways. It was the manner in which the Bucs just at times manhandled the Texans' defensive line. At other times, it was just guys on the defense making poor reads, not recognizing plays, all of those things. I didn't expect it to be like that. And there were times last year where the Texans struggled in the run, but they, by and large, over the course of the season, they were a really good run defense. It was bad. Like, that was awful. And that's this week they're going up against the Jaguars team that's been running the ball very, very well with their new coach, Liam Cohen. That's a strength of the Jaguars versus as of right now, I look at it as a weakness for the Texans because the Rams game, the Texans loaded the box. Like, they just very much focused on stopping the run, and they got victimized by play action because of it. So when they have to just line up and stop the run with their front 7, I don't trust them right now unless they fix a few things.
Yeah, I think you give kind of a more holistic view of the run defense. I was just going to key in specific. Like, my surprise would have been specifically that the interior defensive lineman, like, I was one of the guys, Seth, that was, I think, defending the no-nameness of the interior D. I was like, you know what?
Right, yeah.
I actually, because I'd already done this thing before in previous years where I'm like, I don't know if they've got it on the interior defensive line. And those guys, to their credit, have played well throughout the last couple of years. And I thought what they did in the offseason was important. What they did was brought back Sheldon Rankins, who I think was the best interior defensive lineman of the last 2 years that they've had, okay? Sheldon Rankins. And then Mario Edwards was a free agent. They brought him back. I thought he was close to, somewhere around right after Sheldon Rankins. So I thought they brought their 2 best interior defensive linemen, their 2 best defensive tackles back, both free agents, brought them back this year, and then kept guys like Foley Fatukasi, who's their biggest interior defensive lineman, and even he was getting moved around the other night. And so I am most surprised by that because I was probably one of their biggest advocates, despite them not having like a stud defensive tackle. I thought they had the right collection of guys, and it just hasn't looked like this so far.
Right, no, because you can't have studs at every single position.
Right.
So you gotta just acknowledge, okay, you don't have 11 All-Pros out there. No good defense does. And last year it was good enough that they ended up by and large being a pretty good run defense without having a stud defensive tackle. It just because it was the defensive ends in that game too. The defensive ends were unaware a lot of times, just from pullers and wham blocks and everything. They were unaware, and that was a surprise to me. I think that'll get cleaned up just with good coaching, and they've shown that they can do it before. But there's a lot of that Sean and I have been ranting about it all week. I think the Texans defense has been a little overly eager, and they've been playing. Every guy you can look at and say, man, there's just too many plays where guys are trying to do too much instead of just playing their role. Like, you got to just remember, first and foremost, your job in a really good defense is to do your job. Yeah. And guys have been playing a little too far out of scheme.
Yeah, I was going to say, I lost track of how many times I watched a guy over pursue the other night. Like, I kind of just shook my shoulders at.
And that's
you
know what? You know where you get that when you coach that. What you're really doing when you do that is you're saying you don't trust your teammates. You hit them with the guilt, the guilt trip. You're like, oh, you don't trust your teammates to do their job. How come? Oh, you think you got to do the job of two people?
What you saying?
Like, because that's really what it boils down to.
What you saying about us?
When you start playing outside of your role and responsibility, you're basically saying that, like, well, I'm the one that's got to get it done here, and then you end up screwing everybody. So quit being so selfish, damn it.
So I was surprised by what DJ Bieniemy was surprised by in his little blurb here on ESPN.com in evaluating the early trends and trying to figure out if they're real or fake. Okay, so you're identifying an early trend and trying to establish whether it is real or fake. Because obviously, this early on, it could be smoke and mirrors. It could be just kind of a blip. So you're trying to identify it and then say, is this real or fake? From DJ Bieniemy at ESPN.com, his early surprise was actually C.J. Stroud's high pressure rate. So here's what he says. He says the verdict on this is that's a real concern. This trend that we're seeing in C.J. Stroud's high pressure rate, which I would venture to say,
I don't know if it would be a surprise if it was awesome to me. It was the opposite.
So I hadn't talked to DJ about this, but I'm like, man, had you sold yourself on this being the 90s Cowboys offensive line?
Because I've been saying all offseason that I think they can. I think they can get to mediocre. If they could get to average as an offensive line or in pass protection, there's a lot of things that CJ in the skill positions can do to elevate the offense above that. But I didn't expect them to be like, hey, look at this. This is one of the best pass protecting groups in the league.
Yeah, well, so they do have, they got those fancy numbers over there at ESPN. So he calls this trend, he says that the verdict on this trend is real, the high pressure rate, and that Stroud's line, talking about the Texans' offensive line, has the 9th worst pass block win rate, according to ESPN Analytics and NFL Next Gen Stats. And that's not a mirage. This is DJ Bieniemy saying this.
Yeah,
it's a full malfunction from the play calling to getting pass catchers open down the field to the pass protection plan to the Texans' offensive line struggling to block and sometimes Stroud holding the ball. The Texans season will flop if they don't get this fixed, especially with better AFC opponents coming down the pike like Kansas City, Baltimore first. But Baltimore, Kansas City, Buffalo, that triage of AFC heavyweights.
When it comes to CJ's responsibility for it, this is where I'm really hoping that some of this is just ironing out the wrinkles in a new offense and also getting Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios back. So when he holds the ball too long, at times it looks like he's staying on his reads too long. Like he's waiting for Woody Marks or Dalton Schultz to come open or to see how it works out when meanwhile – Nico Collins is running open across the middle.
Yeah.
And that's the part that surprised me of all of those things. So I'm not putting it all on CJ. I'm just a little bit surprised that we're seeing that where he just feels like he's methodical in his read. And then that ends up putting more pressure on the offensive line. Or if you're a little late coming off that first read, then, that pressure is going to affect you that much more because now you're not in a great – as a pass rusher's coming free, you're not in a great position to plant your feet and throw it to Nico later in the down. But it's that's where it's everything. It's the pass protection itself. It's the protections that are called at times. It's anticipating blitzes either by the line or the quarterback. Everything's just a little bit off kilter right now. If you look at those that pass protection win rate, so for the team, Texans are – 24th in pass protection win rate, pass block win rate. They're 27th in run block win rate.
Oof.
That's the one that, for a team that wanted to be physical and established to run, that one actually concerns me more than anything else. Because my thought was, all right, if you guys can really commit to being good run blockers and physical and run the ball well, that turns you into better pass protectors. Like it makes your job easier if you can consistently run the ball because you're in better down and distance. You're setting up the play action. You're doing all those things. That's concerning to me because that's the chicken before the egg for me.
Yeah.
And then on defense, the run stop win rate 24th, as we discussed. The one thing the Texans are really, really good at right now is rushing the passer. They're still first. They're first in pass pass rush win rate.
Which is the least surprising thing about this team, right?
And that's
the combination of guys they got.
Yeah, and I think that's where the turnovers are going to come to on defense. That's the one big element that just it feeds everybody else. You get a good pass rush, you get more interceptions by forced bad throws, you get more strip sacks, you get all those things, and it just that is going to come at some point here. They're going to have a 4 takeaway game. I hope it's this week, but the elements are there.
Yeah. See, I don't really know if I love living in that space. If for that,
you don't want to have to rely on that.
Yeah, for that to be your one redeeming quality.
Yeah.
I don't really want to live. Obviously, I want a good pass rush.
Yeah.
Like I'm not.
Well, they were +1 in the turnover margin on Monday night. You know, it's not enough. Yeah.
Like so, I mean, you really just broke that down well because there's essentially 2 things that you're trying to accomplish with your front, right? On the offensive side, you're trying to get pushed so you can run the ball, and then you're bagging up to protect so you can protect your guys. So there's the 2 things on the offensive side. On the other end, you're trying to stop the run, and you're trying to rush the passer. That's 4 things we're talking about. They're good at one of them.
One thing, and you don't get as many opportunities to rush the passer if you don't stop the run.
If you don't stop the run, and then also on top of that, if this is the read on you, if this is the scouting report on you, then a savvy offensive coordinator, an experienced quarterback, even one like Trevor Lawrence, who I know we have a pretty good time making fun of Trevor Lawrence. But he does get the ball out quick.
Yeah.
Like I think there are certain guys and certain guys with experience and just a certain level of aptitude can look at it and say, well, you know what? The way to beat this defense is, they got a good pass rush. That means we got to get the ball out quick. Oh, they don't really have a slot corner. We can exploit that. So there's 2 things we can do. Everything else, we have a pretty good chance of being better than them at that. We have a better chance at our defensive linemen being bigger badasses than their offensive linemen when it comes to push, you know, so, and then vice versa. So I'm encouraged by Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, being on the team and their overall, pass rushing prowess. But to live in the space of this is the only and the one and only thing that you really do well, your calling card, that makes it easy to identify, and it's just not enough.
It takes you back to when those Colts teams were a really good pass rushing defense. But they couldn't stop the run. They weren't physical, and that's when the Peyton Manning couldn't win a Super Bowl. They finally, whenever they figured out how to be a more physical defense, it was more than just pass rushers. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you've got a complete team. So it's and you don't have to be the best run defense in the league. You just can't be getting gashed the way they were against Tampa.
Yeah, and I know we talked a lot about the run defense, but real quick to go back to the run game, the offensive side, because you mentioned this earlier too. Not being sure if they have a legitimate starting running back.
Yeah.
This is part of the Kool-Aid. I talked about drinking too much of the Kool-Aid. This kind of been my running joke now every week. It's what does the Kool-Aid taste like this week? And so far, not good, not sweet. So part of the Kool-Aid that I drank too much of, though, was, you know what? I didn't give Nick Chubb enough credit because, I'm not a football player, so I'm out there watching practice, and I'm like, he doesn't look explosive.
Yeah.
He doesn't look he looks like an old running back. And then they go out there against the Panthers in preseason, and I'm like, okay, this is why they put on pads, why they play.
He didn't look like peak Nick Chubb. He looked like a guy who could be really, really functional as long as he has good blocking in front of him.
And so it looked better.
Yeah.
Now it's just I'm back to being underwhelmed the way that I was in training camp and at some of those practices and preseason games where I thought, oh man, I don't know that without Joe Mixon. Like what you said earlier, I don't know if they have a starting caliber running back.
I think Nick Chubb is starting caliber as long as the blocking is good.
Right.
That's the thing. I think they can turn out yardage, but there's got to be that little recipe because Joe Mixon did everything on his own last year.
Yeah, you can't ask Nick Chubb, and I've been saying this.
Right,
he's not going to ask Nick Chubb to be Joe Mixon of last year.
No, he's not going to have those kinds of runs that Joe Mixon had last year. At least right now, physically, he's just not built that same way anymore. He doesn't have that same pop and explosion. So, by the way, it's looking more and more like Tampa let him score.
They're being coy about it in their media.
They're being very coy about it, and it almost. I think the general consensus in Tampa right now is that there must have been some kind of rule where basically if you don't stuff them here, let them score. That all right, it's either because they were in where they were at that point on the field. It was like you got to stop them. If you let the Texans get a first down, then we really don't have much chance of winning this game. Which again lends it to like, all right, should they have had the foresight to say, look, Nick, don't score. You get the first down and then slide.
I saw people online that were mad about him scoring.
Yeah, I wasn't.
To be clear,
it was a really finicky moment, like time in the game, like right around at 2 minutes with both teams with Tampa still having all their timeouts. That I think you could, depending on which computer you're using, I think you could argue either way whether it was smart or not. Yeah. I mean. And then the Texans ended up, they stopped the Bucs.
Yeah.
They had them on 4th and 10. All they had to do was just stop them on 4th and 10, and then we're not having this conversation.
4th and 10, and then
and then Bulls would be getting crushed right now.
Yeah.
I can't believe you let them score.
Hold on, my memory's foggy. 4th and 10, and they get it on a scramble?
Yeah.
So
that was Henry To'oTo'o.
That's when he whiffed on Baker Mayfield. Yeah. So and out of all ways to convert on a 4th and 10, especially when it seems like you got them dead to rights, that is, I'm gonna be honest with you, Seth. I feel a little duped. This whole did they let them score thing.
Yeah.
I honestly had not considered it until the next morning when you came in here I was in there with Ben.
Yeah.
You're in here with Sean, and you're like, did they let him score? And I'm like, well, crap, Seth. Do you know how hard we were celebrating? So that's the opposite end zone of our Odyssey suite.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at it. We're like celebrating. Man, this is awesome. This is great. We thought it was the coolest thing.
It just felt weight. After being unable to run the entire night, it
really
felt
silly.
so easy.
Yeah.
And but I had my doubts because I'm watching. It looked like the defensive line and linebackers were playing it honest.
I thought
But once it got to the second level, there was a whole lot of non-full. Think about in that moment. And you got guys like Antoine Winfield or whomever else just kind of
Tristan McCollum. Those guys. Tristan McCollum's a 4-3 safety.
Yeah.
Or 4-3 defensive back.
Those guys are the guys that, that's the kind of situation where you might end up risk hitting them 1 yard into the end zone just because it's such a crucial situation if you're trying to stop them.
Yeah. Nick Chubb much harder to bring down between the tackles than once he gets out.
Yeah.
Once he's out in space. So
I got to tip my cap to Todd Bowles though. I was
going to say, because to me, that gutsy, risky, those are the words I would describe.
Yeah.
I don't know about smart, dumb. I'm not in that. I don't know.
The tough thing, I'm always curious about just how you coach it in the moment because it's, it's one thing to say, let them score. It's another to be like, all right, we got to get a stop here so we have time after they kick the field goal. So try to get the stop, but midway through the play, make the judgment call to just let him in. That's and it almost blew up in his face. But it was a gutsy call. If that's what the call was,
it's gutsy, but also it's a bit of a gut punch if you're a Texans fan that's going into the season talking about having a championship caliber defense, one of the better defenses in the league, and you've got a team that is inviting your defense to basically win the game against them, right?
Yeah.
Like saying, you know what, we're going to let you score. Not only that, we're going to let you score, and we're going to go down and do our thing. Like we know, and there's enough evidence that's brought us here from us running the ball down your throat, from us moving your defensive tackles at will. The way your guys have been playing the run is embarrassing. We're going to go down there and make this happen.
Yeah.
Like to me, that's the gut punch of it. To me, it's like, hey, a championship caliber defense, you're not signing up to end the game against them, for the game to come down to, can we score against this championship caliber defense? That's not the way that should work.
Right. No, and it was a long drive. Like that was and the Bucs hadn't scored, since the second quarter at that point. It wasn't, there's a lot about the scoreboard in these first two games that hasn't told the story of the defense. Like the defense has just had some issues.
Great way to put it.
They haven't, the sustained drives, by the time, this is the other big part of it, by the time the defense gets back out on the field, they'd played a lot of football already. And you could see that Daniil and Will were tired at moments in their pass rush during that drive. They ended up having 80 snaps on defense. That's a lot for a defense. And it's not just because the offense wasn't sustaining drives themselves. It was that the Texans had just been allowing the Bucs to move downfield steadily, drive after drive, running the ball. And those guys were taxed. So it's a lot more likely that the Bucs are going to be able to score in that situation at the end of the game than if they had been if they'd played cleaner football the rest of the time.
Yeah, the feeling that the box score and final score give a little bit of smoke and mirrors, or like it's blowing up a little smoke, is like it didn't feel as close as the final score suggested for a lot of the reasons, and really all the reasons that you just laid out.
Well, you take the part of it too is because look, you had the Jaylen Mills return, great, good job.
Yeah.
You got a field goal out of that. You advanced 0 yards and got a field goal out of it.
Yeah.
So that didn't feel good. And before that, you had the blocked punt.
Yeah.
You know, like so the defense was helped out in some regards with field positioning by the block. They got him into the position where they had to punt and everything.
Fair enough.
But as far as the actual competitiveness of the game, the special teams had a huge effect on making it what it was. So like you don't necessarily see the blemishes of the defense or the offense even as glaringly.
All right, so this brings me into the surprise trend for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Our discussion about the Texans defense and their difficulty stopping the run against Tampa Bay on Monday night brings us to Jacksonville, who they travel to face on Sunday. Here's their surprise trend from their ESPN writer, Michael DeRocco. Hope I'm saying that correctly. DeRocco. Yeah. My apologies to Michael DeRocco. But he says the early surprise for Jacksonville is that the Jaguars lead the NFL in rushing.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, great. I mean, are you serious? Jacksonville leads the NFL in rushing?
You got to get it right, man. You better get it right this week,
Are
Texans.
you freaking serious?
Yes, they do.
Bro, like that's
First
not
we ground them and then we pound them. That's what Trevor Lawrence said.
Not a good feeling at all.
No.
And apparently that's true.
Yeah. Their offensive line has been playing really well. So it is like strength versus strength is that the Jaguars' offensive line has been playing well in the run game. ETN's looked good, but also that they've been pass protecting real well too. So the strength of the team so far for the Texans has been the pass rush. The pass rush has still been steady. Because even in the Rams game where it didn't feel like it, like Matt Stafford had to get rid of the ball really quickly in that game because the pass rush was good. So it really comes down to on defense. Yeah, you got to hem these run defense issues up, and then you just got to make sure that force Trevor Lawrence into enough stupid decisions and errant throws, as he's known to do. You know, it's very winnable. But you got to get that run defense and some of the sloppiness that we saw on Monday night. You got to get that fixed on a short week.
Yeah, really rough. And then
Thursday.
It's already Thursday. That's what the Monday night game and the Reaction Monday becoming Reaction Tuesday. That's what it does. It throws your week off schedule quite a bit. But thinking about the Jaguars and the Liam Cohen ad made me think about literally this Tampa game. Liam Cohen's the one that took Tampa Bay's run game from last in the NFL 2 years ago. So the Tampa Bay Bucks that the Texans beat in the last minute of the game drive 2 years ago, not a great run operation at the time. Brought them up to fourth in the NFL last year. So helped them improve their run game. Seems to be trending toward helping the Jaguars improve their run game. Now, obviously, there's some personnel things that have to do with that as well. But there is this expectation, and this is what DeRocco. DeRocco. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep wanting to say
That's
DeRocco.
All right. He doesn't listen.
This is what. Yeah, definitely. This is what DeRocco was kind of getting at. Is that?
What's that, Ben? Oh, we got DeRocco on the line.
DeRocco's like, how dare you screw up my name? Who's that fill-in guy that doesn't know Mike DeRocco when he hears him? But yeah, there's this expectation that Liam Cohen is a bit of a run game fixer,
He's a bit of an offense fixer in general.
Or an offense fixer.
No, I mean, he took Tampa from one of the worst to one of the best in a lot of ways last year. Yeah. And I think Cohen as goofy as he was in his initial press conference, I think Sean brought this. Like Sean brought this up earlier. He's like, there's a chance Liam Cohen he's another Dan Campbell. Yeah. He's any of the Nick Sirianni, any of these guys that have laughable moments in their opening press conferences. And I always caution Sean against this. He never listens. I watched Liam Cohen's whole press conference other than what has it been?
Duval.
In that moment. And I actually was pretty impressed with him. Honestly, the thing I'm most impressed with him about, because he's got just kind of this dopey, Opie Griffith kind of look to him.
He does.
I mean, like, he's not messing around. He's coaching Trevor Lawrence hard. During the game, they had that little shot of him because Trevor Lawrence had thrown airmailed it to the sideline on a play down in the red zone, and Liam Cohen is motioning at Trevor Lawrence, hitting his chest, saying, hit him in the chest, hit him in the chest.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence waved him off. And then a couple plays later, Trevor Lawrence does hit Brian Thomas Jr. right in the hands, in front of his chest, right down on the 1 yard line or so in a play that could have won the game, going forward on 4th down. It was a gutsy move by Liam Cohen. They could have just kicked the field goal there. They were going for the emphatic win by going for the touchdown, and it didn't work out because Brian Thomas Jr. apparently is scared of football anymore. But like Liam Cohen is like coaching these guys hard, and he's asking Brian Thomas Jr. to put his body in harm's way more than they did last year. Like they're not just running them on a bunch of go routes and stuff on the outside. They're having them go over the middle and everything. So like Liam Cohen's, and then he's also improved their run game. So it's not everything that you would want to see if you can get the best out of Trevor Lawrence. It looks like they're doing that. Trevor Lawrence still has to prove that he's the guy, but they're putting things in place, I think, in a much better way than Trevor Lawrence has had before.
Yeah, credit where it's due.
Yeah.
Because it looks like the third time might be the charm. And look, as an organization, they can't afford to get this Trevor Lawrence thing any more wrong than they already have, right? Like this is basically a really big year for them and kind of turning that corner with Trevor Lawrence. It seems like they might have got the right guy to do it with Liam Cohen.
The fun thing about this week is really going to be the fact that in Jacksonville they just hate Azeez Alshire.
Yeah.
That I think that it's going to be, and this is
he did almost decapitate their quarterback.
Well, right, I know he shouldn't have been in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
So slide earlier, you know.
Yeah. What's your head doing right there anyway?
Yeah. What are you even doing hanging out with that guy? Well, so you don't. This is the thing. I'm nervous about this just because I think look, the Texans are going to rally around Azeez Alshire and they're going to love it. Like, there's nothing better than getting booed in an away stadium. It's awesome. It's invigorating. But this is a defense that I've been worried about all week, saying these guys got to dial back the psycho a little bit. I
don't think we have it, but did you see what Azeez said yesterday?
He had said that basically what I think he was listening to our show. He said you got it. Landry has I think he was talking to Landry.
Yeah, he's like, all I saw is I'm going to hit him as hard as I can or something to that effect. Like he's.
I didn't see that one. Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot out there.
Because he also said, something, he said the swarm mentality is great, but if you don't balance that mentality with fundamentals and calming down in certain situations, then it can backfire. It says it's about balance. That's what Landry tweeted.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And that's what I've been advocating is that you just can't be beyond high school. You can't be at 10 on the psychometer. You can get away with it in high school. After high school, you got to learn how to dial it back a little bit. You can get away with being an 8 or 9 in college. In the NFL, you got to be at a 7, and then tweak it for your individual preferences. But if you're wildly out of control and just super aggressive all the time, that's when you make technique errors. That's when you make mental errors. That's when you blow your assignments. And that's what the Texans have looked like on defense the last couple of weeks. They've just looked like they just got to dial it back a little bit.
Yeah.
So I worry that in a stadium where everybody thinks Azeez Alshire is the worst guy who ever lived and all that, I trust they're going to rally around that as a motivator, and yet that might be their own worst enemy, that they go out and continue to play a little too psycho.
I'm trying to figure out I do wonder what weird thing is going to happen at Jackson, because think about it. 2 years ago, first year of the DeMeco, Ryans, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson era, what happened in Jacksonville? It was their first win of the season, if I'm remembering correctly. And you got that Andrew Beck return. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Beck, I believe, returned a kickoff. Your fullback returned a kickoff for a touchdown. And then, of course, last year, like you mentioned, you had the Azeez thing. Seems like this new iteration of the rivalry, something strange, something odd is going to go down. Both years it's been, I think 1 year you would say in the Texans' favor. Last year, depending on how you look at it, you might look at that as in the Jaguars' favor to get Azeez thrown out the game and suspended. But I just wonder what weird thing is going to happen out there in Jacksonville this time when it feels like the tables are turned a little bit. It feels like in the moment Jacksonville's on the ascension
and that the Texans are trying to figure it out.
I think that as far as it comes to Azeez Al-Shaair, just the sum total of everything you need to know about that hit last year was that Trevor Lawrence was just trying to extend the play too long. Go watch an actual championship quarterback in Jalen Hurts and watch him. Like that, Jalen Hurts is smart as hell when he runs. Yeah. He'll slide 3 yards shy of the first down marker, feet first, because he knows that the most selfish thing he could do right there is just get himself injured by trying to slide at the last moment to get a first down.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence was trying to extend that slide out to where he could get a first down. And that's like, when you're a quarterback, it's your responsibility to slide before anybody can hit you like that if you're going to go feet first.
Hey, and not just, look, these quarterbacks need to be careful, man, because he's trying to extend that play. And then how about the season opener between the Chiefs and the Chargers?
Yeah.
Where Patrick Mahomes lays out the defensive back, and they're basically at the sideline by that point. He was
they're trying to hold up to try to see.
Yeah, he knew that he's not allowed to decapitate Patrick Mahomes near the sideline, kind of let up on him, and then Patrick Mahomes gave him the business.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, I get it's a physical game and all that. You're trying to set the tone, but let's not act like these guys don't have the power to really take you out if they.
My dream is that NFL defensive players are going to get together and collude to make one day a hit the quarterback no matter what day, like week 7 or something. Be like, all right, that's it. We've had enough. No matter what happens, no matter how much it harms our individual team, for the collective good of the sport in America, we're going to hit the quarterback no matter what.
Yeah.
If he's sliding, if he's going towards the sideline or whatever, put them on alert that, no, you need to get yourself out of harm's way, and if you don't, you're a football player, okay?
Right. Well,
none of this double standard nonsense.
I mean, I thought that's how it was supposed to work, many, many moons ago.
Mahomes last year in the playoff game, running back, could have run out of bounds, runs back into danger, and runs towards 2 guys, slides feet first at the last moment, and the Texans get a flag for it. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
It's got to end. For the good of America.
Yeah.
For the good of mankind, and for all that's decent and wholesome and good, hit the quarterbacks no matter what, even if it's illegal and obviously illegal.
Well, and especially if they're going to exploit the laws.
Yes. If it's beyond the line of scrimmage, that's what I'll say. Like, not in the pocket.
Right.
I'm not a monster.
Yeah, but
if you're running, if the quarterback's running past the line of scrimmage, stop. Don't even let it enter your brain. Everybody do it week 7.
I am.
Oh, wait, no, the Texans are playing. Do it week 6.
Yeah.
Do it week 6 during the Texans bye week.
Yeah,
that's my little, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to run a psyop on this. I'm basically start tweeting out like I've heard word that this is what's going down in week 6. And, word on the street is that everybody's agreed to ignore all late hit worry after the quarterbacks, after the line, beyond the line of scrimmage. And it'll just so happen that the Texans have a bye week.
We got to start that Substack in time to build the momentum so people can be anticipating these nuggets. These nuggets.
I'll be creating fake accounts during the break. Yeah.
One thing about these early surprise trends that's got me in my feels a little bit is that the surprise trend for the Texans is a negative one that I prefer not be the case. And then the ones for 2 of the division opponents, one of them they're about to play this weekend, the Jags we just mentioned, leading the NFL in rushing. Oh my God. The Colts, this is
it's awesome, man. The AFC South means something.
Have they punted yet? Have the Colts punted?
No, they have not punted yet.
I don't think they've punted yet.
Anti-punting.
So the Colts have one of the Colts. Let me try this again. The Colts have one of the NFL's most potent offenses. That's Stephen Holder's observation of their early surprise trend. So you got one team in the Jaguars so the Jags have the leading rushing attack in the NFL 2 weeks in. The other one has just one of the league's overall most potent offenses, doesn't even believe in punting these days.
Yeah.
Just not a good feeling.
You know what?
Not a good feeling. Hope these trends reverse pretty soon.
So the Colts play the Titans this week, and you know what Zaire Franklin, the podcasting linebacker, said? Yes. Did you see this?
I've not seen it, but I like that you call him the podcasting linebacker.
He said Somebody asked him about Cam Ward's throw back across the field.
Yeah.
That really, I think most people listening probably saw highlights of that Cam Ward touchdown throw.
Yeah.
This is a pretty incredible display. Zaire Franklin said it actually wasn't a good throw. Like, basically, I think the point he was making was it was a, poor judgment throw, shouldn't have made it or something. He said, I hope he tries it again this week.
Oh, man.
Dude, Zaire Franklin, last year, midway through the season, when things were really the Colts defense, especially at the beginning of the season, was just atrocious. He kind of dialed everything back and said, "Yeah, we get it. We gotta get back to basics, all that and everything." And now they're 2-0, and he's riding this high, and he's out there saying that Cam Ward is making stupid throws. I hate to root for either of these teams, but I kind of really, really hope that Cam Ward goes off in this game versus the Titans.
Yeah,
I know this is the key. I want it to be an Anthony Richardson type performance where he's like 50% passing, but he has 3 miracle throws that end up killing the Colts. But it doesn't really look like sustainable, something that's going to win lots of games for him.
It was literally the exact point I was going to make. If anybody should know what it looks like when a quarterback does something that is like super physically impressive, but maybe dumb and not a good decision or not a good throw, it should be somebody that plays for the Colts, or somebody that's played with Anthony Richardson over the last couple of years. So that part of it at least made sense and tracks. But
Cam Ward right now is completing 50% of his passes. So far, I'm not crushing him at all. It's very early on.
Yeah,
but he is a guy that he's a lot more polished than Anthony Richardson. So I don't even want to put him in that same boat as Anthony Richardson. But, okay, you can make plays out of structure and everything, but can you learn to play within structure and be efficient? And the scary thing about that with rookie quarterbacks is that first year before teams really get a beat on them, sometimes it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They just those circus throws help them more than some of their inconsistencies hurt them in their rookie year before you really get a good feel for what they're strong and weak at.
Yeah, it's just rough. I didn't project that the offense with the best AFC South offense would be the one with Daniel Jones leading it, and that the one with the best run, run offense would be.
You think
the Jaguars?
Well, look, you think it's hard for you? Do you know how hard it is? Look, I hate preening. I hate it when people preen. And yet, I feel like I'm the only guy that's been saying, watch out for Daniel Jones with the Colts.
Yeah.
All offseason long. And people gave me side-eye emojis.
Yeah,
they rolled their eyes. They kind of scoffed. I am the poor, the tattered, the scoffed at.
Yeah.
So I'm going to preen a little bit. I told you so. I told you all.
Well,
watch out for Daniel Jones with the Colts.
Well, I don't like it, and I wish you were wrong, and I hate that you were right.
I want to preen and SOB.
Coming up next on Payne and Pendergast, if the Astros are going to make a run, this is what it has to look like. That's next on Payne and Pendergast.
This is the other time I preen. I preen whenever I'm at a grocery store and I see somebody reach for the Daisy French onion dip.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So because of last night's events, the Astros, who are off today, by the way, Brandon Scott also, I should mention, Sean Pendergast is off today, along with the Astros. Unrelated, but also the case.
He's fine, everybody. He just basically he needs a mental health day. But no, he's fine otherwise. No, I'll add nothing to that.
Don't we all?
But no, he's fine. He just needs a little bit of a
man.
Okay, everybody just go easy on him on social media.
Hardworking dude, man. Hey, look, honestly,
it isn't. It's forced actually, because he does because on Monday we do our show. We did our 4-hour show. Then he does the pregame show. Then he does the postgame show late into the evening. Then we do a 6 a.m. show the next morning. Yeah. Our boss this year, when Sean's in situations like that, wants him to take the next day off. So it would have been Wednesday, except we had Michael Chiklis on the show, and Sean loves Michael Chiklis.
Right.
We had this interview scheduled, so Parker pushed it off to Thursday.
It makes total sense. Yeah. I even mentioned this. I was doing my own podcast, and it just occurred to me. I was kind of promoting the stuff that we do at the station. I just had a thought about Sean. I'm like, dude is a machine.
Yeah.
You know,
he is. He really
a machine.
is.
Like an incredible amount of energy to be able to pull that off. Don't envy being in that situation. Now, I say that. I was up here pretty late myself. I don't know.
Yeah, you were, because you have to do all the digital stuff and everything.
Yeah, I got to change our inside baseball. I got to change our graphics out. And it's complicated. I was too tired at the end of the game to do it. So I drove up here too tired to actually do it. So I just went to sleep and said I'll wake up before Ben gets here to make sure it's done.
Where do you sleep when you sleep up here?
Should I divulge this?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's
the lounge.
The lounge, yeah. Well, it's not always open.
Right.
I'm too tall for those couches.
I'm not as tall as you, and I'm too tall for those couches.
They got rid of those sweet couches we used to have in the rooms that we didn't use.
But you know what? I found one. There's actually one right here.
About this off air.
There's one right here next to the where Sarah's bar would be.
Yeah, but that's out in the wide open.
The one that
I can't sleep like that. I'm vulnerable to predators.
Which is why I go in the lounge. Which is why I go in the lounge. And my key access is the lounge. Not everybody can get in the lounge.
I've got a little camping pad, a sleeping pad.
Yeah.
And I every time I try to sleep up here, once they took away our spare rooms with those, I used to sleep back there a good amount.
Oh yeah, same.
But now when I try to sleep up here, I feel like I'm like I'm in the trenches in World War I or something. Yeah. I hear a little thing, I'm like, oh god. Yeah. And people, the door, somebody comes in, down the hall or something, and it wakes me up. I don't do well with it.
It just remind me of like my earliest days here, because I'd sleep up here all the time. I was trying to figure it out and trying to go get it. Life has changed a lot for me over the last 5 years, 6 years, however long it's been since I've been here, and I'm like, sleeping up here is like it's like the thing I used to do.
You know
what I mean?
Like, where am I in life?
Yeah, it's I thought I came up in the world.
No, this is what changed it for me. I'm trying to be more tough about this stuff. It was when Nico Collins told the story about how when Jim Harbaugh and offensive coordinator from 2021, Pep Hamilton.
Yeah.
Pep Hamilton, when they recruited him, they went to I think it was at his family's house, or maybe it was at his family's house, I think. Shorts basically said, like, okay, so you mind if we just stay here tonight? We'll sleep on the floor. And, like, Jim Harbaugh slept on the floor at Nico Collins' house.
Yeah.
Just, one of the most successful coaches in the history of football.
Got to humble yourself.
Clearly not hurting for hotel. Even if he had blown all his money, the University of Michigan is paying for it. He slept on the floor. And it's one of these things I try to, like, all right, when people who are wildly successful in life do things that just seem weird or whatever, I'm kind of like, wait a second. Why am I too good to sleep on the floor every now and then? So I've tried to do it more, and I'm bad at it.
Yeah.
And it screws me up, but I will, before I die, my deathbed will be the floor, damn it. Hey. Before I die, I will get comfortable sleeping on the floor.
I'll tell you this, nothing does anything for, like, your boost of confidence and ego than like feeling like you went above and beyond. You went the extra mile. Because I know once I finish in there with Ben putting those graphics in, I walk out of that door and I'm like,
Hell yeah, I slept on the floor.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I slept on that uncomfortable ass couch just built for somebody that's 5'5" and not 6 feet tall.
Because you're committed to your job.
Yeah.
It's like you're like a hunter in days of yore. Out there getting killing animals and collecting cash.
Hey man, why can't I use this tablecloth as a little bit of a cover?
Well, no, it is. Think about it. Like you go camping and you sleep on the ground, and like, hey, this is a vacation. But somehow sleeping on the floor feels like I don't know.
Seriously, Seth, you know those. I don't know if I should. Maybe I shouldn't tell people this.
Here?
You know those table covers that you cover the table with, and like they kind of snug on the table. That's what I used as my cover for the
that's
night.
good. Okay. Yeah, no, it gets cold when you're on the floor. When you're, I thought you were going to take a crack at white people in our outdoor sports. That's our zest for doing stupid stuff outdoors.
Hey, I'm just going to say this. Over the last week, I've been letting you white folks make it.
What? With what?
With just the news of the day.
All right.
Just the news of the last week. I've been letting white people do their thing and live their best life.
As far as like the camping stuff, though,
I'm careful because Jimmy Kimmel got his show canceled yesterday.
Sorry.
I'm very careful about the things that I talk about.
Going with it. I'm still stuck in the great outdoors somewhere.
But bringing us back, reeling us back in. You gotta love this. The Astros won last night, and here's my thing about it, Seth. To me, it's the ideal way for them to win. Like the patience at the plate, the discipline at the plate. Obviously, pairing that with the pitching, which has been there for most of the year, even as they've been injured. But like the perfect antidote was Jeremy Pena to start the game, right? And Joe Espada talked about this after the game, but how the last time they faced DeGrom, how it happened in Texas, they couldn't lay off that slider. And Pena, to be specific, has had trouble hitting a slider to save his life ever since he got here, right? It's been an issue. But laid off of it last night, and that set the tone for eventually what they looked like, what their at-bats looked like against Jacob deGrom, who they worked the mess out of in that first inning.
Yeah.
And he was so spent that the pitching coach had to come out there and just pretend like he was talking to him when damn Victor Caratini came up there. Jacob deGrom don't need no conversation about Victor Caratini, with all due respect.
Yeah, like,
but he needed
remember
a breather.
our approach versus Victor Caratini.
Right.
No, and the really good sign for that is there's one, yes, you want to see that better judgment at the plate, and hopefully Correa's presence, maybe is starting to really take hold with some of that. You see that, and as we get into this time of year where you always feel like, all right, whatever it looks like on paper, the Astros have an advantage in the postseason just because of their experience. But that when you look at the Rangers and their scenarios and how they might do, DeGrom he's pitched as many innings almost as he's pitched in the previous 4 seasons combined now.
Yeah.
So the fatigue might start to get to him, and a guy who's been really, really good this year might not be the same guy as you round into the late season and the postseason.
So it's time to have an uncomfortable conversation. I hope that y'all are ready to have it. I know a lot of our listeners, a lot of our texters, a lot of our folks in the YouTube chats are ready to have this conversation. I'm just going to go ahead and bring it to the table now. Is it too early to say that Nick Caley isn't the guy? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Oh, goodness gracious. You know who the guy is when it comes to tree care? It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees is Houston's tree care specialist, has been for decades.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast out today. B. Scott holding it down here with Seth Payne. But you know what? Got to have an uncomfortable conversation here. It feels like everybody wants to have it. Like, you know, in other places, I don't know. I figure I'd just bring it to the main stage here. And that's one about first-year offensive coordinator Nick Caley. And I'm curious, Seth, is like I get to watch the game with you and the rest of our Sports Radio 610 staff. So I know you're watching the game in real time. But I'm also there after the game and know that you're watching the film immediately after. Probably the quickest film study that's out there.
I'm watching the TV copy immediately after.
Yeah, this okay. So the film copy is not available until a couple days later.
Fact check myself on how I feel about the game.
Yeah, but I think even for you with a specific eye, that even counts. Like because you know what you're looking for, right? I think a lot of us, you know, non-former players actually need to watch the all 22 to kind of have a sense for it. You can just watch it and tell what's supposed to be happening and what's not. I'm curious what you think about this offense so far, not just the production of it, but the style of it, the cadence of it, the rhythm of it, I should say.
I think the biggest thing, honestly, like the overall takeaway, and that I think a lot of people feel this way, is that it doesn't feel threatening enough. I don't think if I'm walking past this offense in a dark alley, I just kind of like I'll start counting my cash. I'll be like, whatever.
It doesn't feel threatening at all.
There's nothing menacing about it at all, and they don't do.
I'm not tucking my jewelry in my shirt.
Yeah, they don't
None
do
of that.
Things to make the defense uncomfortable. And where I'm trying to be patient with Nick Caley, and think that all right, part of this is that they are really trying to get the basics down right, and they're trying to get that hemmed up before you start to introduce some of the things that are more wrinkles or a little bit more. Doesn't have to be exotic or anything, but just has to make the defense uncomfortable. But the biggest thing is they didn't have guys out there on the field that could create a lot of separation. You didn't have any slot receivers really. They don't seem to trust Jaylen Mills all that much yet. Which I get. I understand. I know because it's frustrating when you see a guy who's as fast as he is, yet at the same time.
Okay, well, wait.
Yeah.
So help me get it because, like, I feel like I'm being irrational for saying, hey, I want the first-year offensive coordinator to utilize more these rookies like a Jaylen Mills, the Woody Marks thing. I mean, all of it. Like, I'm just like, hey.
Well, so a lot of what you can do at least is, and maybe, and I don't know why necessarily other than that, is like just running rub routes and things like that to get guys open quickly and to, you just don't see a whole lot of that, or to take advantage of just the traffic on the field.
Yeah.
Like they're not, but then also the pre-snap motion is one of the lowest in the leagues right now. Things that look like a modern NFL offense, you just don't see a whole lot of it. And if it's because Caley just really wants them to not go up and screw all that stuff up, because I'll go back to when I was a young player, when I first started learning about some of the stuff on the offensive side of the ball, I used to sit next to a tight end named Kyle Brady every day in practice or in team meetings. And we were in an offense at the time, this is in Jacksonville, where they were using a whole lot of motion, at least by back then. And every day Tom Coughlin would get up and read off the mental errors from the day before. And every day poor Kyle Brady would have like 3 or 4 mental errors because of all the pre-snap stuff that they were doing. Because it adds extra complexity to things. And it's not as simple as, just move guys around a lot. So when you start to add a lot of pre-snap motion, you start to also make more mistakes. Like anything else in life, the more complexity, the more chance there is for error. So I'm trying to be patient and say, all right, well, they're trying to get the basics right. And if they could just run the football, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. That's the biggest part, is that it just doesn't feel like a modern NFL offense right now, and I'm trying to be patient with that.
Yeah, it leaves so much to be desired. And it was one thing, I think I was okay with it, Seth, when I was under the impression that they were going to try this brute force thing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, it's going to be a simple offense. Maybe you don't get as much motion as you like. Maybe it's not as many bells and whistles
as you would like for a modern NFL offense. But if they do some of those old school things really well, like hit you in the mouth, like there's getting hit in the mouth 100 years ago hurt just as bad today as it did back then, right? So like that still works if you're going to do it. They just don't do that well enough. And so now I'm like, okay, so where's the imagination?
Right.
Where's the creativity? When you're in a situation like this where you don't have separators, where you're relying on some of these burly receivers to create separation, and one of the few guys that you got is a Jaylen Mills, why aren't we figuring out ways to either get him the ball, the Woody Marks play that we saw? Where was that? Like, where's more of that, please? The Jaylen Mills play from the preseason game, I want to say, was it the Vikings? One of those early preseason games where he's shedding tackles and making things happen. Like he's strong and fast for, fast and strong for a little guy.
Yeah.
Why not do more of these things and make them part of the offense? This is a little frustrating to see.
Yeah, and especially when you're in a game where Emeka Buka is now for the second straight week as a rookie doing some really good things for the Bucs.
Yeah.
And now Emeka Buka is very polished. I mean, his polish was more impressive than his physical traits as a draft prospect. So like he's, you can't hold everybody up, especially a third rounder, up to his standards. But when you bring we've seen this trend in the league where teams will say, all right, look, they're rookie wide receivers. We know we can't, haven't run a complete route tree just yet, but we can put in specific things for him and get this guy who has extreme athleticism in the ball, figure out some way to do that. But instead, early in the game, the Texans are trying to see what they can do with Justin Watson. Like, hey, great, that'll be a great feel-good story for everything. I don't need a guy that I keep confusing to be a tight end out there, to be one of the most targeted receivers early in the game.
Yeah,
he's injured. He's injured, by the way, everybody. He's what was the corresponding move?
Yeah.
They put him on IR yesterday.
I think that they'll figure it out. But you mentioned motion, though. I think we're having this conversation about Nick Caley's offense. C.J. Stroud met with the media yesterday, and he was asked about how motion can help the offense and specifically himself, but how motion can help them be a little bit more explosive.
I don't know. I actually kind of I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I'd rather see the defense, see what they're doing. Motion isn't really for me. It could be, but sometimes it's for, making them communicate a little more. So it could create a seated out and confusion because defenses have a bunch of checks, but I really don't mind.
That's right. So that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Now he's saying, because I'm guessing the question was something along the lines of, hey, pre-snap motion can help you diagnose what coverages defenses enter and everything, which is true. But it also it's just a matter of creating havoc, creating chaos by just making the defense communicate as much as possible. And it's somewhere along the way pre-snap guys screw it up. The during snap motion rate, so that's like if somebody's in motion at the snap, Texans are second lowest in the league in 2025 at that. And that was disappointing to me because early in the game they had a snap where Nico Collins was in motion at the snap. Again, you don't want to get caught up in every trend or anything. There's multiple different ways to do it. But when you've got an offense that only has so many actually scary speed guys out there, it's tough to just not be helping yourself with all of that extra stuff that can get those guys to come open. The other part of it is in the protection. This is where it's frustrating because it's the same as last year. Like, listen, it's not just the offensive line, but we also can't pretend that the offensive line is doing incredible in pass protection or anything. No. But sometimes it's the protections, which is on sometimes it's on the running back, sometimes it's on CJ, sometimes it's CJ holding on to the ball too long. It's one of the most frustrating things in the world when you're in our job because people want to be able to blame one thing, but when you can't, it gets really, really stressful because I'd love to be able to just fix one thing. And when you can't fix one thing, that's where it comes back on Nick Caley. So the question you opened up with was, all right, is Nick Caley the guy, or what was that question?
Yeah,
it's time to start questioning whether Nick Caley is the guy.
Yeah, and I'm being a little tongue in cheek because obviously it's just 2 games. It's an overreaction type of question. I'm doing it for effect, but I think there are some fair questions to ask. Like, does he look like the guy 2 games in? I would say just based off of 2 games, no. Fortunately, they play more than 2 games. But based off of what we've seen off of 2 games, it feels like no.
And then the other thing immediately afterwards is, we were all sitting around talking about it and going through kind of some of the plays in our minds, and then you watch and you see is that, okay, yeah, there's times where CJ is just he's sticking on his first read for too long. And for me, if I'm going to make an excuse, I'm trying to me, it feels like CJ's being very methodical about trying to execute the offense properly. And, there's times where, man, I feel like CJ should see that it's cover 3 and know that Nico's open over the middle, and to hell with what Woody Marks or Dalton Schultz is doing.
This is confusing me, though.
Get to Nico.
It's like, Seth, I don't understand this, though, because, like last year, Trevor Lawrence was the one where there were these questions. I think maybe Joey Bosa was the one that said that he's a one-read quarterback. If his first read's not there, then things are kind of in shambles. Nobody's ever talked about C.J. Stroud this way, and I'm not saying he's a one-read quarterback, but it does feel like, to your point, that this, I wonder, is this something that he's being coached to do? Has he? And we don't know. We can't get in the guy's head.
We know during training camp that when I talked to D'Amico, actually, he was talking about how every day everybody's got one thing they're supposed to focus on, and just to give an example he gave me from that day was CJ going through the progressions, and I think so. This is where I'm patient with CJ, and I try to do this. Because I can recognize this in certain athletes because I was this way. There's some guys that just you take a little bit longer sometimes to make a change because you're thinking it through and you're trying to do it right from the very beginning. And when you do that, there's a curve, and you don't take off as quickly as other people who can kind of just let it fly and not worry about making mistakes or anything. And I think CJ is extremely conscientious, and he's trying to learn to do it the right way. So think about back when Tiger Woods would change his golf swing. Remember, once every 3 years, one of the golfers, tell me exactly how, what on average, how often would Tiger change his swing? Once every 5 years or so.
Something like that.
What happened to Tiger? Oh, my gosh, he's never going to be good again. It's no, he's one of the greatest golfers who ever lived, but he's changing his swing, and there's a burn-in period for that. And it's like any other skill. Back when, did you take a typing class, or are you younger than that?
I took keyboarding.
So you take typing. The kids that, you called it keyboarding. I was on a damn typewriter. Yeah, I had to hit the return bar and everything. We didn't have a button. We had
keyboarding.
We had a lever that you had to pull.
No, I didn't.
Did you know that? Yeah, there was a lever.
No.
So
sounds like a bolt action. Is this a typewriter or a rifle?
We started us off on a manual, then we moved to electric. But so if you go into a typing class, and the people that hunt and peck are immediately faster typers than the people who are trying to learn the QWERTY.
My dad types that way.
Yeah. So the hunter and peckers are much, much faster at first. But the people that learn to do it the right way and just commit to okay, I'm not looking at it. I'm going to look. I'm not looking at my fingers or anything. You start off a lot slower, but at some point, once everything becomes more automatic, that's when you really take off. And I think CJ right now is a little bit trying not to be a hunt and peck typer. He's trying to learn it the right way. And because of that, things get a little bit sticky and things get a little they're a little bit more slower until everything kind of clicks.
Did they teach y'all home rule keys? Was that part of it?
Yeah,
the home rules? Okay.
Yeah, the ASDF.
Yeah.
Do they not do that anymore?
No, they do.
Oh, okay.
Well, they do. I mean, anymore. Now I'm old, so I don't know what they do now. But my point is, CJ, if he can at least just get his home rule keys, just know where the F and the J is and know where everything is in relation to that.
Well, and that's where it goes to Kaylee to when you're in this burn-in period, what are the easy go-tos, what are the staples? And they've tried to develop the quick passing game, I think more so. But again, it's tough when you don't have a slot receiver out there or a veteran slot receiver out there. We saw progress with that in the first game. CJ got rid of the ball really quickly. Then this last week, CJ did not get rid of the ball.
No, he did not.
In the first week, he was one of the fastest in the league to get rid of the ball. Last week, he was one of the slowest in the league to get rid of the ball.
Yeah. So for me, I'm just I feel like if speed is an issue, if the quick game and using that as an extension of the run game, because run blocking is an issue, if those are things that are at the forefront, why isn't there a more of an effort to, and maybe this is just easier said than done, but Woody Marks Like that, to me, that's a big reason why you draft a guy like that. Jaylen Mills is another example, but
this is a disturbing trend, I think, with the Texans going back to 2023 with the running backs. I think is taking the first few games to kind of just like, hey, let's see what we got.
Yeah.
Hey, I think Damian's the guy in 2023.
Yeah.
Let's just keep that. Like, he's our main guy until your hand gets forced and he gets injured. And you realize, oh, okay, that's not how we should have been operating.
Yeah.
And I think likewise last year with Kenyon Green, it almost felt like they waited until Kenyon Green's injury forced their hand. That Jets game, they had injuries on the offensive line, so they were kind of, I think, forced into starting Kenyon Green. But I'm not convinced they would have benched Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
This first couple weeks, they said they were going to feed the ball to Nick Chubb more, but then you still got a Gumbawale out there in critical situations. And that part of it, I want them to figure this out during training camp next year. I don't want to spend the first 4 weeks of the season deciding what you have on your in your running back room or on your offensive line or wherever.
I don't feel comfortable with some of the Dare slander that we get and that we hear because I feel like Dare is a valuable piece of the team, just not in the role it feels like he's been playing. Like, you got one team in the division that's running the ball better than anybody in the league in the Jacksonville Jaguars. You got another team in the division that's one of the better offenses in the league in the Indianapolis Colts. And then you got the Texans here with Dare Ogunbowale with important snaps, being targeted on important plays. And so the imbalance of that just makes you wonder, like, we had the whole Nico Collins thing. Like, where's Nico Collins? Like, can Nico's
been
more?
Open. Yeah. He's been open the last. That's the part that's frustrating is that, man, there's time, like the timing is just off, or just CJ doesn't trust the protection enough at times, understandably so. But even when the protection does break down, like there's a couple instances in that game where, all right, if he had come off Dalton Schultz quicker, the protection wouldn't have affected him the way it did. The other part too, and this is the other weird one, and I got to credit the guy up in the booth above us, the first that sits up behind us. I don't know his name. I'll ask him at the next home game. That the play when CJ, it looked initially like he had thrown behind Xavier Hutchinson, and my first thought was like, what the hell's going on here? But like him and Bijani actually pointed it out simultaneously. Like, wait, no, there was zone there. Like Xavier Hutchinson probably should have sat down in the zone. But there was another play too where I think Nico should have sat down in the zone a little bit more and slowed up. So like CJ not being on the same page as his veteran receivers, that's weird. And that's because that wasn't a CJ issue. That's a receiver issue.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, it's those two not being on the same page. It wasn't that CJ was inaccurate. It was that the receiver wasn't where CJ wanted to be. Thought he was going to be.
I don't get it. I saw people complaining about CJ not throwing as much in camp and prep. Forget all of that. Like, I don't even want to hear that at this point. It's like they've worked together. Forget mini camp. They've been working together for 2 years already.
Yeah, those guys, right? It's one thing if it's the rookies
or veteran guys that have been in the league. Yeah. I would
worry about, as far as his actual accuracy, the biggest thing is, for one, some of it's just miscommunications. The throw down on the goal line to Nico, I don't know. I see some people acting like that was a glaringly awful throw or something. It was just
missed by a little bit.
Right. And it's not an easy throw. Yeah. That's not an easy play to come. That's it was a low percentage play.
Yeah. The play calls the issue.
The play calls a low percentage play.
Yeah.
And so I don't worry about that. The first game he was really accurate when under pressure and made some incredible throws. So I'm not worried about that part of it. It's more just the entire glitchiness of the whole operation.
Does this Texans defense still feel like a championship caliber defense? And also later on the show, I don't know if this story is going to offend you, but it's definitely going to make you feel old. That's next on Payne and Pendergast.
The only local family-owned John Deere dealer.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast rolling along. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. And I asked the question on the other side of the break, something we've been chopping up for a good bit of the morning here, and that's what to make of this defense. Where are y'all at on the Texans defense? I know we were sold a bill of goods going into a championship caliber defense, maybe the best secondary in the NFL. Of course, they got a tandem of edge rushers that rivals any that you can find in all of the league. Got to be a championship caliber defense, right?
Yeah.
Plays well against the run,
right?
Or do they now?
That's the biggest thing from that game. And I'll include the Rams game in this because the Texans did a good job of stopping the run, but they loaded up the box to do it, and they were really, really focused on stopping the run to the point where they also got just eviscerated by play action. And then you go into the Tampa game, and, man, that's why I think the disconnect between the scoreboard and how it felt watching that game was those multiple drives where it just felt like the Bucs were taking whatever they wanted in the run game.
Yeah.
You know, like I had such an uneasy feeling that entire final 3 quarters of that game because of just the times where it just felt like, oh my gosh, look at the defensive tackles getting buried 5 yards downfield on the run, or defensive ends at times just weren't handling kick out blocks at all. Linebackers just sitting back and absorbing blocks. Like this is not the Texans defense that I want to see out there.
Yeah.
You know, Derek Stingley started. I always hesitate because it's like, all right, look, Mike Evans is going to win some battles. I think, but at the beginning of that game, it looked like Derek Stingley was getting the brunt of it, and then by the end, Derek Stingley was making some really good games. Yeah. At the end of it, it was a really good battle between Derek Stingley and Mike Evans.
Yeah.
You know, but that part of it, because some of it was just the fundamental stuff that I was worried about, like linebackers and pass coverage. I was okay with the defensive tackles just because like we've said, you can't have all pros all over the place.
Yeah.
But biting on play action, that showed up in the first game especially. Some of these things that you worry about that kept the Texans from being genuinely elite, they showed up in that game again. But I wasn't expecting the run defense to look as bad as it was. That was a blow to my system. And because we've seen the Texans too, a lot of times like they've had issues versus the run, but they'll hem it up in the fourth quarter, or they'll do really well against the run, but then they'll allow a big one and there's missed tackles or something.
Yeah.
That was the part that just the ease with which the Bucs were doing it down by down by down really freaked me out.
I think that when I say we, I'm talking about some of the collective, the community sometimes will oversimplify the bend but don't break concept without maybe understanding some of the nuances of it. But just to kind of go with that for a second, I'm much more comfortable with the bend but don't break when they're getting turnovers.
Right.
When the offense is actually doing something. When you're able to make something out of a good defensive play, a good special team stand, and then the offense can like complement. When the football's more complimentary, right? The bend but don't break thing can be a little bit entertaining.
Yeah.
Because like you're giving up some plays, but you're making some plays, but you know you got playmakers on defense. There's something about a bend but don't break defense that's, you know, getting run all over and actually losing the games that makes it a lot harder to digest or to say, hey, that's a championship caliber defense.
Yeah, and then include, too, because when the scoreboard doesn't – one of the areas where the scoreboard doesn't tell the whole story was that missed field goal from the 19-yard line.
Oh, yes.
You know, like that was the drive that freaked me out because they had actually – like the Texans had done all right in the first couple drives in the third quarter. They had a 6 plays and a punt, 5 plays and a punt, but then they drive down the field for 60 yards, and it looked easy at times. They had a 9-yard run, a 16-yard run, but then they miss a field goal. That was the part that doesn't really show up obviously on the box score. And then the final drive of that game, same thing. They got him to 4th and 10. But then it felt easy for Baker Mayfield to get it. And then he needed 5 more plays after that to score the touchdown. It wasn't like that the game was even over at that point. You got to keep – like all you got to do is keep him out of the end zone at midfield there, even after that scramble for a first down. So that and that's two critical drives in a row now at the end of the game where the Texans have just conceded the entire field.
Yeah.
Azeez Al-Shire in the first one caused the fumble at the end of it, but it was after the Rams had driven down the entire field in a critical moment.
Yeah, so D'Amico Ryans was asked a question yesterday that it was about the offense, but it makes me really think about both sides of the ball. And that's basically, what does your film tell the opponent, and like how does it dictate how they attack you? And that's what I'm worried about. Like, the question was about pressures, and this was about the offensive line. Like, do you think your offensive line is going to continue to see pressure if until you guys show an ability to handle it? Which, yeah, obviously, yeah. But then on the other side, I'm worried about the defense. It's like, are they kind of telling the opposing offense how to attack them, safe for actually addressing these issues that we're talking about?
No. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think there is – okay, so the first game, we're worried about Jalen Petrie when he's manned up with guys like Puka Nacua in the slot. I think they did things to protect Jalen Petrie in this game and understand and then finally acknowledge, okay, he's not actually a cornerback. We can't treat him like a slot cornerback because we've got evidence of that going back to last year.
Yeah.
It puts us in harm's way.
Yeah.
So you give him some help on the back end, but where the Bucs, I think they were finding out ways to exploit Jalen Petrie when he's playing linebacker, because he's not a linebacker either. He's somewhere in between.
Yeah.
He's a nickel linebacker. So they figured out ways to attack that weakness in the run defense. When you get down to, and then the other part of it, and this goes part and parcel with not having a good run defense right now. It looks like D'Amico doesn't feel like he has three linebackers he can trust. Because he's not playing out there with their base 4-3, like down on the goal line for the final touchdown. The Bucs are out there in a 2 tight end set, and the offense was able to just dial it up. They used motion to get Jaylen Petrie over to one side. They were able to get an offensive tackle on C.J. Gardner-Johnson at the point of attack. Sheldon Rankins could have. He was playing that play perfectly, and then I don't know why he had his guard completely controlled, and then as the running backs come into the left to the B gap to his left, he throws to his right and creates a huge hole. The linebackers were a little bit slow to get there, and it just everything they got physically beat on that play. They can fix that. It's going to be better this week, but they're also facing a tough test in the Jaguars, who are the number one rushing team in the league right now.
How concerned?
Or one of the best rushing teams in the league right now.
You've mentioned the linebackers a time or two now, especially throughout the week, I should say. How concerned should we be about that position? Like, I think I went into the season feeling fairly, I don't want to say confident, but at least comfortable with the idea of what they had, whether they were going nickel or if it was base. And then, you got Christian Harris coming back, E.J. Speed into the mix. And, of course, Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shire have done really good things for you in the past. I felt like I was fairly confident in that group going in, and now I'm just shoulder shrugging. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the toughest thing about it is that you look at D'Amico's defenses in San Francisco, and they had Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, these guys that are kind of freakish at linebacker. And when it comes to Fred Warner, especially when it comes to playing the run but also be good in pass coverage, he doesn't have anybody like even remotely close to that on the Texans defense. He's got linebackers that are very willing to come up and play the run, and they're tough and they're physical. But I'll include Christian Harris in this, even though Christian Harris doesn't look quite physically right or back to himself.
No.
He hasn't been good in coverage as a linebacker. He's way more athletic than overall than Henry To'oTo'o. But he still hasn't established back when he was healthy that he can be good in coverage. So there's a lot of questions about that. And when they get stuck in these situations where they're in a game where they're gonna focus on stopping the run, all right, well then the pass coverage really shows up. There have been times going back to 2 years ago where I think about the Colts in that final regular season game. It looked to me like they were saying, like, all right, we're not gonna let the linebackers get exposed in coverage. We're going to sit back and we're going to be patient, and the Colts destroyed them in the run game. So it almost feels like game plan by game plan, they have to choose whether they're going to stop the run or whether they're going to concede the run. And last year they made progress over the previous year, but I don't like it's like that's not the whole middle core of their defense at defensive tackle and at linebacker right now. I don't feel great about.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. The middle core, because the championship caliber-ness of this defense, right, is the guys on the edge, like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, confirmed badasses, right? Like I don't think we really need to litigate that. Derek Stingley is Derek Stingley, confirmed badass. Don't need to litigate that. I really like Kalen Bullock, even though he's a boomer bust player at times. Like I like what he's about. Kamari Lassiter, obviously, but what's up the middle is what the open questions are.
Well, if you think, okay, how does that affect the Texans over the course of the season? It's only 2 games so far, but number 1 rushing offense, Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 2, Buffalo Bills.
Oh, great.
Number 3, Indianapolis Colts. Oh. So you get that's 4 games right there with those teams. And then you go down to 5th, the Baltimore Ravens, who they see in a few weeks. So like they got to get this hemmed up. They got to get it hemmed up versus the Jaguars, and then obviously certainly versus the Ravens a couple weeks from now.
Another opponent that I'm sure is on the schedule is Kyler Murray. I'm pretty sure they played the Arizona Cardinals at some point.
Yeah, what did he do? Okay.
So
what is Kyler Murray doing?
We will get to this on the other side. Let's talk. Kyler Murray.
Who was talking to this young man?
Kyler Murray took a picture and he had to apologize for it. We're going to talk about it next here on Payne and Pendergast.
Thursday. Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Kyler Murray had to apologize. And look, we live in a sensitive world, a sensitive time, but I do see this one. I do understand this one. You tell me if this is tone deaf or just straight up dumb. For some reason, this guy posts on social media a picture with him and his pit bull, beautiful pit bull, by the way.
Yeah.
But he's wearing a Michael Vick jersey. Like, to me, that is like, I don't care like how you feel about animals, dogs, Michael Vick, whatever. Like, when you're just talking about public facing, just presentation, tone deafness,
right,
reading the room, as they say,
and for God knows what reason. I was kind of, tell me if I've missed something. I was like, when I first saw that image, at first I thought, okay, somebody photoshopped this. It must have been some other number 7 or something. Yeah. And like, okay.
Because it was a Virginia Tech Michael Vick jersey.
Yeah, that's what at first I thought. I was like,
it's not as obvious.
Right. So it was pre-dog fighting syndicate.
Well,
as far as we know, But and for the kids in the audience might know this. It was a huge scandal back in the day. Michael Vick was running a dog fighting syndicate while the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yes,
he did time for it.
Yes,
it was a big deal back in the day.
Yes,
and it's one that still people. I mean, Michael Vick has done a lot since then to charitable causes for dogs and everything. He's made many apologies about it.
He is atoned.
But this feels like it's in the. So you know what? It's almost like, why are you doing this to Michael Vick? It's like there's nobody in here unless. So I'm looking at him thinking, is he making some kind of a statement? Did I miss it? Was he making some kind of a statement about anything? Like, was there a nuance to this that I missed?
The only nuance, here's the nuance that I'll say.
Yeah.
I mean, we're fully formed adults here having this conversation. Like we are old enough to remember this story, okay?
Right.
Well, the nuance here is that Kyler Murray kind of is and kind of is not. That's the part that made me feel old about it, right? Like there's
kind of is or isn't what old enough to really understand or realize it,
or maybe appreciate the moment.
Yeah,
like I got a tough time believing.
There's no way in hell he didn't know about.
I got a tough time believing that you're not able to make that connection.
Yeah,
because like first of all, you're wearing a random Michael Vick Virginia Tech jersey. Like that's random to begin with. Before you even bring the dog into
your dog.
So now you bring the pit. And
he doesn't do like a weekly series of like a photo with his dog with a throwback jersey or something? Research that.
I don't. That would be his only way out of this.
Don't do it, Ben.
And I don't think so. But I do see how he could be too young to fully appreciate the moment, to fully appreciate it, how big of a story this is. Like, I got a hard time believing that he doesn't remember. That's why I'm kind of looking – or that he doesn't know.
So he would have been 10 years old.
He would have been 9 or 10 years old.
He knows for sure. So when he's watching football as a 13-year-old, they're talking about it a lot still because he's making his comeback with Philadelphia and everything.
Yeah. So what? But he was a child. Yeah. Maybe didn't fully appreciate the weight of it. But that is old enough to know, and like it makes it hard for me to believe that this isn't some kind of tongue-in-cheek joke that's being made.
So it's just a bad joke.
It felt like a bad
really
joke.
Does. Honestly, I'd be pissed off if I were Michael Vick.
Yeah.
I'd be like, what are you bringing? Like, we got to bring up old stuff?
Well,
what? Like, what the hell? Unless, the only thing would be is if Kyler Murray came out and said, you know what, I think people have forgotten just how awful that was and that, I really care about dog safety. So, yeah, screw you, Michael Vick. I'm going to bring it up. We need to have this conversation. But I don't think that's what he was doing.
Man, Michael Vick ain't did nothing to nobody in a while.
Michael Vick has like tried to make reparations for it and everything.
Yeah,
like he's done. I think he's obviously it's easy to say like he's done what he had to do. It was an awful situation.
Yeah. Well, I think kind of going back to that story, I think if you really followed it, Michael Vick at the time, like he knew what he was doing was wrong, but I don't think he understood the phenomenon is not the word that I'm looking for, but how detached he was from like the societal reality of things.
Yeah.
Like he grew up a certain way.
Yeah, he grew up where it was more common, and he just didn't think anything of it.
He did a there was an interview where he's like, man, we used to fight him over here, we used to fight him over there, and he's just pointing around his neighborhood.
Yeah.
Where they were just like, where it was kind of a common thing, and it's like, no, you know what? This is not really how we do things. This is not okay. It's not just illegal. It's just not what we do. We don't treat dogs this way, right? I don't think he fully appreciated that and has done a pretty decent job of learning that, right? And so now the Michael Vick headlines that you get are sometimes him giving some commentary on football.
Yeah.
He's starting to coach now.
Yeah.
And all of the Michael Vick headlines, when they were doing like black quarterback features and he's one of the influential ones, it's been mostly positive.
You know what it is?
And then
it's
here
like
comes Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
With his pit bull
all
picture.
This stuff. It is. And it's not.
Man.
Again, look, Michael Vick did it. He owned up to it. And he's going to have to. It'll keep coming up at various times.
Yeah.
But Kyler Murray doesn't have to be the one doing it. This is, God, what's the worst Houston? Yeah, this would be, honestly, it'd be like if some rookie 10 years from now decides to jokingly wear a buzzer on his chest as a tribute. And except Altuve didn't do that.
Yeah.
Did something, a garbage can, carried a garbage can out was to pay tribute to George Springer.
Yeah.
You know? You're like, what the hell are you bringing up this old stuff for?
Yeah. A Clemson Deshaun Watson jersey to the massage parlor.
Right, yeah. That's more notable because that's a real world, criminal type of thing. Yeah.
But, by the way, there's a kid at my kid's school who wears a Deshaun Watson jersey pretty often, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Did you talk to him about it? How old is he?
I want to. He's got to be 10 years old like my kid.
Yeah.
He came to my son's birthday party back in April.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't wear it there, but whenever I drop my son off at school, every now and then this kid's got on that Watson jersey, and I'm like, is this like one of those things where jerseys are expensive? And so a kid just wants to wear a Texans jersey, and so you just...
Or is it his undying devotion to Deshaun Watson?
I don't think it is.
Kids that age, though, too. I think a lot of kids at 10 years old don't... they're not...
Well, but all the more reason.
But he also...
if I'm the parent, I don't want to... Like, for example, my daughter, somebody gave my youngest daughter, a Lamar Jackson jersey, another one that I'm forgetting, but also a Deshaun Watson jersey. I had to politely let them know.
Yeah.
My 8-year-old daughter's not going to wear this. But so I'm just saying, like, I figure that where did parenting fail at this point?
Kyler Murray, and I'm guessing Kyler Murray didn't grow up around dogfighting.
No. I'm guessing out. Was he from Allen? I'm guessing those kids out in Allen aren't doing that.
He's had a suburban upbringing.
Yeah, he's
right?
a suburban protege.
Yeah.
He's like a child star.
So it wasn't.
No, he did not dogfight.
Yeah, now I'm more and more. I feel bad on behalf of Michael Vick, and not excusing anything about all of that now. But I like people being able to move on in their lives.
Yeah.
And if somebody's gonna bring up something about Michael Vick's dogfighting, I would prefer that it be just because it's relevant or something.
Yeah.
Instead of Kyler Murray just randomly putting a photo on the internet.
So with
his pit bull too.
He apologized.
It might have been funny if he had a little chihuahua or something. That's funny. That's funny. Still in poor taste.
Yeah, I don't know.
But funny.
Dogs.
It could be a funny, tasteless joke with a chihuahua in a spike collar or something.
Maybe.
What if he had done it with a rooster?
Yeah, I think that's
at least there's some nuance. At least you're putting some thought into it there. You make some kind of cockfighting joke or something.
Cockfighting instead of the dog fighting. Yeah, I could see that. But so what do you buy? He apologized, took the picture down, all of that. This is hard to buy. Like, I get he was young, so I'm kind of like it hit me. It struck me when I saw that he was like 9 or 10 years old when this happened. I'm like, oh, I was in college. Okay, most of us were grown when this happened.
Yeah.
Do you buy that Kyler Murray really did this unwittingly? Because it's just
this was his apology.
Tough sell.
This is his apology. In no way, shape, or form do I condone animal cruelty or dogfighting or whatever it is. All right, you could have left the or whatever.
Or whatever it is. I don't condone
in
murder.
No way do I condone this thing that I don't even really understand. All right.
I don't condone murder, rape, or robbery or whatever that is.
This is a bad apology. For me personally, y'all saw me wear the Michael Vick jersey, a player I admired very much growing up. My dogs, Trunks and Swoosh, They both get treated like kings. In no way, shape, or form am I down. What the hell? In no way, shape, or form am I condoning that. I saw how it affected people and decided to take it down.
The dogs died or whatever happened.
I don't condone, I don't know, that stuff. Whatever it was. Again, apparently it's bad or whatever. I just don't condone it. I know that.
Hey, I just picture Kyler Murray playing video games as he's issuing this apology.
Yeah.
Like he's on Call of Duty or something like that. He's,
Plus, it's not a
Roblox.
And it's not an actual apology. It's an explanation. I had a teammate once tell me something that kind of it was a shock to my system. I'd never heard this before. He said, never apologize. It's a sign of weakness. And I felt like, boy, I got to follow this guy's interpersonal life over the next – and yep. Because I think somewhere along the way somebody told him the advice that, like, you don't want to be one of these people who's constantly apologizing.
Yeah.
Where you lack self-confidence or something, where you're like, oh, sorry, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, those people are awful to deal with because you're like, yes, thank you for taking accountability, but, like, it's not a big deal. Let's move on.
Yeah.
But he somehow in his mind it was never apologize under any circumstances.
Yeah, that's the drastic version of it. My mom used to tell me that, like, careful who you say sorry to, because they'll say, hey, your sorry ass sure is sorry.
Yeah, you got to be careful about
that.
You want to be sure you're not just capitulating or whatever. You got to have a backbone.
Yeah.
But an apology when necessary because you recognize that you definitely screwed up.
Yeah.
It's important to be able to apologize.
Yeah.
It's really hard to do.
Yeah.
I've learned.
And not I'm sorry that you were offended.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I did the thing that offended you.
I recognize that what I did hurt you.
Right.
And I understand how you feel and I apologize. Now quit being such a Sally about it is generally the way it goes.
Y'all let us know.
Ben? That's been your experience with my apology?
Absolutely.
Yes.
713-572-4610. Is this apology legitimate from Kyler Murray? Does he mean it? Do you think so? I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. He was young, but I'm skeptical. Really, really skeptical. All right, coming up next. Is this a lame response?
Oh, no.
From this new Texans player? And also, let's look ahead to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll do that next on Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Underdog is available in Texas. That's right. You can make picks and win money on Underdog during football season right here in the great state of
DFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
What do y'all make of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Super Bowl winning safety, by the way? In case he hasn't let you know before that he's got a Super Bowl.
He's been to
ring.
the top of the mountain.
Been to the top of the mountain. That's how he characterized it. What do y'all make of him trolling Baker Mayfield even in defeat? And by defeat, I'm talking about the Texans, the team that C.J. Gardner-Johnson plays on now. They lost the game, but it looks like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is flaunting the ring. Okay, so there's a little bit of back and forth here. I'm pretty sure y'all saw it during the game. Defensive backs and Baker Mayfield were going at it during the game, right? So that was an issue. And then, so Baker Mayfield's never been
not an issue. It was just a thing that was going on.
It's just a thing that was going on, right? It was maybe a spectacle, something to watch, right? And so Baker Mayfield, though, posted on his Instagram, like, him going back at C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, there's a still shot of him. There was a still shot of Baker and C.J. Gardner-Johnson yapping at each other.
Yeah.
And Baker said 10 toes down all the
10
time.
10 toes down, because his whole thing is that he doesn't back down. And I think either after the game or at some point during the week, somebody asked him about that. It must have been this particular photo, because somebody's like, hey, well, what was all that about?
After
the
press conference, I called him Chauncey, his friend Chauncey.
Yeah, and he's like, well, basically, we don't take any bleep, right? And so C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Chauncey that is, gets a hold of this, and his response on Instagram, and this is a thing now where guys communicate on social media now.
Yeah.
Like they go back and forth on Instagram of all places. But he's like, something to the effect of, all that talking still ain't got a ring. Go get you a ring or something.
Still ain't got a ring or yeah.
Look, I like the energy that C.J. Gardner-Johnson brings, and I like both on the field and off the field. I like the edge to him. I'm with it.
Yeah.
But this was
it feels
to me
a little
kind of
bit
lame.
You know what? It feels a little bit. You know what's funny about it was that these are two guys that have both been on multiple NFL teams, yes. But there's part of it where. Like, okay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is different being a position player than a quarterback, obviously.
Yeah.
But also, all right, this is a guy that was like, he was drafted to the Browns, and then he was with the Panthers.
With the Panthers.
Yeah. And he's actually he's pulled a little bit of a Sanders family thing on Tampa.
Yeah.
He got Tampa was down, they're down in the muck, all kinds of. They had the Tom Brady hangover going, and they've turned it around with Baker Mayfield.
I've been rooting for him ever since that one night with the Rams. Like, remember that? I can't remember if it was a Monday night, Thursday night, Sunday night, whatever. It was a night game, and he was incredible with the Rams. I've been rooting for Baker ever since.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, it's worked out for him. So, yeah, no, he hasn't. No, he didn't play for the Eagles and win a championship last year.
Okay, Baker Mayfield does not have a reputation around the league anywhere by a single person, I think, is like the reason a team hasn't won a Super Bowl. Right? And if anything, people are like, people won't shut up now because it's kind of fun about pointing out like what the Browns have done at quarterback and the money they've spent and the picks they've traded away. Well, meanwhile, Baker Mayfield is playing better than anybody has since they let him go.
The Browns have not had a quarterback as good as Baker Mayfield since Baker Mayfield.
Since Baker Mayfield went 7-7 or whatever he was that last year.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
And the only reason why he kind of went south there is because he screwed up his shoulder, probably being a little bit too ambitious, trying too hard, doing too much, and jacked up his shoulder. And then look up and they're calling him a child or saying they need an adult in the room, and then they go trade for Deshaun Watson.
It is weird seeing that now he's in his 8th year in the NFL. It just now I'm starting to feel really old because I still think of him as a young guy that he's just you forget that because you don't think about the Browns all that much that he was there for the full 4 years with the Browns.
Yeah, he was.
There were conversations whether they should be extending him going into that 4th year, and then just everything fell south, obviously.
Man, I would love to just have an honest conversation with them because, their big story, aside from the Deshaun Watson thing, like they had 4 quarterbacks going into the season and they didn't feel like they had one, right? Between Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and the 2 rookies that they drafted, and that's on top of Deshaun Watson being on their books. That's 5 quarterbacks. And they didn't have one, except for that time. Oh, remember when they drafted one? He was kind of good, pretty good, decent. They leaned on the running game, all of that. got hurt, and then they shipped him out of there.
That's the one that, I mean, and I know they're getting, like, you spend any amount of time at an NFL team without success, and the fan base starts getting tired of you. But it's really hard not to look at Stefanski and whatever his input it was into all of that and what he did with him versus what Baker Mayfield's doing now. And you just say, like, no, we're just going to keep running back with these guys and see if one of these mid-round quarterbacks or whoever we draft next year might end up being the guy. I watched the Browns game up through the fourth quarter. I quit in the fourth quarter because there were other actual good games going on.
Yeah, fair enough.
Flacco turned into a pumpkin in the second half in that game. You're kind of waiting to see when, like, whenever Flacco comes in and plays for the Browns, he has a nice little stretch, and then he turns into a pumpkin. He did it versus the Texans in the playoffs. He turned into a pumpkin in that game.
If I was a Browns fan, and we know that there are a lot of them, and they are very rabid and passionate. If I was one of those people, I could not watch a Baker Mayfield game.
Yeah.
Until they figure this quarterback thing out, maybe Shedeur turns into something. Who knows what happens with their quarterback position in the future? But until it fixes itself, and I probably still wouldn't be able to watch them, just knowing how much time was wasted in punting from Baker Mayfield, giving Deshaun Watson the highest guarantee of all time at the time, and that just never working out. Like, it's and to what end and for what reason, actually? Like, what was the reason, really?
I think the big with Baker, I mean, and it was a really bad. It was a separation in his non-throwing arm, but it was a really, really bad separation. Like, usually when I hear about a guy having a separation in his non-throwing arm, I'm like, all right, whatever, just gut it out. But it was a really bad.
But it seemed like the thing that soured them on him was Baker's either personality or disposition. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know exactly what it was, but it's just like Baker wasn't their kind of guy. And we're talking about Cleveland here. That's supposed to be, blue collar. And he goes to Tampa, and he looks like every bit of what you would want a Cleveland quarterback to look like.
I'm trying to find one of my bookmarked tweets, but it was basically somebody who was he set it up basically to make it sound like he was talking about the Browns. Like, imagine having a quarterback, letting him go, trading all these picks for generational talent. And everybody assumes it's the Browns. And at the end, he says, poor Panthers. Because the Panthers did the exact same thing. Yeah. They had Baker Mayfield in the building.
They did.
And then you trade, no, Baker's not good enough for us. We're gonna trade a bunch of picks so we have the opportunity to draft Bryce Young.
Yeah, and probably better off with Baker Mayfield.
They'd be way better off with Baker Mayfield. Yeah. With Dave Canales as their coach. The guy that got Baker Mayfield turned around last year as the offensive coordinator, or 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. Ends up, I don't know.
That is wild. That'll be a wild, like, you just would have had to have been there to watch that musical chairs happen and see how that act. But point being, back to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, like, Baker Mayfield, to me, albeit not a Super Bowl champion like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is, still on the right side of history, I would say.
Okay,
I'd say he's on the right side of history.
And this is where I think, too, because I feel like there's a growing concern about C.J. Stroud, and understandably so, because we haven't really seen since midway through last year or whenever the same version of C.J. Stroud that we were hoping to get. And there's a lot of reasons and explanations for that. But I think if you look at the Baker Mayfield odyssey, one thing he had in Cleveland was a rushing attack, a good defense, and all of those things. CJ's got a good defense. I don't know how good they are just yet this year. We'll see. But he doesn't have any kind of a rushing attack and hasn't had good pass protection. And he's had he's on his second offensive coordinator right now. Like, Baker Mayfield is the perfect cautionary tale of just pump the brakes a little bit when a young guy goes through a little bit of adversity. Yeah. There's a lot going on, and the circumstances around him really, really matter.
Yeah. You talked about the podcast and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts, Javier Franklin.
Yeah.
I will give him credit for pointing out, because he was on something where they were trying to get him to dog Anthony Richardson or something to that effect. And he's like, nah, don't do that. Let Baker Mayfield be the example. We got to let Geno Smith be the example. Let
Sam Darnold
be the example. Like, we've seen this type of thing happen before, and so it can happen again. So I think there's something to that.
It is. It's just real. It's hard to develop a quarterback, and it's hard to develop a quarterback in bad situations. And you just all of these, like, the offensive coordinator matters, the head coach, the supporting cast, all of that matters. The sum total of it for me is that I still have seen CJ operate at a higher level than most young quarterbacks in terms of just his accuracy, and his ability to make NFL caliber throws, not just the highlight reel throws or anything.
He had some against Tampa the other night, even in a down game for him.
Yeah, and some of that's where, like, some of the things that he's done so far in the first couple games where it just looks like he's a little bit sticky going through his progression. I've seen him be smooth with that before, so I'm still right now comfortable saying that, like, okay, this is him getting comfortable in this offense and with how they're operating, but he's also doing it without the support of a run game and without great pass protection. So, yeah, it's not a CJ. Has CJ played imperfectly? Yes, 100%. But there's just so many variables that go into that I don't – there's nothing I've seen out of CJ right now erases the optimism that I have for him long term.
Yeah, is it hair splitting to try to differentiate worry from concern? Because I've got some concern, but I'm not worried. Does that make sense?
Like, you might feel great about your kid, but if he goes off in a van with a bunch of juvenile delinquents, you've got concern about him. And I feel like right now he's in a van with a bunch of kids that stole it after they broke out of detention. Like they're just like they're CJ got sent to detention for something simple, like he was caught chewing gum in class or something. So he has to go to detention, and it's his first time being in the detention room with a bunch of kids that are like serial detention getters. Dude. And they're like, CJ, you're coming with us. And they steal one of the van buses, and they're going to rob a convenience store.
Yeah,
yes,
I feel like if you're into auto theft, you're definitely not going to detention. You're just like skipping detention. You're like, man, to hell with your detention. I'm gonna go out and steal me a car.
Stealing a school vehicle is different than normal auto theft. I've always felt. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a prank. It's a hijink. Yeah. Okay. It's like stealing a mascot. If somebody steals a mascot, if you're going to steal, like, they're not, it's kids being kids.
All shucks.
You steal a school van. I might not be speaking from personal experience here. You're just you're just going on a mission, and trying to get back. It's a game. Yeah.
I got this mental image of like a young Seth Payne in a school van trying to convince everybody to cut school. Like, hey, man.
I got away with it.
Hey, and it's totally okay. This isn't theft. This is a prank.
I wasn't breaking out of detention. It was we wanted to go get some snacks before wrestling practice started. I was like, somebody left the keys in that school van, and we went to the convenience store. And is it theft? Technically, I guess. But I don't think, no.
Yeah. And where are we really on if you leave the keys in there? I mean, are you not inviting someone to drive it?
Looking back on it, I feel bad that I could have gotten a custodian fired if we'd been found out, Was
he in on it, or he just was the custodian in on it, or you just duped him?
No, because we duped him because he left the keys in the car. It wasn't.
Yeah, well, you definitely could have got him fired.
I could have gotten him in trouble at least, yeah.
I
didn't know
he didn't get caught.
He wasn't, what was the name of the guy we liked? Scooter. Scooter was the custodian who's the cool dude. It was the other guy who was a bastard. I still would have felt bad. I don't want the guy losing his job for it or anything. The other guy was a grumpy old man.
Man, that's stealing or pranking a school vehicle.
Yeah.
That's got to be at the top of the list of like cool bleep type of
cool stuff to do.
Yeah, cool stuff to do.
Too. Yeah. No, it's just like totally just impulsive, not really thinking about it. It was just funny. We were like we weren't taking it anywhere to sell it or chop it up or anything.
Yeah. The best thing that we did was, and this barely counts because it's like the last day of school or last week of school. We're all, exiting the parking lot, and the teacher parking lot and the student parking lot are right next to each other, but we all got to leave the same way.
Yeah.
And two teachers got into an accident.
Yeah.
And so, like, we're just, like, students just coming by honking the horn, talking mad stuff like, look at y'all. Y'all look so stupid. What happened here? Y'all can't drive? Somebody didn't pass their test.
Oh, the worst moment I've ever had like that was it was the last day of school. I was in 8th grade, and I rode my bike to school back in those days. But I had to clean out my locker, so I had my backpack was jam-packed full of stuff. Just full of and I couldn't zip the top open.
Yeah.
So I got my backpack on. It's jam-packed full of everything, papers, folders, all that stuff. And I'm riding my bike, and I decided to cut across this really steep hill, but it had rained the night before. And at the bottom of the hill is the main road where all the school buses come by. And I was riding down, and I bit it hard and slid like through all this mud as all my papers come flying out and everything, and every single school bus passing by just had kids hanging out. High school kids, too. You know, I'm in 8th grade. I don't know any of these teenagers. I'm about to go into high school next year, and they're just destroying me. And then this nice guy, this high school kid in a pickup truck, pulled over, didn't know him, didn't know who he was or anything, just jumped out and started helping me gather up all my stuff and everything. He's like, hey, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, kid. Don't worry about that. And
For balance, the world needs all of these things. They need the people who properly and appropriately laugh when you fall, because falling is funny. And the world also needs people like that. A good Samaritan to come up and see a young kid down in his luck, muddied up, and
a rough moment,
get him right.
Falling in front of children is rough. That's in front of your fellow older school kids. Yeah.
Hey, I missed a step in the suite just the other night at the Texans game, and I landed, but man, I felt silly and almost fell on the lady in front of me. Like I would have completely. She was I would have completely knocked her down.
Yeah.
So close call, and it would have been. I would have had to have laughed because it would have been funny as hell. But
that's the eye contact you make with somebody after you trip and almost fall or stumble. Those are special moments. I did it at the bleachers at a high school volleyball game last year, and it was kind of like. But again, I walk into a high school, and I swear I have flashbacks to all that high school stress. Like I turn into an insecure. Insecure, pimply-faced 14-year-old when I step into a high school. Like, I feel all that. So I'm walking up these bleachers, and I stumble and trip, and the student section is just off to my left. And in my mind, I'm like, no, not in front of the teenagers.
Yeah, well, because no one is more ruthless, unless they're a professional comedian.
Yeah.
No one is more ruthlessly funny than a high schooler.
Yeah, no, and they're funny in a way that's like a little bit different than whatever our brand of humor is, too. So they're making jokes you don't even understand.
Yeah, you
just know that they're really funny. Yeah. So, but I made eye contact with one of the dads. He kind of gave me that look like, yeah, good job, man. You saved yourself.
And that is football talk here on Sports Radio 610.
That's right.
I should mention to you that football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series, Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him out to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King this Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Now, I promise, we will get to know the Jaguars. And also, I'm curious, what's your confidence going into this weekend with the Astros against the Mariners? I want to hear from you. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, look, you don't want to be riding your bike around like 14-year-old.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we've already gone over the good news, and that's that the Astros won last night. Not only did they win last night, but they took the silver boot, the season series, the actual series. They swept it. All right, so that's good news. Not only that, reclaimed the lead in the AL West. They are ahead of the Mariners. The Mariners lost last night to the Kansas City Royals, snapping their 10-game winning streak and giving the Astros their half-game lead in the AL West with a perfect opportunity for the Astros, who going into tomorrow's game or starting the series on Friday against the Mariners, who are coming to town, they will be no worse than, correct me if I'm wrong on this, no worse than tied.
Right, tied.
That's the worst, because that's the math, right?
The tie, as far as the record, but then you have the tiebreaker. But
right, because as far as the
for all
record,
intents and purposes, going into
no worse than tied, because they're a half game up right now. They don't play today, so they can't win or lose, and then the Mariners play. So no worse than tied. If the Mariners win, I want to know, what's everybody's level of confidence based on how the Astros have been playing as of late, or is that even what you're basing it on? Like, how are you viewing the Astros and the state of affairs where we are now as of mid to late September? What's your confidence level that they can go in there and take care of business against the Mariners, and that we're actually in for some kind of run for the Astros here in September and in October?
My biggest confidence right now, if I were to really prop it up, if I were to get over the top, I would say I would have to really lean into, okay, Paredes is going to make some kind of a heroic comeback, and however they choose to use him, that's going to be something. Yordan Alvarez is obviously everybody's biggest concern.
Yeah.
And I mean, he hasn't been the jolt to the rest of the lineup that you hoped that he would be. But I mean, as his individual performance goes, you couldn't have asked for any better than this, especially given the way the first part of it went. Like, those two factors alone make a big difference. Javier and the way he pitched last night might be my most realistic jolt of confidence to the especially given what it's been like with all of these other injured pitchers and a little bit of some of the fear that Javier himself has put into us at times. I feel like he's really rounding into form, and we've seen him perform in the playoffs before. All of that, I feel good about that.
Yeah, the tough part for me was for so long of the season saying, especially leading up to the trade deadline, it's like, don't worry about too active of a trade deadline or lack thereof, because you're going to have Javier and all these other guys that are going to be coming back. Luis Garcia is coming back, and Lance McCullers. At the time we were still holding out hope for Lance McCullers. We see how that's kind of blown up, or not really turned out to be all that great. Javier, looking the way that he did, dare I say, knock on wood, looked close to normal, pretty much close to normal, or as normal as you can expect a guy that's been through as much as he's been through over the last couple of years. And so that part is encouraging, because I feel like, that just gives you an extra element. It changes the dynamic if you have a Christian Javier, along with, of course, what Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez have been, but who's going to be that third guy? And is that third guy, not just who's it going to be, but whoever it's going to be, is it somebody that you feel like you can trust?
Right.
And the fact that Javier seems like to be some facsimile of what you can trust is a good sign.
As far as the Royals go, as far as the Mariners go, so they face the Royals for 3 games, and we have the Astros for 3 games. It's going to be obviously very critical.
Yeah.
Then they go on to face the Rockies at home for 3 games. But then they finish up with the Dodgers. So this is going to be a roller coaster of just kind of gaming their opponents, both from the Royals, fine, good enough, competitive enough team, not bums like the Rockies.
Yeah.
But you get immediately after the Astros series, that Astros series takes on that much more importance, not just because of the head-to-head potential and the swings that you can have in the standings, but that they face the Rockies the 3 games after you, after an off day.
Yeah.
They get an off day, and then they go and face the Rockies.
I mean, honestly, even finishing so the Dodgers, incredibly built baseball team, fine. But they're kind of goofy.
Right.
The Dodgers have been goofy this year. They lose games that they shouldn't win, kind of like how the Astros are at times. But they lose games that they shouldn't win, and that's like you said, they're playing the Rockies first, and then a squirrely Dodgers team that's well built but can be got. You got to handle business.
Look, I would not put it past the Mariners one bit to get swept by the Rockies after this. The DNA of that organization is a certain kind of way. The problem is that we've seen the Rockies or the Astros get swept by some bad baseball teams this season.
Yeah, but Christian Javier, I want to hear from Joe Espada on Christian Javier because he really was a bright spot for them in last night's win.
Yeah, for me, it's just more confidence. He knows that when he's on, he's got his fastball, and he gets ahead with it. He can spin and do some things. But I think his level of confidence, he's starting to feel better, stronger. And that's the key. It's going to take some time when you come from this injury, and I've said that before, but I think right now he knows that, okay, I'm starting to get the groove of things. I'm starting to get strong, and I know I can finish my pitches and throw any pitch in any count.
Yeah, and it is like there have been times where I've wanted to give up on this team, but credit to them. Like, you get this far in the season, man, they continue to show some fight, and then Javier has been a little bit of a revelation.
Look, and I don't know. I feel like this is the third year now where it's been really, really dicey at the end,
Yes.
where it's come down to the wire. And I like any kind of feeling of like, well, this is not the way we conduct ourselves. That's gone. Last year, I thought we had seen the limits and the boundaries of how much injuries can hurt your baseball team, and I was willing to accept that because I knew it just couldn't possibly happen in 2025. But then, as you're going through it this year, at the very least, I was prepared for it because I went through it last year.
Yeah.
The nuggets or the morsels of okay, can this team that's been in stark contrast to the golden era. They've been one of the worst teams in terms of judgment at the plate. They're how often they chase everything. It's just been so abysmal that's the one thing that I still feel like the DNA of those individual players out there, including Christian Walker. Now, obviously, Carlos Correa, Jeremy Pena, the way he sat on that slider from DeGrom right off the bat last night. It just it's in them. It's just a matter of just these few little injury quirks that could really put them over the top. And I'm not that's where you are. Like, you have to hope for that. It's not any different. It's not like you're reaching or for some pie in the sky thing or something. Like Paredes, it's possible he comes back. I don't know. Jordan, I feel like it's almost just a good test or a barometer for how you feel in general about whether you think there's a chance in hell Jordan comes back and plays. Because I talked to some people that are just convinced 100% that he's done forever. Am I in denial that I'm still holding out hope? The fact that they haven't put him on the IL means that there realistically actually is a chance that it's not that big a deal with his ankle?
I don't think that's denial. I think I'm maybe doing an overcorrection for me. Like, I can't.
You just can't do it with Jordan anymore.
No, I can't. I can't do it because we've been doing it since the beginning. I know he came back. But I've got, and we saw how his ankle turned. Like, I cannot commit my mind and my heart to the idea that Jordan's going to be out there. I got to just pretend like he's not going to be there.
Okay, so if it's a high ankle sprain, they said a severe ankle sprain. They didn't say a high ankle sprain. A high ankle sprain's it's tough. Like, it's a couple weeks at least usually with a high ankle sprain. The thing about ankle injuries is we see this all the time in basketball. It looks like a guy, wow, his foot is completely to the side, and it looks like his ankle's almost on the floor. There's no way he's going to come back from that. And it turns out it's just a turned ankle. Ankles are weird, man.
Yeah.
Like, the way it looks when the injury happens sometimes has zero correlation to how severe the ankle injury is. So if it was a high ankle sprain, they would have put him on the IL. It would be stupid not to, because there's no way he's coming back in less than 10 days and being effective. So whatever the ankle injury is, and I know he said severe.
Yeah.
Why is he not on the IL?
But with all due respect, ankles are weird, but so is freaking Jordan, man.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, like before we knew he had a broken hand, his hands just hurt for 3 years.
I think,
What the hell's that about?
So let's say it is a high ankle sprain or something. I think that maybe they're just thinking of the scenario of, look, is a pinch hitter, if he comes in the ninth inning he's got his ankle all taped up and we need a home run or nothing else, then that's when you get him out there, get him to hobble to first if it's not a home run, and then that's all there is to it. You get a runner on base. But like the Jordan, compared to anybody else they can have on the expanded roster, Jordan has the best chance of anybody on this team, healthy or injured, to actually hit a home run in the ninth inning when you really need him to.
Yeah, and you're going to need that when it comes down to, I mean, we've seen it, obviously, the World Series run, the most recent one that they went on, Jordan was a big part of that. Obviously, Jeremy Pena's coming out party. But, no, man, like yesterday or last night is that's what I can glean to or glean on. Like, it's like, okay, can they replicate this? I can cling to this, the solid at bats, the stringing it all together, the solid pitching performance, the idea that I'm going to get Jordan back and he's going to be like, at what point, honestly, has Jordan really looked like Jordan? Like the Jordan,
because like his numbers have been really good, but the power wasn't there.
Not quite
initially, especially.
Now, I'd prefer that. This sounds crazy because I'd rather have him in the lineup than not. I don't want to sound ridiculous. But it's just I can't with Jordan. I
hadn't thought about this weird this head-to-head that the Astros are going to have with the Mariners, where they're playing the Rockies and the Astros are playing the A's. And usually you would say at the beginning of the season you would have said like, that'll be nail-biting. And yet now the Astros are what they are, and then the A's have actually been a good team since the All-Star break.
Yeah,
that's a part. Like, how come we couldn't? What the hell, schedule makers? You gave us the A's instead of the Rockies at the end of the season, but the Mariners have an easier challenge than the Astros do because the A's are all of a sudden actually a team that should be taken seriously.
How about the fact that they're the Mariners? Like, they themselves are the Mariners, which outside of that season a couple of years ago where obviously the Astros take care of business on their way to their own World Series, the Mariners hadn't been to the postseason maybe I think like once the entire century. Like they were the longest. They had the longest drought of any North American pro sports team of going to their respective postseason. Mm-hmm. So like they ain't been good. Go in there and handle business against the doggone Seattle Mariners.
Yeah,
man.
You're not playing the logo though, man.
Make it happen. One from Joe Espada on how, because he's not the old Astros, but how experience can help them over the last few years and being dialed in for this moment.
Yeah, and confidence and how calm and poised they stay. There's a level of like no panic in them. You can't teach that. You develop that with experience and having big moments throughout their careers. They believe in one another. They could lean on one another. And some of the young players who come up, they see that and they follow their footsteps. And it's just based on experiences and toughness and the grit of these guys.
Yeah, experience, tough, and actually having decent at-bats and showing some kind of life on offense.
I'm guilty of this, though, too, because I wonder if also, we talk about, okay, we've gotten kind of comfortable with playing it down to the wire in these last few postseasons, but also I caught myself this morning when I was talking about the Astros' experience in the playoffs and how they're just different, and they tend to overperform based on what they were in the regular season. Going back to the ALCS 2 years ago, that wasn't a team that looked like they should be in the ALCS. And yet now the return of Correa helps. But, yeah, that clutch playoff DNA and experience especially just isn't nearly what it was 3 or 4 years ago.
What are D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud seeing from the Jags going into this game over the weekend? We'll talk about that. We'll visit with the guys from In the Loop. That's next here on Sports Radio 610.
I don't care if you're watching your favorite baseball team play.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Riding along for the last final segment here on Payne and Pendergast, having a good time here, trying to get a feel for this Jags game, man. I know I'm just in with you today, so we get a chance to look ahead to Texans Jaguars. Feels a little bit like 2 years ago when the Texans were 0-2, going into Jacksonville, going into week 3, going to Jacksonville, and they finally figured some things out. Now, there were some anomalous I would say some anomalies and odd things that stood out about that game. You get a kick return from a fullback. Doesn't normally happen, but fun game nonetheless. I thought it was a bit of a coming out party for C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell. But we're in a different space now. The Texans are different. Jacksonville is different. They've got a different coach.
Yeah.
And I'll put it to you this way. Jacksonville, I don't think that they're playing great, Seth, but they're playing just well enough, and the Texans got just enough amount of questions to where I'm nervous, man.
Yeah.
I'm nervous about it. I do the hubris thing or the arrogant Texans fan thing. You know how we like to go back and forth with Jag. I know you've been a part of both organizations. I like to go back and forth with them, man. I like to kind of minimize them. I don't feel like I want to do that this weekend.
You don't want to do it. I think that there's two things, and I should have brought this up earlier. The Texans have the number 1 rushing offense in the league right now. They've done some really good things to where they look like a better offense.
The Jaguars.
Yeah, what did I say?
The Texans.
Oh, God, no.
But
yeah,
that would be nice. That would be nice.
So
if
as
it
far
was
as
true.
the Jaguars, they've also faced the Panthers and the Bengals. So those are we'll see how the new defensive coordinator does in Cincinnati and what have you, but not a couple of great defenses based on last year. So I'm trying to take all of that with a grain of salt. But right now the Texans' run defense hasn't been as good as they were last year either. So I'm looking at a Jaguars team that at the very least seems to have figured some things out on offense, but that 2-0 isn't as necessarily shy. And they did it against the Bengals, who were playing their backup quarterback in Browning.
Yeah.
Browning does seem to do as well as Burrow when he comes in.
Yeah, no, he's a good backup.
Yeah. Browning has been the opposite of when Peyton Manning got injured, and everybody said, well, you see, that's why he's the MVP.
Yeah.
I don't know. Burrow gets injured, and Browning just seems to, they still get results. So, I like a lot. Some 2-0s are illusions. Some 0-2s are illusions. The Texans have earned their 0-2.
I think so.
But it's not. They're not in the same category of a lot of the other 0-2 teams. Like they've had a couple of competitive games against good teams down to the wire that very much could have been one play here, one play there, whatever. But the Jaguars, I think, are an improved team.
Yeah.
And the question is, can the Texans' run defense get it together versus a Jaguars' run defense or rushing offense? It's been good, but they've been doing it against a lower level of competition. And can they turn Trevor Lawrence into a turnover machine, which he was last week? Like Trevor Lawrence, but otherwise did a lot of things and could have won them the game if Brian Thomas Jr. hadn't gotten scared and batted the ball away from him at the end of the game.
Yeah, but still, Jaguars running the football well. They've got decent weapons again when they're not scared to catch the ball and do things with it.
That's a big thing. People are distraught in Jacksonville right now. Brian Thomas Jr., for those of you who haven't seen, multiple instances in that game last week looked like he was gator arming footballs.
Yeah.
And Liam Cohen's asking him to do a lot more stuff over the middle, subject himself to more physical harm, and it looks like, I don't know, he's got the yips a little bit.
And that would be a tough place to be for a Jags fan because he's a talented dude, super talented dude. But if he's scared to catch the ball or go across the middle or do what he's being asked to do,
you know what people hate? Tough. People hate the word the yips because you feel like it almost once somebody starts to have the yips, and then if they acknowledge that they've got the yips, then it becomes a real psychological obstacle.
Yeah, you don't start yipping.
So if you guys want to just go start throwing yips, the Jaguars way on social media, because they'll get angry and then they're gonna start using the word yips, and then it becomes a thing.
Let's speak this yips into fruition. Let's speak it into existence, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Speak the yips into existence. Brian Thomas got the yips.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence even. Let's just throw some yips on him.
Can Trevor Lawrence get the yips versus a team that did? There was maybe you remember a little bit. The last time Trevor Lawrence played football in 2024 was in Azeez Al-Shire ended the season for him. Well, I mean, it was his shoulder was I think they were going to put him on IR at the end of that game anyway. So he did sustain a concussion, but it was, let's be honest, it was the shoulder injury that put him on IR.
Concussed or not, Derek Stingley likes to pick him off.
Yeah,
Derek Stingley likes to pick off Trevor Lawrence. It's kind of a thing. So hopefully we see that. What is DeMeco seeing from DeMeco Ryans, that is Texans head coach? What is he seeing from this Jacksonville Jaguars team in their first year under Liam Cohen?
Yeah, from the Jags, I see really an explosive offense. They got playmakers, starting with the running back. To me, ETN is a really good player. Tough tackle, right? So we got to do a great job of tackling again this week. Another great back. And the receivers, I think Brian Tomlin's one of the best young receivers in the league. Really like his skill set, really explosive player, plays really, really great hands, can attack you in the deep part of the field as well. Then they got Travis Hunter, throw him in the mix, another playmaker they try to feed the ball to a little bit more, watching the Cincinnati game. And then Trevor's done a really good job. I think Liam has done a really nice job working with Trevor. You can see some improvements from him. Like, if the first guy is open, he's ripping it in there, and he rips it. He's playing decisive, playing on time, and is still having that athletic ability to move out of the pocket, extend plays is really what makes him lethal. So they're doing a really nice job. Offensive line, have to definitely give them credit. They're doing a really nice job of protecting. They only have given up 1 sack this year, so really nice job protecting the quarterback and protecting the football. And defensively, a lot of different looks. They mix it up a lot. We're going to be challenged with what they do, especially on passing situations, second and third down. They mix up a lot of looks. A lot of guys at the line of scrimmage, dropping in and out of coverage looks, pressure looks. So we have our hands full there when it comes to picking those things up and being decisive where they are. But they do a really nice job of attacking the football, playing fast and physical. Really like the way the defense is playing.
I just want to point out, Seth, that it did stand out to me that he chuckled when he mentioned that Travis Etienne is tough to tackle, because I imagine that he's thinking about his poor tackling defense.
He's got stuff to tackle.
It's like, here we go again with another dude that's slippery.
I don't know if he's Bucky Irving good or not. Is he harder to tackle than Baker Mayfield? I don't know. Nobody knows. Yeah.
My goodness.
So this is the third week in a row we've talked. D'Amico's talked about how a defense is really good at disguising their coverages and blitzes and everything like that. And that's been an issue the last couple of weeks. Is how does the offensive line or CJ in setting the protection? How do you sort out the disguises? How do you sort out the blitzes? All of that. Like, this is that's something they just got to get better at. And that comes in practice. That comes in film sessions and everything. They've got enough veteran offensive linemen that I saw improvements in it in the second week, but they've got to get that much better. I think individually, Laken Tomlinson is probably my biggest concern right now. Is he just had some rough snaps. He had some rough snaps in pass protection in that game.
I don't know how we made it this far in the show without mentioning them, and it's not to pile on, but it's like, I want to say I might even said this in the press box when we were there. It's like, it feels like the left guard position for the Texans is just where people go to die. Figuratively speaking, of course. But my goodness, it feel cursed. Like,
you go back to Xavier Su'a-Filo.
Man, it don't matter who's playing. Xavier Su'a-Filo all the way up to Kenyon Green and Laken Tomlinson. Now it's like it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. It's cursed. I don't get why, for the life of me, can't nobody play left guard for the Texans.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. But we'll welcome in the guys from In the Loop here. And I should mention that Crosstalk is presented by D&M Auto Leasing. How y'all feeling about this game, man? I'm very curious on how y'all feel based off of how these last couple of games have gone. Hasn't felt as close as the scoreboard indicated. And now you're going up against a team that run the ball pretty well. Looks like they're an improved football team. I'm nervous. I don't know about y'all. I'm nervous.
I mean, you have every right to be nervous just because the Texans haven't shown themselves to be at a level of what they're supposed to be, even at this early stage, even with the questions that we had coming in. I think offensively there's a learning curve. They're behind the learning curve. I mean, the offensive coordinator is doing things that it feels like high school coaches would have under wraps. I do want to go backwards, though, because I'm sorry, this is stuck in my head. You were cursed at left guard. You kind of brought some of the curse in here because Laken Tomlinson wasn't good last year. with the Seahawks.
Right, yeah, he
at
was,
left guard.
I understand.
He was he allowed a lot of sacks, but I felt like he was. You're right. He wasn't good. Yeah, that it was. You're right. You're right.
And I was like, I want to believe. I want to believe that five fingers in the glove.
I'm being confronted with my own BS here. Yeah.
Look, it's not even so. You're right, but I mean that was the criticism of how they attacked this whole offensive line to begin with. Like if you just go from guard to guard, the interior, they go get Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, who most people had never heard of,
because he hadn't played football for real.
And as you're right, as you guys have pointed out, has not played a ton of football. And then Ed Ingram, a guy that got benched last year in his
I have to be nicer to Ed Ingram.
Oh, he's the best of them all. The guy that got benched.
You know what? I fell victim to it. Well, at least partly in theory, what I was saying all offseason was you can be an average offensive line at least without having guys like a bunch of studs as long as you're coached well. I think Ariante Ursary is going to make steady progress here over the next few weeks and has already, but. I mean, there's a little bit on the offensive line where it feels like, okay, being a swell fella can only take you so long, so far. Like that, especially if you're preaching being badasses that are physical and everything, bringing in guys who are past their prime, sometimes it looks on paper like that way for a reason. The way it looks on paper isn't always wrong. Yeah. A lot of times it's exactly what you get.
They show you who they are. By the way, I just pulled a Seth. I went back and looked at every left guard since Wade Smith.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
It ain't. Well, I'll let you guys decide. Ben Jones.
Is that a good Seth or a bad Seth?
We love you for
it. You know how you always search things as we're talking about it? That's what I just did. So Ben Jones, I'll take Ben Jones.
I'll take Ben Jones.
I'll take Ben. But after that, Xavier Su'a-Filo, Max Sharping. Titus Howard for a cup of coffee.
No, I remember them all. After Max Sharping, I remember them all. This list.
Senio Kelemete.
Oh, yeah. I remember him. I had the Calamete song.
Yes.
And I sang it angrily every Monday. Yeah.
How does that sound, sang angrily?
What's that?
How does that sound, sang angrily?
Well, it would devolve. It would just start over like, Calamete, you injured my quarterback like a machete. Calamete, I hate you so much. Yeah.
So, you're right. It hadn't been great. It's been cursed.
And Ben Jones played guard like 1 year.
1 year.
He was center, right?
Yeah.
That's a good memory right there. I remember him playing more than one until I looked at it. Yeah.
Is it just 1 year?
It was just 1 year.
Well, there were probably games within.
He did a lot of center.
There were probably like stretches of games where he played left guard.
Damn it! If the Texans don't have a pattern, playing guys out of position, getting dudes who are not going to live up to the mantra here.
Yes.
On your Laken Tomlinson thing,
and I like him so much.
Well, here's how I was trying to rationalize your exact point that you made about him not being good in Seattle. I was like, well, he's been good before.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about like 4 or 5 years ago when he was good, you know? And that was my thought. It's like, well, maybe they can tap into something that hasn't been tapped into.
He was good back when Michael Vick was the one wearing a Michael Vick jersey instead of Kyler Murray. Yeah.
And by the way, the question of the day today, sometimes we come up with the question of the day, and I'm like, "Oh, Seth's going to have a good one for this."
Yeah,
so I got to mention it.
Oh yeah, I want to know what is
based
the
on
of the day?
Todd Bowles and duping the Texans.
Yeah,
right. Allegedly, reportedly, seemingly. When have you been duped?
I had a business partner once.
Oh, I knew it.
That it was like I was in a better situation than he was. By a pretty hefty margin. But he had owned 10% of this thing we were doing. And because he was the guy that was running the business and everything. And he told me, hey, like, Seth, can you help me out a little bit? Like, I got, my kids, I got to buy books for my kids' school and everything and all this stuff starting out. And he was behind on his mortgage payments. And I'm like, yeah, I can help you out. I was like, we figured out a plan to.
Yeah.
So I gave him like a good chunk of money, and like it was more than $10,000.
Ouch!
And I shouldn't have led with the school.
All those for the books.
I shouldn't have led with the school books. Yeah.
But I was like, he got you where he knew he could get you. He's like, Seth cares about books.
And I was in it like we weren't in the same city or anything. But the next time I came to visit him, and he didn't realize I was coming.
Oh no!
To the restaurant, he pulls up in his brand new, well, not new, but perfectly restored and new to him Plymouth Barracuda.
Oh, wow.
That he didn't have the last time I knew him. The last time I was in town.
I wonder what the down payment
before
was.
He was having all these money troubles. Yeah, I flipped the hell out. I've never compiled a stack of papers enough to like get a guy ready to just sue and divorce from the bin, kick out of the business fast enough. Yeah.
Did he
I made his life hell.
Did he try and like give you a story? Because I want to hear what his story was.
Oh no,
on the Barracuda.
He was stuck. He was like stammering and everything, and like so I had it was. I knew there was something.
Nah, that's my cousin's car. I need you to understand.
Sometime between, I didn't know about the car, but I knew something was up because a couple of people had given me reports on the way he was operating things. So I had already stacked up like he was giving away some free things to people and everything. So I already had a portfolio of stuff for reasons I was going to get rid of them. Mm-hmm. And I was kind of ready. I wasn't quite sure because I wanted to hear him out.
He rolls up in a Barracuda.
He was coming to the store, and I was gonna confront him with this stuff. And he rolls up in this new car, and I'm like, "Well, that's the confrontation I needed." Yeah,
we've all been duped,
dude. That's so much worse than me getting like the filter being wrong and she not being as cute as I thought she was in her picture. Like that
is it though?
Yeah, yeah, because I did want to go home.
I know you did,
man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like,
that's on her though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's was it egregious?
Yeah, I got there and I was like, never mind.
Did you? Yeah. Did you say like, oh, you know what?
Your personality ain't that good.
Yeah, I tried to be kind about it. And what was really rough? She brought a friend who I'd never seen before. Beautiful.
Oh gosh.
How heavily doctored was the photo?
It had to have been pretty. I mean, you could tell it was her.
Yeah,
but you couldn't tell.
Looking back on it, should you have been able to tell that it was so heavily filtered?
Probably. But I mean, we're talking before. Before
the filters got so good.
We're talking like the 05-ish.
So
all the filters looked insane.
For it. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is before catfishing was actually a term, and I felt catfished.
I said this yesterday. It's weird because it's almost like a generation gap thing, but it's not it's not age based. It's that I got married before dating apps were a thing.
Yeah.
So I have zero experience whatsoever with dating apps.
Same.
And there's this whole world where I feel like it could be a 25-year-old, could be a 55-year-old. Like I think they view the world differently than I do because they've like experienced the harsh reality of dating apps and everything it does for people.
Yeah.
I feel bad for you, Reginald.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not on dating apps either. I can't
you're not?
do it.
Okay.
But it's also because
you still have to deal with the aftermath of dating apps and the way people operate psychologically.
No, 100%. I'm just too lazy, honestly. It's like you open it up, questionnaire, not filling that out.
What's the percentage of people do you think that are on dating apps, just from your personal experience?
Oh, it's a lot of them. I'd probably go like 70%.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, and it's so easy to get on and get off.
The only time I was ever on a dating app was when we found out that somebody was using my photo for their profile.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, that's an honor.
Now, and this is a crazy thing. I can't remember which app it was because one of the women, one of the women that used to work at CSN Houston told me. She's like, Seth, did you see this? And I'm like, my thought is like that looks totally like I'm some dirtbag who's using a fake name on a dating app, but still somehow using my same
like
face
it's actually,
yeah. It's the second thought was I'm kind of flattered that some guy out there is using my face.
Exactly.
Not so fast, my friend.
Yeah.
How successful was he was the question.
The only thing was, for me to make a complaint to the dating app, I had to I could not get in touch with anybody without actually creating a profile.
You were duped.
Like I was going to have to create a profile to actually talk to customer service, which I wasn't going to do.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to be in this world where all of a sudden I'm a married guy with a dating app. So I had Kristen Dunn. It was what it was.
Oh.
I had Kristen Dunn basically go to customer service and alert them to all that.
Good.
Well, see, now I'm amped for this segment. So
I'll get details when we get there at 10:40, but I literally got sucked into a pyramid scheme.
Hey, I'm hearing it.
100%.
Oh, you know what the worst? I feel bad for you, but you know what the worst thing is trying to convince somebody that they're getting duped into a pyramid scheme.
Because everybody thinks they're too smart to get there.
Yeah. Because usually a part of it will be like, listen, you're not allowed to listen. If you say anything about this to anybody, they're gonna pull me out of it.
Yeah,
and I'm like, yeah.
My only
one
excuse.
Of the things.
I was 23, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're good.
23.
You're right.
That's the problem with football players.
Yeah.
Is that a lot of them are 23.
Yes.
And I was in the locker room with the Texans. I had to tell these guys. I pulled up a page. I pulled up a page on the FBI website.
Yeah.
Showing them guys,
don't do this.
Like that paper you're showing me. Do you see? They have a copy of that paper. And they're like, no, they explained to me about that. That's all, like, that's the government trying to keep.
Of course they explained it. They explained the scheme
I
to
got
you.
so free. I went to, like, the team security director. And was like, dude, you gotta. And these guys on the team got pissed at me because they thought, for years afterwards, they thought I had ruined, like, their chance
to get some more,
to make 1,000% on their money with no risk. Yeah. I'm so frustrated.
Yeah, well,
great question of the day.
Like I said, I knew. I typed it in and I said, "Oh, this is got Seth written all over."
No, one of the guys was like, he was like a journeyman type guy. He'd been in the league for 5 years, so he had some cash saved up, but he just wanted to, like, this was going to be his one big thing where he was going to put him over the top. I'm like, God, no,
please don't, please don't.
He did it.
He did do it.
Yes.
Oh no.
I think you have the right to go. I told you so. Whenever you want to.
I
still
awful.
feel bad. I still feel bad.
I feel bad, but at least hopefully this is.
No, I mean,
hopefully this is one of those where don't touch the stove. But I want to find out. Okay, touch the stove so that now you know. Never touch the stove again.
Yeah. So 10:40.
Yes, sir.
Appointment.
Listen up to Lopez's idiocy.
Appointment listening if you're on the radio or the app, and appointment viewing if you want to check us out on YouTube and on Twitch. But for now, you're listening to KIOT AM, KIOT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Hey, real quick, Lopez. Did it involve calling cards?
No.
Phone cards?
It was gold coins.
Commemorative?
I had a cousin try to get me on that.
It wasn't me.
And look, and he wasn't 20. Somebody had gotten him. Let me just say he wasn't 20. This is my mother's cousin, okay?
Oh, God.
So he's 60
He had responsibilities.
He's 60-something years old trying to get me in the Ponzi scheme. I'm like, yo, man. If I know better than this, how are you at this big age getting caught up by this silly-ass scheme? It was crazy. But with that being said, you are listening to KIOT AM, KIOT FM, HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, it's in the loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I mean, the crosstalk never.
I already know this is going to be a good day.
It never fails.
This is going to be a good day.
Always appreciation to DNM Autoleasing for giving us that opportunity.
Do you guys understand the flashback I'm having here?
Yes. I feel bad, actually, that we've done this to you.
You guys had a question of the day, like, when are you convinced you're right and everybody else is wrong? That was me in that situation where guys were furious with me that I was trying to protect them because they thought I was sabotaging their chance for these incredible riches. And it was like, I was so unpopular. And I was just, but I'm trying to help them.
They're just like, Seth's a hater.
Hey, Seth should have come up with his own scheme.
Seth needs to go on a long walk. Clear your head.
Once he knew all of these marks existed, you did the right thing by not coming up with your own scheme together.
I think that would have been great. Come up with the scheme, get them for the money, but just hold it for him so you can give it back to him on the back end. You know what I mean? Like, I scammed you, but also now you know that's how easy it is to get scammed.
And that is how you become your brother's keeper right there.
And then you just take a small 2% fee for the cost of keeping their money safe. Yeah, exactly. There you go. All right, let's get going here on this Thursday. It's going to be a fun one, I promise. If the question of the day is any indication. Also, 11:20, we talk to ND Kalu, as we often do. Plus, maybe the thing that I'm most excited for in this show, with all of the feelings, and that's what I will use, feelings that we have towards this Texans offense, I want to hear from the man at the helm of it. Nick Haley is talking to the media at 1:30, so right about then, we'll hear what he has to say for himself.
That's appointment listening.
I need to hear it, big dog. I need to hear what you're talking about. But for right now, let us celebrate another silver boot for the Houston Astros, baby. Let's for the Houston Astros. Another victory for your Astros.
He led
at
with
Dyke
the
Park.
silver boot.
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I?
Would you like me to alphabetize the list?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm starting with winners around here, man.
I mean, we in a tight race. Yeah. That silver boot might not matter.
Yeah, silver boot.
Well, I mean,
although they did put that silver
you about
boot
to
in
get
the ass.
you close to getting the silver boot if you don't pick up these games.
Well, in addition to winning the silver boot, because of that, and because shout out to the person who the manual operators, the outfield scoreboard, giving us the update at Dyke Park yesterday. The Mariners also lost, so the Astros back up in the AL West by a half game. Like, all those things happened last night. What was the most important thing, or what do you think was the most important thing that happened last night for the Astros? 713-572-4610, because I think that there's actually a number of things.
I think I have an answer. I have an answer. You guys were boots on the ground attending the game, so I'm very curious your thoughts, you and Figgy, and I know T-Mill was there as well.
We almost touched the grass. We was close.
That was close, huh? I saw your pictures. That was badass. For me, one on the field last night, one mentioned. The one on the field, I feel like Jose Altuve Starting to feel it a little bit.
Interesting.
Again.
Okay, that wasn't even one of the ones I was thinking
Starting
about.
to feel it again. Back in the groove a little bit. This series, he owns the Rangers. The most home runs, most RBIs, highest batting average against the Rangers in his career of all the teams in MLB.
Yeah, shout out to the Arlington Rangers for giving you a jump start on Jose Altuve, something that's really, really important.
You know which team he has his third best numbers of all the teams in the major leagues?
Could it possibly be a team that you will see this weekend?
It is the Seattle Mariners. So that to me was like, all right, Jose, we've been up and down with this thing, all season long. Maybe Rangers kickstarts him. He's got the Mariners. He loves seeing their uniforms. He loves the big moments. That's one. And then the other one for me was, we're dumb. We're so dumb.
I've often said that.
I really think Paredes is going to play. I really do.
Oh, yeah, drink the Kool-Aid, baby.
I really do. I think that because even the way they lie and everything else, when it comes to injuries and such, I mean, he flat out said, we expect them this weekend. We expect them this week. That's even for them. That's pretty bold if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, I think that you're right. Like, I think that would be huge. Pursuant to what you were talking about, and we'll talk about all the things that were happening there because it was really fun, especially being in the building for this one. I thought that, look, this was the biggest challenge of this particular series. And admittedly, this is not a great offensive team in the Rangers. They've dealt with a lot of injuries. Ain't nobody trying to hear that, obviously, on this side of the state. But when you get up there and Jacob deGrom is on the mound, admittedly slowing down, but Jacob deGrom he's still handling his business. I thought the way that you started up was very important. Mm-hmm. And Joe Espada did too. We'll hear from him in just a minute. But just yesterday, one of the things I was talking about that I was it sounded like hopium, and honestly it was hopium, but it's like, your 1, 2, 3 batters all made impacts in that 6-5 victory that you had yesterday. And again, they did that, but not just in the game at some point, right out the gate. This is Joe Espada talking about the approach that they took to Jacob deGrom.
It was very important. I thought, he started the first pitch of the game with a slider. It's the same way he started Pena in Arlington. And I remember Jeremy swung on that first pitch. Jeremy took it. And then from there on, we just built our approach. And we're going to make him, kind of close to us. We got to see him up. We have to really make this guy throw the ball over the plate. He's one of the best pitchers in the game. So I'm proud of our effort and how we went about our business.
They had him throw, damn near 30 pitches in the first inning. They got after a pitcher early. They established the tone to try and give their offense an opportunity to get some runs on the board, and that's what they did. 2 runs out the gate, and that gives the starter, whoever it is, a little bit of leeway. Christian Javier gave up 2 runs in the second, right after that, top of the second. But it did not matter as much because it wasn't 2-0 at that point. It was 2-2. You still had a game that you can go and play in, and I think that being aggressive, but not just aggressive, but like
selective on the pitches.
Being selective and getting yourself out to a good start matters so much for this particular Astros team, and it feels like Jeremy Pena won. Carlos Correa, 2, and as you mentioned, Jose Altuve, 3, at least as that was stacked today, or yesterday, rather. That was very important in getting that going. All of those guys, they collectively had 5 runs, or the 5 runs that you had. It came out of those guys. I think that's a huge portion of what you were able to do in this series, and that should bode well, I think, going into a Mariners series this weekend.
Absolutely, and then the other thing that they showed is a very traditional Astros type thing. You mentioned they came back and tied it. What the Astros do 2 innings later? 2 more runs. Then they added on late. So it was. Look, we all know we're sort of walking on eggshells with this squad, but I think it was about as promising as you could get going into the biggest series of the season. Flat out, period, no argument. The biggest series of the season.
I'm interested that we both came with that same answer or that similar answer because there is something to be said about, hey, Christian Javier giving you 6 innings of pretty good pitching. Because the coming along it's something that you had to have from him. But I was at least, I don't know about you, in the place where I was no longer depending on the idea that Christian Javier would be solid. But you needed that for this win, which obviously wins you the silver boot, but that gives you the tiebreak, which it feels like this win also pushed the Rangers out of your vantage point. But who knows with the remaining 9 games and how this goes.
They're 5 games back now.
Right? They are further back, but you get that tiebreak, and I think that this helps you if you end up in like a 3-way for some reason, right? But look, getting this win was important, and you needed Christian Javier to go 6 innings because your bullpen is so shallow.
Yeah.
man, that was huge to have Christian Javier look like he could handle a regular quality start on the mound.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday. I don't know what to expect from Christian Javier right now. It's been sort of up and down as well. But to get it there with the bullpen was completely gassed. I mean, 3 of their guys they lean heavily into, were just not going to pitch yesterday. So that made it even more so.
And is this too much? Am I glazing, as the youths would say, if I mention Joe Espada? Like, being in the building, and Figgy, you tell me if I'm wrong here, it felt even more important that he have the perfect finger on the trigger of when to go to various guys in the pen. And because there was just no guys that you felt really great about. As we mentioned, most of your bullpen guys that you trust had thrown at least 12 pitches in the last 3 days.
2 days in a row sometimes.
Right? Some of these guys 2 days in a row. Some of these guys pitched last night. And so you looked up and it was like, all right, you got Okert, you got King, you got you have Kimbrel, who I didn't even, when he came out, I was like, wait, what? Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Kimbrel goes in that first inning, gets you pitches, gets 3 outs and 11 pitches, and I was like, does he come back out? Maybe you don't want him to sit down and come back up. Okert comes out, and he ends up with guys on base, right? And you're looking at Adolis Garcia in the on-deck circle. Yeah. And at that point, he turns to Brian King, a man who has had some work in the last few days, but goes, I'm going to go to you for the 4-out save. And that's exactly the man that needed to be on the mound in that moment. So I did feel good about Joe Espada having his finger on the pulse with the pen right at this moment.
I don't know how much it was finger on the pulse as much as an organizational decision going into the game. Like, we're going to ride you, Christian Javier. We're going to ride that arm as long as we can.
Sure.
Don't let us down. I think going into the game, they knew who was not available. So, like, anything short of a 9-run inning or something, they were going to just stay with him,
Yeah, and I mean, of course, I got to circle back around to shout out to the Kansas City Royals for doing something, helping out.
Breaking that 10-game streak.
The 3 games that you have this weekend, obviously we'll talk more about them tomorrow, they're going to be important on their own right. Like, if you lose or if you get swept in that series, this half-game lead doesn't matter. But it does, because situating yourself as a half game ahead as opposed to a half game behind or a full game, a game and a half behind is what could have been the case last night. It gives you just a little bit of margin for error. And I feel like that is a phrase that I've used a lot in various different Houston sports contexts over the last month or so. And anything that you can do to widen your margin for these Astros, obviously for these Texans. We'll talk about the Rockets here sooner and sooner than I realized. But widening that margin for error is huge, and I think that you did that last night, also with the help of the Royals. So, man, I'm super excited. Somebody said I want a 3-way for some reason. I hope that you're talking about a tie. Actually, I don't help you. Don't want no 3-way. Go win the AL West, please.
Yes.
But yeah,
you want a 3-way for it, man.
Also, actually, it's too early for that. All right, You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Look, I'm being responsible. At least I'm trying to. Coming up next, let's get to talking about these Texans. I want to go back one more time. I know we're supposed to be kind of turning the page, getting ready for this Jags game. However, were the Texans duped, and did we get actual proof of this yesterday? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Thursday. on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Thursday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still reeling a little bit from Monday night when the Texans fell to the Bucs. Sorry to keep mentioning it, but one of the things that happened in the game that kind of caught people's fancy was when Nick Chubb finally breaks through. It feels like a triumphant moment. At least I could speak for us in the press box. At that moment, it was like, wow, finally you break through. Finally you have because especially with Nick Chubb, when he runs the football, he is a battering ram of sorts.
Yeah.
You know, you don't breach on the first run. You keep battering, and eventually, boom, we breach, and now you make this happen. It felt like finally you have that happen. And then people look up and they go, nah, they let him score. And we were like, maybe, but also I don't know.
It's funny, the arc of this whole conversation. Like in real time, I didn't even consider it.
No, neither did I.
Like in real time, I'm like, that's the Chubb I've been talking about.
Didn't even consider it. I talk about it all the time.
All right. Okay.
By the way, who call it a Chubb?
I know, that's
not me.
That's an old.
713-572-4610.
I'm going to say, is this 1940?
Yeah. So real time, didn't even consider it. After the game, you hear or see a couple things, and you're like, nah. Then you see a little more, and you're like, well, they did kind of let up a little bit there. So you start to kind of, maybe postulate that they did it.
And then you start Zapruder filming.
Then you watch it a little closer, and by yesterday I was like, "Yep, they did it. They let him score."
I never got that far. I think the thing that I got to was like, man, the front line looks like they're trying here. Like it doesn't feel like guys are just not trying. But once he broke the line, I'm looking at that deep safety, and I'm like, I know you could take a better pursuit angle than that, and I know you got a higher gear than that.
Yeah.
And so it did make me go, all right, maybe. And I think Seth probably put it best. Like maybe the rules were if you can stuff it, stuff the run, and if you can't, then let it go. It seemed like the Tampa media started asking fellas about this.
Right.
And I want to take you through the gamut of responses so that we can put this to bed finally and turn the page entirely on this. This is head coach Todd Bowles of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on this topic.
I don't think it matters. We won the game, so we go from there.
Not gonna tell us?
At all.
That was the best part.
At all.
At all.
I'm not going to tell you at all.
Well, you kind of just did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he? Because is that one of those things where, like, I always think about
or he's taking a bow even though it was an accident?
I think about this with artists, right? Like, when you see an artist or like a writer and they wrote a book and somebody's like, well, were you trying to say that, with this, when you said that the flag was blue, is that trying to say that there's a sadness? And they're just like, sure.
Yeah,
when in all reality, they meant the flag was blue.
But blue sounds good.
You know what I mean? Like, so I do wonder how that is. But let's dig it a little deeper. Maybe Todd was just being bashful. How about Antoine Whitfield Jr., the safety for the Bucs?
It was a great run. I'm just gonna say that.
Come on.
It was a good run by him.
Was it an instant decision by you, or was this something we talked about on the sideline?
Like I said before, it was a great run.
Come on, man. Okay, so we're going to hear from another one here in a second, but those two dudes, Todd Bowles and Antoine Winfield, obviously you heard what they said, and we can interpret it how you want. I know we've all seen the video. They each had that little bleep-eaten grin on their face when they were answering.
You could see their grin?
They were just kind of going, it's a great run. And they're trying.
Oh, you mean on the – I thought you meant on the play. I'm thinking like you watching the all-22, like, is that a smile?
No. They had – like when they were answering, they kind of like, so it was – like I said, the arc went to yesterday. I said, yeah, they did it. After I heard all this, I said, oh, for sure.
And then real quick, on the back end of this is Tyke Smith. He's the strong safety. This was his response to all of it.
Tyke, it's pretty apparent that once Chubb got somewhere on that field, you guys are going to let him score to get the ball back to the offense. How does that work as far as his 25-yard run goes?
I think it was a good run, good play call for always, and then kudos on.
You're just stick with that story.
And one of them said, well, maybe it was him and I missed it, said, we'll leave it at that. When you say we'll leave it at that.
That was Antoine.
Yeah, that was Antoine.
But ultimately, what the thing that this brings up, honestly, whether it's true or not, one, it's very clear that there was a message in the meetings that, hey,
just call it a great run.
We not whether it was called or not, like, hey, we're gonna leave this up to believe, because at the very least, this builds the mythos of Todd Bowles. Now other teams are like, oh, what is he thinking of over there? Like, what's behind the eyes? But I think that this does. We can use a little bit of a mirror and look back at D'Amico Ryans, and I go, in that situation, I do wonder, was there any consideration for what the circumstances were? And I think that for me, I also would take the 7 in that place, because it was 2:22, I think.
It was 2:15,
or something like that. So you have
with 3
timeouts and the 2-minute warning, right? But I still think, I do wonder, we've seen enough from D'Amico Ryans in various ways that I think you can ask questions on how much and how deep he's considering the game outside of just our defense, our offense, which again we still all have like questions about, our special teams. But how much are you considering all the various situational places? Because again, I think with coaching, the point that you ask for is not just getting guys to do the right things, but creating advantages. And little things like this are advantages that can be created from the sidelines that I don't know that D'Amico Ryans is doing nearly as much.
That's exactly where I wound up, and sort of 3 thoughts keep sort of bouncing around in my head, because there is the whole sort of just coolness or just intrigue of the fact that they probably did this. And I'll say probably, even though I think they did. But there's that intrigue there. But underlying to that this is what makes a coach elite. Like there are really good coaches. We know D'Amico Ryans, and I'm not criticizing by any stretch, because this is something that you learn as you go, and Todd Bowles has been in the game for a long time. There are really good coaches. And then there are things that elite coaches do. And I don't know how many times Todd Bowles has been called elite, but this was an elite move if, as I believe, they did this on purpose. And so there's a little bit of a a serious let's talk about this kind of element here, because I was frankly, I'll put it this way, I wish D'Amico was as quick on his feet as Todd Bowles was. Whether it was pre-planned or it was just something they practiced, hey, if he gets into a certain situation, let him go. That to me was impressive, however you cut it with Todd Bowles.
And I don't want to go too far on this because it ultimately worked out for them. They did end up in a situation where they're in 4th and 10, and they needed a godsend type.
But they had the timeouts, they had the 2-minute warning.
They had when it comes to the coaching situation.
See, that's the thing. They had all the time in the world where if the Texans just kind of, I don't know if they was going to milk the clock, but it would have took a lot of time off to score.
And there's been questions about, like, once the Bucs did get into the red zone, right, with the Cade Otton catch, you had timeouts and you took them to the house at the end of this game, right? Like, we've had questions about timeout usage at times. We've had questions about when you decide to play for a field goal. We've had questions of when you decide to just burn the seconds at the end of a half. And all of those things are places, small places where, again, I told you I'd use this phrase a lot, where the margins, I feel like the margins either get thinner or they get wider. And it feels like there aren't very many things that come from the sideline that create the widening of margins.
Glad you said that, because that's the second thought I had. And really, there's a lot to talk about with Nick Caley, and I truly feel bad sometimes that it sounds like I'm bashing him. But the second thought I had, and we're just being honest here, I wish Caley or someone on the offensive staff had told the offense, forget what they were doing, had told the Texans offense, hey, if we get down, in chip shot range, go down. Go down, make them use their timeouts, make them use the 2-minute warning, and burn some clock. Because that's the other side of this. Like, offensively, you have to be smart enough to say, there's only 2:15 left. If we milk this thing, if we get into wide open, don't run in the end zone per se. I know, because you're only down 1 point, and it's chip shot, and it's Fairbairn who's been hot.
Yeah, see, I thought about that too, but I felt like they kind of wanted a statement. I felt like they were trying to score. I felt like they wasn't trying to play for a little chip shot, and I wasn't confident.
You got to win though, man.
I get that, but they couldn't even get in at the 1 yard line. I want to say it was a little earlier in the game. So I'm like, man, I don't know about.
Goal.
Well, the thing about kicking a field goal is then you go up 2 and a field goal downs you, and especially with the new kickoff.
What if there's 10 seconds left?
I don't know that you're getting down to 10 seconds. Well,
you would have if you go down using 2-minute warning.
I think you would have had to try
if they were under a minute or something like that, then I totally get that part. But it was still a lot of time left in the game, and I think they were probably just trying to score. They was trying to. It seemed like they was kind of grooving, So they were trying to score.
No, and I'm with you there. And I think, at that point, you had given up 14 points. I think that there was a level of belief in your defense, even though they'd kind of been, they'd been matriculated down the field upon, I guess, in a way of speaking. But I think if you were trying to get all that time off, you would have had to stop before you got to the 10 to try and give yourself an opportunity to pick up a first down and then do some more, because you're trying to burn their timeouts in addition to running the clock down in that moment. But the thing about it is, if you kick the field goal there, then they only have to get into field goal range to go and beat you. And I do wonder how much a consideration for the amount of plays that the defense had been on the field was from Todd Bowles or maybe DeMeco Ryans, and whether or not that was the case. I think for me, the larger part of this conversation is not necessarily hyper-analyzing that individual, but I think it gives us an opportunity and a touchstone to look at the larger portion of game management, but not just game management, a level deeper of, Are there things that DeMeco Ryans adds into on top of? Because right now we're frustrated with the regular, coaching aspect of it. But we can be honest. DeMeco Ryans has brought this team very far from a coaching aspect. I think if we want to give him the benefit of the doubt, we can there. I think that there is a fair question to ask about what are the additional little add-ons that DeMeco Ryans brings, and I don't know how many of those I see as of right now. I might just need to take more time to examine it. But right now, I'm looking for where are the little advantages that are created by DeMeco Ryans and the coach. As a coach, that would be the case there if we're viewing that from Todd Bowles. I don't know. We'll keep looking at this here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, in honor of Todd Bowles, possibly, seemingly duping the Texans, our question of the day, 713-572-4610. What was the time that you were duped? Let's have a little fun with that next.
Thirsty Thursday is headed to Clint's neck of
perfect, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop. Let's get to our question of the day. What was the time you were duped? 713-572-4610. Lopez is holding strong to the idea that Todd Bowles got the Texans. I don't necessarily lean into that nearly as much, but unfortunately, regardless, we're
you
done
think
there.
they're really out there trying to tackle him, huh?
Yeah. When was the last time you saw Antoine Winfield jog?
Regardless, what was the time that you were duped? 713-572-4610. Let us know.
The thing about that, I know a lot of our listeners have conned, duped, flim-flammed, whatever you want to.
Flim-flammed?
Yeah, flim-flammed.
I never heard that one.
Yeah.
I've heard it before, but that's an old person. Flim-flammed is crazy.
Yes. When was the last time you were flim-flammed? And the reason I know everybody has a story, you guys have a story as well, is because it kind of happens. I think it happens to everyone, and it leaves a mark. Mine, I was 23 years old. I remember exactly. I just moved from College Station, my first real job, made a little bit of money, nothing too much, but more than I had made before. And I went to this, I don't even know how I heard about it. It was in this hotel ballroom, which is that's a giveaway right there. And it was this, invest in this gold coin, whatever. It was a pyramid scheme is what it was, but they called it something else.
I mean, gold is the most consistent thing in
the thing about it is, yes, that was part of the messaging. Like the two dudes that were up there, there were like probably 20, 25 of us in the room. They actually had gold coins, like in this case, and they took them out and they passed them around the room so we could touch them and look them.
Oh, yeah.
Look at them and all this other stuff.
They gave you the great.
I got to the hook, line, and sinker, man. And then like they explained how it all worked.
Yeah, what was the scam? I want to understand what it was.
If you invest, they're buying these gold from Peru, or whatever.
Peruvian gold. I've heard that's the best gold of all.
I did too. That day I did. And they get these shipments, and if you purchase, in the gold, you're investing, and this is another thing that I'm stupid about. If you invest in the gold in whatever consortium or group, you're going to benefit from all the profits, and if you get other people to invest, then your profits go up. I mean, classic pyramid scheme. You don't actually get the gold in your hands like they were passing around, but you're in this group of people that are benefiting from the sales of gold that they make periodically. And I'm like, I'm in.
You got me.
I'm in. And it wasn't even that much. It was a lot for me at the time, but I think it was like, I don't know, probably $600 or $700 I put in.
Was this 1962?
1986.
That was close.
That was the starter fee, right?
Yes. And lo and behold, we all know what happened.
They took you.
They took me.
They took you.
They took me.
I actually went to a meeting like that one time. This was before I moved here, and I was trying to find something, and this dude that I knew, he came to me, and I kind of knew his whole story. Matter of fact, that was the guy I got stopped in Kent with the cop was frisking everybody.
Hey, do you have good life stories with old boy?
No, I know, but no. Look, he pretty much changed his life, and so he walking around with a suit and a nice car, like, hey, you should come to this meeting. And, hey, man, I got in. I thought it was a scam too. Man, got in, and they talking about it's a $500 fee, starting fee.
Yeah.
And then you got to go out and do the work, and then they benefit off of it. And if you get more people to benefit, and then you get to walk around in a $1,000 suit and all that.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro.
Yes, you were smarter than me.
Yeah, but anywho, I kind of got duped. Actually, it was a couple years ago. My hairstylist who twists my hair, she was telling me like, oh, it's a tattoo artist I follow, and she looked like she real good. And I'm looking at the page. I follow the girl and all this other stuff. And I'm like, you know what? These prices looking all right. It was kind of a little tricky, but I figured she was just starting off.
Yeah.
And she was just super talented.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know what? Let me go get something. And I hit her up. We responded and all that stuff. She said, I'll take a $90 deposit.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, cool. It was like a $300 tattoo. So I'm like, all right,
that feels right. Yeah.
I said the same thing. So set up a date. I went over there. I pulled up in the apartment complex. I'm like, wait, what? What in the world? And then so I went to text or message the girl. I'm like, I'm here, but I don't know where you. The page was gone.
Oh, wow.
So she blocked me. She blocked me from my Cash App because I Cash Apped the money.
Yeah.
Blocked me from Cash App. So I'm like, what in the world?
Oh, no.
So I had to go through somebody else's page to see, like, what's going on. It was a scam.
Yeah. And you're not even a tattoo guy.
I'm not. That's the crazy part
You had to
about
get talked into it.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, it's that cheap. I'm like, let me see. And then I got it from somebody else.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I was just scrolling around.
Right.
I'm like, somebody else I trusted told me about this. So my hairstyle, still to this day, she's so upset that she showed me that girl page.
That's tough. Because, if you're the person in the intermediary, you thought you was doing a good thing.
Yeah. So it was somebody I trusted, too.
I bet. Somebody said they sold Kirby vacuums for a month. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing I will say, them joints worked for some reason, man. Those things were great. I don't know how y'all made money off them, but them joints looked fantastic. Somebody said Catfish went to a Mexican restaurant expecting some fine little Latina. Got a polling guard. All right, very good. And someone else mentioned, obviously, everybody has had that smoky moment where you expect Janet Jackson, you get Freddie Jackson.
Yeah.
There you go. I am going to speak for the entire city of Houston when I mention this name, this 4-part name. How about Edward Earl Reed Jr.?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that's a sports jupe. Yes.
No, because
yes.
there's some instances like some people are like, well, I thought this Texans offensive line would be different. I'm like, why'd you think that? I mean, like, I know that we were like, look, hopefully we can get this together, but I think we could be honest about saying we were pretty much like, I feel like you should have handled this better.
Yes.
Earl Reed, I bought. I thought this. I was like, yo, here comes I've heard all of the stories about how Earl Reed and like the winning culture and the ways in which he has, almost this sixth sense around, football and playing Lake Fisher. Although, wait, Shaq Mason was fine up until he hit
the last
he wasn't,
year. Yeah, last year maybe. Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I got to Earl Reed and I was like, oh yeah, no, that one was just all scam. Sue-A-1, I didn't get this one yet though. I didn't get this, but I got close. Almost got me, similarly to the 2A1, with the Vector knife sales. Did you get the Vector sales pitch?
Yeah.
You didn't either? Oh, wow. Cutco Knives is a similar one. Someone bought an Ed Reed jersey. Damn, sorry about that. Man. But yeah, the Cutco Knives, when you're a teenager, you're like, oh, I'm going to go get the job. For me, I was like, let me go to this job interview. Because I was like, this seems let me go to this job interview. I walked in there and there was a whole bunch of people. I was like, oh, no. I know this can't be it.
Well, the thing is, when you get into it, obviously I learned this the hard way, like a hotel ballroom or some meeting room that is not actually a company, walk the other way.
Yeah.
Leave.
I actually had an interview with some company, and still to this day, I have no idea what it is. But I was applying to different jobs back in the day, and it was on LinkedIn. Or I think LinkedIn or Indeed, one of those sites.
Which sucks because you want to believe it.
Yeah, so I'm dressed the part. I'm going in, and this was the whole interview. The lady was like, "You want to make money, right?" I'm like, "Right."
Correct.
Like, you want to be a boss like me, right? I'm like, right. You want to drive around like this, right? I'm like, right. That was pretty much the whole interview, and then she wanted me to quit my job here. And
Whoa!
I was on the street team at the time.
Yeah,
but she was like, "Yeah, we gonna." I'm like, I'm like, all right. And then she told me, "Oh, we gonna call you back for the second round of interviews if you made it." Man, they called me back so quick. I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
I'm like, no. I still to this day don't know what that job was. I don't know if it was a sales job or what. But she came in. You want to be a boss, right?
Right.
You want to make money like me, right?
I like her interview style. Like, because if you say no, what?
Yeah, so I'm sitting there like, right.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Who doesn't?
I want to travel the world too, like you. Yeah. I don't know what that job was.
Can I interest anyone in a timeshare in Galveston, says the 864.
No. I think everybody got with them timeshares.
I got duped by my wife.
You said that you didn't get duped by a timeshare, right? Like,
I took advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I was only like 2 years older, but I was already hardened by the streets, man.
All right, real quick before we go, since we got into the sports realm, what is the biggest sports dupe when it comes to Houston or probably the Texans? Because I imagine that's the one where these pop up.
Calvin Cato.
All right, Kelvin Cato's one you could throw
Scottie
out there.
Pippen.
I feel like we should have seen that one on the Scottie
But nobody
Pippen.
did.
Yeah.
Nobody did. Including me. I still remember going
You were in on the Scottie Pippen
I remember going to
experience?
his introductory press conference thinking, all right.
Here it goes.
All right.
I'm too young to like remember vividly if that was like what the feeling was. So I'll lean on your experience there. Somebody said, does Bill O'Brien and Deshaun Watson count?
Sure.
Ooh, yeah, Deshaun Watson.
I would say Deshaun Watson because especially the image he portrayed.
Dude.
Like he was getting baptized in the lake of Jesus or whatever over in Egypt or whatever, doing all this other stuff, and he
it was
out
all
here
a con though. To be honest, it really was a con.
Yeah, no, it was
we know
because he
better
was
now.
not living like that.
The one that gets me.
Book?
Yeah. Oh goodness.
The one that got me with Deshaun was like the story about him, paying the, Texans
the
cafeteria
employees, and I was just like, oh man,
what a guy!
What a guy! Not quite.
That's a great one because
Not quite.
he really was a con man.
Yeah,
he really was.
He was like faith-based.
I'm sorry, you said con man. Did you mean Jack Easterby?
Well, that too. There's another one. That's another one.
Carmelo Anthony or Russell Westbrook. Ooh.
And the 281 just wrote, he's just a coworker.
I feel the pain. That's all the words that they wrote, and I feel all of the pain there. So bad. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That was fun. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the Texans are 0-2, but how do they stack up amongst all the other 0-2 teams? Let's figure that out and talk about some other things around the NFL next.
Ready? John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Man, there's some schemes that was going around apparently. Mustang Sally said her husband lost $350 on a scam, one of those direct TV scams with the email that looks legit but it's not. Made me worry about you, Lopez. Watch out for them clicks on them emails, brother.
Hey, I don't do that.
Okay. Yeah, you did once.
I did once.
Once you break the seal, now this is something I'm concerned about every single day
I
for you.
did once, that's for sure.
Someone from the 832 said they worked for a brokerage firm on Long Island, paid for licensing and everything, but they could only sell 3 to 4 stocks. 2 months later, they got raided by the feds. 30 guys were arrested.
Dude.
Man,
straight like that.
That's like some real
Leonardo DiCaprio's listening.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought about, right? Or a good pump and dump or something.
Yeah.
And then I appreciate you got a text on the bat phone that was like, "Yep, them Kirby vacuums." And my mom loved to work. There was no way we were gonna get scammed by that because she was like, "Oh no, you can come in and clean." We knew what time it was.
Clean
I
all
felt
you
bad.
want.
I felt bad.
Show me some more how it works.
I know she's not buying this at all.
Yeah.
She's just getting a free cleaning of these floors. Go ahead and shampoo them too. Yeah. I want to see that part as well before I buy. Oh, you know what? We don't feel like doing it this time.
Yeah, you know why I ain't got the money.
Terrible.
That was my mom go-to.
I ain't got the
I ain't got the money.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop. And I'll start here. You're familiar with Cody Mauch? I forget how to say his name.
I think it's Mauch,
Cody Mauch?
right? Yeah,
That's
Cody
right.
Mauch. I think he's a cousin, nephew or great nephew of Karl Mauch.
Is he now?
Yeah,
I guess that makes sense.
The old Oilers center.
That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, he was the only player on that Bucs offensive line that you lost to on Monday that was playing in his original position. He won't be doing that anymore. He suffered a season-ending knee injury in that game.
Mm-hmm.
He joins Kalijah Kancey, who I don't know if you mentioned it. He had a pec injury. He's done for the season.
Yeah.
But I look at this, and I'm trying to remember now, of course, as I'm going to say it, I can't remember. Even from week 1, I felt like there was somebody from the Rams that had a significant injury. And it just feels like after playing the Texans, teams are losing a lot of these guys. Obviously, Tristan Wirfs didn't play in that game for the Bucs, but it's just like, damn, all these guys are being lost, and not necessarily that it would have helped.
Although the
Texans.
Bucs had 3 guys.
You know,
their offensive line were without 3 guys.
Right, it's not like the Texans would have taken full advantage of that, but it's just like, damn, all these guys are getting hurt after they play the Texans. There's been a number of just kind of injuries in general. It's football, as you know. But it's like, damn, a lot of guys getting injured out here. But yeah, that's something that the Bucs are dealing with out there. Pursuant to that, though, they're adding someone from the Bills practice squad. It's Dan Feeney. Who's played a lot. He's had a lot of starting experience in the league.
I think here it is right here, 65 games.
He started 65 games. He's played in 120. Are you really?
No, I am that guy. Yeah.
Are you really that guy with this?
Yeah, no, I am 100% the guy.
Practice squad?
The guy that I hate. You know, anytime any player comes available, hey, how about the Texans? You know, and we're like rolling our eyes sometimes because it's not a fit or he's done or whatever the case may be. When I saw center guard Dan Feeney has been signed by the Bucs, I was that guy. I was like, why not us? Why not the Texans? And to be fair, he is pretty well respected now. He's been on the practice squad, but the Bills have a really good line. You know?
Knowing the level of talent that or the talent level that we felt about this offensive line here in Houston, I get where you're coming from. I just find it hard to believe that that's going to be the piece that makes this offense kind of come together. But I hear what you're saying.
Well,
I mean,
it's not even that. It's just, let's find out.
Right, and I think one thing about this Texas team is we know that they're willing to go and test guys off of offensive or off of practice squads. They did that quite a bit last year. I remember with a number of names that come in off the practice squad. I'm sorry, that's not going to get me excited, but I understand why you bring the question up.
I think they just going to keep making the excuse of these guys just got to get more reps together. It's going to take some time to get it together and all that stuff. I don't know if they right there ready to just get practice squad guys for the offensive line.
I think part of it for me is in part the frustration, but also, what we've talked about. These guys are hard to find during the regular season. Kick the damn tires, man. Doesn't cost you much.
Lopez, is this true? Did you beg that they get Jose Abreu?
No, God, no. That's not true. Who said that?
Text line. But
what?
The Astros were very much duped by Jose.
I say pull the tape. Check the tape.
Please check the tape. That's the last thing I did.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get you started today. Did you see probably the best high school football player in the state of Texas? You see what he had going on recently?
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw the highlights.
Yeah, Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
With the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
He issued an apology.
Mm-hmm.
He had a sorry post, and you might ask, what for? I mean, that's a team that's 2-0 out there as the Cardinals before they face off against the San Francisco 49ers, who may or may not be without their starting quarterback. What's he apologizing for? Well, he apparently posted on Instagram, I think it was Tuesday, Tuesday.
I think it was Tuesday, yeah.
A picture of him wearing a Virginia Tech Michael Vick jersey while posing with one of his Bulldogs.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you understand why people didn't take too kindly to this image.
I think so. I think we do. Just, give it one more look before you post it.
His trouble with dogs. I mean, he loved dogs.
Just give it one more glance before you press post. Because I think even Kyler, I honestly think he probably wasn't even really thinking. Maybe he was. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Is he that type of guy though that would do something like that?
Maybe that's why I'm there. Yeah, I'm like, maybe he was just ignorant. I don't know. A lot of guys love Michael Vick.
Sure.
Yeah.
If he was just wearing a Michael Vick jersey, I'm actually one to defend it. I think we might have talked about it. I think that he's very much Michael Vick is a dude that is probably he might be the prototype on how to handle, a misstep, I guess, if you would like to call it that, because not only did he prostrate himself before the public, he went and became an advocate for that very thing that he had kind of gone awry of. He was like an advocate for the ASPCA and, dog advocacy and stuff. That being said, I don't know that you get out here with the Michael Vick jersey in a picture with your dog knowing the connotation of those things.
I don't either, but I think it's certainly in play. And I'm not trying to defend him because it was a horrible look. Just like I said, just look at it one more time before you hit post, and light bulb might go off that this is not a good idea. It was a horrible idea. I just think it's possible that he was ignorant, insensitive, but not necessarily. Because what is the win here? What is the gain for him? I'm going to wear my Michael Vick jersey with my Bulldog.
That's why I don't know why you end up taking that photo, right? I don't understand why you end up taking that photo.
What is the statement?
Again, I don't really have a good idea.
Yeah, it looked like a Halloween costume, to be honest. Somebody just trying to be funny at a Halloween party.
Yeah. In an insensitive, wrong way.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if we'll know. He didn't really specify. But one thing that seems clear is he loves those dogs and pampers them and all that. So
yeah, he did say that.
Who, Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
Kyler did say that, right? He said they both get treated like kings, his Bulldogs he was referring to. So it's not like in no way, shape, or form am I condoning that. But yes, I saw how it affected people and decided to take it down. So I apologize to anybody whoever I affected with that.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess, but that would make me question some things like, hey man, why are we not making that decision on the front end?
Exactly.
Regardless. I did mention this. There's 10 0-2 teams in the NFL right now, and your Houston Texans are one of them. I kind of want to see like how you stack these up because I want to see where you are with these Texans in association with that. So there's 10 of these, and I can rattle them off for you. There are the Carolina Panthers, the Chicago Bears, who, mind you, their head coach this week said that they are not practicing at the caliber of a championship level team, which I think that hits really hard if your coach is willing to say that on a podium in front of everybody, as opposed to just saying that amongst a team or whatever. The Cleveland Browns, the Houston Texans, obviously, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Miami Dolphins, the New Orleans Saints, the New York Giants, and the New York Jets, and then also your in-division rivals, the Tennessee Titans. Which of those teams do you think is best situated to get on the outside or like to still have a good season out of an 0-2 stance?
Looking at the list, I think the obvious one is the Kansas City Chiefs, right? Or maybe it's not so obvious.
It feels obvious to me.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had some injuries, and of course they had Tough game against the Chargers, tough game against the Eagles. Like, those are teams that not only are we go, oh, those are playoff teams. Those are really good teams right now. I think the Chargers might have one of the best defenses in the league right now. With Jesse Minter's defense, it feels like that is, and it's funny to kind of juxtapose this, that is truly a game plan defense where every given week they go, we're going to do the things that take away from what you are doing on the other side of the football. And at least through 2 weeks, they've been very successful at doing that. You can also point to the idea that the way that this offense is built for the Chiefs is, in part, you need that number one guy. No Rashee Rice dealing with his suspension.
There's that too.
Xavier Worthy injured, and so those guys return. You can get back to something that looks a lot more tenable, and then you trust that team with the Kansas City Chiefs. As much as they might be frustrating to us, they build throughout the season. They get better, and we know that about them over history. So I think that they clearly are well situated.
And I think the next team that is best situated is the Houston Texans. Of those teams, you just went through several reasons that the Chiefs, might be situated. Getting some players back. Christian Kirk's coming back. The defense. Texans have, we think, a dang good defense. The only hesitance for me is the thing we've been talking about all week and we'll continue to talk about until proven otherwise is offense and Caley and such. So I would put them number 2. Some of these other teams are just, you can flat out say they're cooked.
Right. So, okay, let's go from the other end of this. Who are the teams that you know definitively, that 0-2 means something and I don't care? Because I'm interested in the middle. Like, who are the teams in here that you're like, interesting.
So
I feel like you could probably, the Jets, we knew that they were not trying to contend. All due respect to Aaron Glenn. Trying to get in there. He has a cultural thing to turn around there and set some expectations. They already have an injured quarterback. Tyrod Taylor is going to be the starter for them this week. I think we knew that's a team that they were just, they did the 1-year deal with Justin Fields, which very much felt like a little bit of a give up with all due respect to him.
Yeah.
So, it felt like that team was already in a place where they weren't trying to contend in a big way.
I think the team that obviously is just absolutely cooked is the Miami Dolphins. They are at the bottom of the list, even below the Tennessee Titans, I would say, in my book anyway. Some of those teams in the middle, I know you're going to laugh at me, Figgy, but I think like Cleveland and Chicago, they're going to win some games. They're going to win some games, even though it's Cleveland. And
I think Cleveland got a good defense, man. I forgot the defense was actually all right. It's just the offense is bad.
Yeah, and Ben Johnson, kind of like the Jets. Maybe they're not really trying to win all that much right now, but I think they're gonna be causing problems. I think here and there.
The Browns,
the Bears,
the Bears. Yeah. It does feel like you have an opportunity to do something really good. Of course, we'll see what that builds because first year head coach trying to establish again culture, all those things that we've talked about. And early on, you were hoping that they would be further along in their development with Caleb Williams. That remains to be seen, but it does seem. And maybe I'm leaning on, his previous boss, like a Dan Campbell. It does seem like he's setting those expectations that seemingly worked for Dan Campbell. Now, it is worth noting that with Dan Campbell,
he's not Dan Campbell.
He's not. But then also that did take a couple years to start showing dividends there as well. So maybe not so much there. The Tennessee Titans you mentioned, I'm interested in that because it does feel like they're just far off right now. But also I kind of like what. Although Cam Ward does feel like does it not feel like with Cam Ward that he is kind of doing Will Levis things but just getting away with it?
TBD. I think he made a very ill-advised but fantastic throw for his first NFL touchdown, so who knows on that. And I would put the Titans maybe not in that middle zone, but somewhere closer to that than like the Dolphins or some of these other the Giants,
By the way, the Dolphins, if you want to see just how bad they are, you want to see a train wreck? Thursday Night Football tonight.
Yeah.
It is Bills, Dolphins. You want to guess what the line is here?
Oh, I looked at it, but I can't remember. What is it?
You really can't?
No, I can't remember.
Well, then guess it then.
I'm going to say 10.5.
Figgy, would you like to venture a guess here on what the line is for tonight's game?
I'm going to say 11.
We're getting there. 12.5.
Goodness gracious.
That is the biggest point spread as of right now in the NFL this season.
Sounds right. Sounds
and
right.
I'd be willing to take I think they're going to get walked.
Give those points all day.
I think they're going to get walked. And look, it's probably hasty to do that because it is the NFL. There are times where we go, oh, man, this is a crazy
And then there are times when it's a good bet.
It just feels like that Dolphins team is falling apart. Tua Tagovailoa has been atrocious this year, and in part because that offense is still not well situated and he's a limited quarterback.
Yeah.
That is the game that you have to look forward to, which in some ways you might view as a Thursday night off. Right? Like you might be able to get something done. If you got a honey-do list, if you like wifey wants to hang
You know
out
what,
a little
baby?
bit.
Let's go to dinner.
Yeah. You know what? I
Don't you want to watch the game?
I want to do this for you.
For you. I think our relationship matters more than this football game this long, baby girl. Yeah, so excited for that one. Or maybe you're not. Who knows? But there you go. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, it's a Thursday, and as we do on Thursdays, we will turn to the phone line to talk to former Texans defensive end N.D. Kalu. We'll do that next.
The Drive. and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get back to talking about these Houston Texans and nobody we enjoy doing that more with than this gentleman that we have on the phone line. My fellow Nigerian, he is a former Houston Texans player. You've seen him on pregame shows on the preseason, or they're either in the broadcast in the preseason. I never get that right. I will eventually. And you catch him here every Thursday. His name is ND Kalu. What's happening, my man?
You know what, Reggie? As proud as I am, make sure you say Nigerian American before they round my ass up and send me back home. So just make sure they know I'm really from San Antonio, Texas.
That's right, San Antonio. He is a native Texan. He has many children that are native Texans that play football, America's game. You know, I feel like we want to mention that all of those things.
Apple pie and baseball.
He is an entrepreneur in these. He is a job creator.
And the feds be listening.
And the feds be listening, Figgy said.
Look, I love it here and I want to stay here. I love it here and I want to stay here.
He is a contributor to our GDP here in America.
That's right. That Andy Kalu. Hey, Andy, we're going to look forward. But a couple things I want to look back at, and I want you to put this in the back of your mind because we're going to come back to this. We were talking about the Bucs seemingly being coy about allowing Nick Chubb to score, and so I'm going to ask you about that. But in the back of your mind, start thinking about this. That led to the conversation of how we ourselves have gotten duped over the years, and I told the story about I literally got sucked into and lost about $600-700 in a pyramid scheme with gold coins when I was 23 years old. And we all told our story. So keep that in the back of your mind. I want to see if you got a story about when you got duped. But let's get back to Monday night before we look forward. Does that how much does that possibility come up about letting a team score? What did you see? Was there anything that maybe you thought, maybe they did do this?
Oh, well, just looking at the score, and when you look at the clock, I feel like they absolutely did it, but you don't want to just say that because of the integrity of the game. You know what I'm saying, John? Like, you grow up no matter what the situation is, you try to stop the team from scoring, and good things will happen. So I don't think it was like being coy just towards the direction of the Texans or Texans media. I think it's more to protect the integrity of defense. You never just want to let anyone score. But when you look at the situation, I don't remember the specifics, but the Texans, they could have eaten up the clock, kicked a field goal, and made it really tough for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to come back. So to have that strategy to say, you know what, we're going to hurry up and let them score, and if they don't get the 2-point conversion, then we still have a chance to win it. That's a ballsy move, but I feel like I've seen it. I've been a part of it, a few times, but it's not something that you feel good about talking about publicly, if that makes sense.
We're talking to ND Kalu here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and I've been shocked by the reemergence to this level of tackling woes for this defense, at least in this game. For you, when you were watching this game, what did you see that was the big issue with them tackling? And you were a tackler by trade. You got paid a lot of money for it. How would you go about trying to fix that with this team?
I feel like guys are trying to go for the knockout shot with the shoulder pad because you can't obviously lead with the crown of your helmet. There's so many rules now when it comes to tackling, and this is across the board. This is not an excuse. You got to figure it out because guess what? 31 other teams are either figuring it out or they're in the same boat. But it just feels like now guys are still trying to make those highlight hits, and they're not doing the fundamentals of football with the wrapping up. And it's a surprise. I remember during the preseason broadcast, we had a chance to talk to Henry To'oTo'o, and he mentioned that in the entire offseason, he got with rugby players. They taught him how to bring down players with different techniques. I mean, the man's in the NFL. He knows how to tackle. But you knew that was an emphasis for your starting middle linebacker, for your starting will linebacker in this defense. And to see the issues that we're all seeing, it's pretty tough. So the question is, okay, how you combat that. You're not going to bring in new starters. So what do you emphasize during practice? Getting the head across the body, pursuits. They keep talking about swarm. Well, I like swarm mentality, but you still got to get the guy down if you're going to have that many people around the ball carrier. Mm-hmm. So I think it's something that you have to emphasize, watch more film of the right tackles versus the wrong way to try to bring down the ball carrier. So it needs to be an emphasis practice this week for the defense.
All right, so let's get to the offensive line now. As a defensive lineman, I know you were watching the Texans. The big one was, you're down on the 1 yard line with 3 shots and don't get it in. What are you seeing from the Texans offensive line? I mean, to put it, bluntly, they're struggling.
Yeah, look, when you're down that close, I can sit up here and say they're playing in front of their hips. They're not getting the correct leverage. But when you're that close, John, you know this. The guy in front of you is just better. I mean, let's just be real. The guy in front of you is just better if you can't score from that close in. So what does that mean? Similar to what we just said about the defense, I'm going to say about the offensive line. There's not a bunch of studs just waiting to get signed and join this team. So you got to figure out a way to come up with schemes, to come up with certain plays and certain blocking schematics for it to work for you. If Charlie Heck could come in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and get in that game and they still had success on offense, then you could figure out a way to have success on the offense with Ed Ingram, Titus Howard and company. So that, to me, that's when you have to really start looking at your schemes and looking at what play calls you're calling to get the best out of you, the offensive line that you said we're going to roll with when the season started.
Yeah, and I mean, ND, that's been at least for me, a chief frustration is these were situations that you put yourself in, and it doesn't feel like there's been a lot of creative ways to kind of help whatever the talent level is or whatever we're talking about be successful. So the question that I've been coming to is like, what are the places that you do have schematic or coaching advantages to your eye with this Texans team all the way across? Where does it feel like you have coaching advantages on the field with this team?
When you say coaching advantages, and first, let me jump back. Mm-hmm. I just threw out Charlie Heck's name, like everyone knows who he is. For those that don't know, former 4th or 5th round draft pick of the Texans. He bounced around the league on practice squad, was just signed to Tampa Bay to be a backup, and he gets thrown in the game, and they still had success. Mm-hmm. So let me reference that. As far as the advantages, I still like this wide receiving group. I still like what you have with Jaden Higgins, with Nico Collins, with Dalton Schultz. And to answer your question, and I'm going to kind of oversimplify it, I like the short dink and dunk passes if you're not going to be able to get it done in the running game because your offensive line isn't blowing the defensive line off the line of scrimmage. And if you're not able to protect C.J. Stroud for more than 2.5 seconds, then you do those little dink and dunk passes. You get the ball in the hands of your playmakers. You do it in a way with the Texas route coming out of the backfield if you want to get your running back involved, but in a way where it's like, all right, Nico, the ball's in your hands. Make the first guy miss, pick up the extra yards, and it gives you confidence and it starts a rhythm. So I would not be surprised if we see more of those short passes that my coach in San Antonio used to call long handoffs, just to get the ball in the hands of the guys that you feel like can make plays. And Jaylen Mills, with what he did in the return game, like just get him the ball in space and you're going to expect for good things to happen. So don't be surprised if we see a lot of those 4 or 5 yard passes that the expectation is the athlete has to turn that 4 or 5 yard pass into a 10-yard gain.
And I think we're all with you on that. And they actually did try to do that early on with Nico and then kind of got away from it. But so it kind of led me to think about the question of is it C.J. Stroud at the line of scrimmage? And we're not just totally piling on, but we know the issues. Like, is it C.J. Stroud at the line of scrimmage not necessarily processing and getting the ball right to the right people? Or is it as simple as the play calling is just not been up to snuff?
Yes. like when it's that bad, it has to be a combination. Like it has to be a combination. I can't get in the head of C.J. Stroud and say he's not able to process. And I don't think anybody, without knowing what the play is, without knowing what his responsibility is before each play, can honestly say say that. But there's a problem there. And I feel like with a first-time offensive coordinator, it's only 2. Keep in mind, this is it's time to panic. Like, I'm not going to say that, especially if you lose to Jacksonville, who's 1-1, and they're in your division. So let's not mistake what I'm about to say as, there's nothing to see here. But this is a guy, he's only in week 2 of calling regular season games. Preseason games are a joke. They're basically glorified practices. I think they're needed, but you don't really get to open up the playbook. So it needs to happen sooner than later. But, this guy has to get into a regular season rhythm as well when it comes to calling these plays.
We're talking to ND Kalu. ND, one of the things that I think oftentimes is when I see an offense, especially one that maybe was like prominent in the aughts, right? 05, 08, something like that. I think defenses and defensive coordinators have really worked out the things that they need to do to try and combat the things that offense, the questions that offense raises. Is that a reality for you as a guy that's been on the defensive side? Like if you're seeing a Mike McCarthy offense from 2008, that West Coast style in 2025, you can we know what the answers are. Is that real, or is that just me not being dyed in the wool of football?
Well, if he doesn't, the thing is the offensive coordinator, if they had success in 2008, they still need to kind of tweak what they're doing. They still need to change, their mindset and keep their playbook relevant. But absolutely, if things haven't changed and you have 4 years of film, yeah, it makes it easier for the defensive coaches, the defensive coordinator to scheme against that. So that's why regardless of how great of an offensive mind you are, if you want to stay relevant for years to come, you take your foundation and then you tweak it a bit. You change it up. You throw a little wrench in it so it doesn't get so easy to defend against. But no, you're absolutely onto something with some of these offensive coordinators. You're like, nope, this is what worked back in 2005, and it's going to work in 2025. The game's a little bit different. You better have to learn how to tweak and keep it relevant.
Hey, just curious on this one, as the Texans are going to face the Jaguars. What are your thoughts on Travis Hunter and playing both ways and the ability to make that sustainable?
That's a great question, because part of me is what made him special and one of the most dominant college players I've ever watched was the fact that he was doing it on both sides of the ball. So if you're going to draft him, let him do what he's done in college. And then there's a side of me, John, that's like, man, college and the NFL are two entirely different entities, two entirely different levels. But if you take a guy like that, and you say, okay, he's only going to play one side of the ball, then he's not quite as valuable. Mm-hmm. And I think he's learning that it's different playing wide receiver against these defensive backs. It's different playing defensive back against these wide receivers. I still think they should keep the experiment of letting him play both ways, move on, because, again, if I'm in the draft room, going back to pre-draft, and the people around me are saying, hey, if you're going to draft this guy, we're only using him and you tell me one position or the other, then he kind of drops in my war room draft board. But if it's like you truly believe that he can be effective as a receiver and as a DB, yeah, then you take him where they took him and you let him play both ways. But we see guys that only play one position, need time to adjust. Sure. I think everyone just expected him to, and we all wanted it as fans of the game, to have that game. Man, he had 100 yards receiving and 2 picks. Mm-hmm. It's like, slow down, Chief. This is the NFL. Like, it's not that easy. Or who would have done that? Deion Sanders would have done it. Charles Woodson would have done it. There's so many guys before him that if it was that easy, they would have put up those type of stats.
Indeed, they haven't let up a lot of points, but there have been. I mean, we saw the way that team ran. Roughshod on you up and down. Is this defense good?
Oh, absolutely. I still think this defense is good. Are they perfect? No. Are they the 85 Bears? No. Can they improve against the run? Absolutely. And there were plays where I forgot that I was rooting for my Texans, and I was like, good God, that running back for Tampa Bay is physical. Like, he's good like that. But they still have to figure out a way with Tim Settle, Sheldon Rankins, who I think they play good ball, Folu Fatukasi, Mario Edwards, to really be those plugs in the middle and let your linebackers roam and make those tackles and plays. But overall, big picture, I absolutely still think it's a good defense, but they definitely need to work on the whole in between the 20s, allowing for big chunks of running yards.
All right, Andy, we got to ask, you were an NFL player, an easy mark in some eyes. What has there ever been a case where you were duped?
Ooh, Well, you know I'm married, so that's the biggest dupe ever. That's the biggest dupe. You know, one that bothers me to this day happened when I was in college. I met this chick from North Shore. She came by my dorm room at Rice, and we're hanging out. She didn't really let me get as far as I wanted to get to, but she was all, "Hey, I'm gonna come back to the dorm room tomorrow night. Can I borrow your New Edition, the Best of New Edition CD?"
Oh no, that's your squad.
Man, she made it sound like, she was going to borrow it and we're going to get back to the dorm the next night. Man, this hoe took that CD and I never heard from her again. So that was the biggest. And this is pre-NIL. So the fact that I spent $14.99 on the Best of New Edition CD and this heifer took it and never came back to the dorm room. Yeah, if anybody sees a chick from North Shore, Galena Park, riding around with that CD, let me know. That still bothers me to this day.
Obviously.
I don't even think you got a place to play that CD, and I know that means that much to you because you still want it back.
Oh, I got all my cars have CD player. I'm old school, Reggie. The '96 Impala still has a CD player.
Okay, all right. I respect it.
I got somewhere to play it.
All right, we appreciate it. It's ND Kalu joining us as he always does on a Thursday. Thank you, sir.
Y'all keep up the good work, brothers.
We will do that, and we will keep an eye out for a new edition.
He's a big new edition guy.
He should be. That's a fantastic CD. Honestly, I understand why he's mad. And if you didn't know he was mad, he used the word hoe and he used the word heifer in there.
That's right.
You don't call nobody a heifer if you don't mean it.
That's true.
So, no, I appreciate that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including a change in college football that I think is going to be very good for the game. We'll talk about it next.
Yep. Let's talk about ability trees.
it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop. Again, appreciation to ND Kalu joining us. And yes, I see you, all the fine folks on the text line. They're like, can we get him a new CD? Can we just fix that for him?
I hadn't thought of that.
So yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll track down that CD. Although now that I think about it, that might not be the easiest thing to go and find.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a CD.
Yeah, we you know what? Put it on the docket.
In the best of.
In the Loop. Because we still got to figure, what was the other thing that we were supposed to be doing as a show?
2107 on eBay.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. Best
I got that for
edition,
ND.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can do
I'm
that.
looking like, damn, 2107.
I don't know why. This one's $16. But you can find it. All the number ones with Bobby Brown and company.
Okay.
Hold it now.
Yeah, you got to slow it down. Ooh, watch out. Yeah, let's get that CD for Indy. We can do that.
That was wrong of that girl to do that.
Really
I mean,
wrong.
yes.
You can get it on Amazon.
No, it was just.
Yeah.
It was wrong of that.
We got
girl,
$20 for Indy. That's all I know is we got $20 for Indy so he can jam Mr. Telephone Man like he wants to. All right. What's popping is the Astros are now once again the Silver Boot Series champions after a victory 5-2.
What does Figgy
last
do?
night? Shame what they did to that dog. So that fantastic victory. Christian Javier goes 6 innings. And early on, I was wondering if he would. It felt like his fastball, everything was high. I was like, ooh, is he going to dial it in? He did, and it was absolutely necessary. Him coming through, Craig Kimbrell coming through. Shout out to Craig. Then shout out to Brian King also coming in for out save. But you got to give the biggest shout out, I imagine, to a few entities. One being the top of the lineup for the Astros, who got after Jacob deGrom, a good pitcher and who's been pitching still well. They got after him early. You put up runs on the board early, and then you kind of set the stage for all this. And then shout out to the gosh darn Seattle Mariners, baby.
Shout out? I thought you had something else.
No, I was going to let you go, man.
Yeah, go on. No, shout out. I mean, and it all leads to the biggest series of the season. Period. Paragraph. It is this week. And oh, by the way, it's almost like a no excuses kind of thing. Outside of Yordan, which I know is a big thing, but outside of Yordan, you go Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Jason Alexander, lined up for the Mariners. Would you pick? I know Framber, we all get it, but
that's the best you got.
Would you
right
pick
there.
any other three?
That's the best of the best.
So, I mean, those are the three that you're supposed to be able to go with right now, and so that should give you a good opportunity to win the series, a needed win to give yourself a little bit more cushion, as you only have a half-game lead right now, which is nice to have back. But then also, if you go ahead and sweep this, you're in a very good circumstance, and you need to win this tiebreaker from the Mariners. I want to listen to Joe Espada. This was him talking about the most impressive thing with the Christian Javier outing.
Yeah, for me, it's just more confidence. He knows that when he's on, he's got his fastball, and he gets ahead with it. He can spin and do some things. But I think his level of confidence, he's starting to feel better, stronger. And that's the key. It's going to take some time when you come from this injury. I've said that before, but I think right now he knows that, okay, I'm starting to get the groove of things. I'm starting to get strong, and I know I can finish my pitches and throw any pitch in any count.
And that's such a big thing because he's got the best stuff of anybody in your stable, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. I think he does.
So if he's getting confident, that does open him back up. And yes, here I am drinking Kool-Aid. I've been drinking a lot of Kool-Aid here recently, man. You would think that I couldn't afford to get no sodas. But yeah, no, it feels like that's absolutely a huge thing. And then don't forget, Espada mentioned this. We don't have to play this. He was talking about Jose Altuve with that sore foot, and that's something I hadn't thought about.
A little lingering, huh?
That has been lingering, but it seems like he might be breaking out of that and finding a little bit more of himself. As we mentioned the last couple of days, the bat has come alive a little bit. So good for the Astros. They have obviously the day off before they get that Mariner series going. I did want to mention this, baseball-wise. Justin Verlander did make it known yesterday that he plans on pitching next year.
Well.
And the thing
how's he been looking the last couple games?
2.13 ERA over his last 11 starts.
I think he hadn't given up an earned run in like 3 starts, right?
Could you buy? Because
it doesn't matter what we think. If Jim Crane has anything to say about it, they're going to bring him back.
Because remember at the trade deadline, I'll raise my hand. I was like, no, I don't want this. He's been.
We all were.
He's looked like he's done.
Yeah.
And then he turned the dial back again. I was like, all right, well, you might get me.
Yeah.
Especially with the ways that your pitching has looked with the injuries and stuff and guys coming back. You might be able to sell me on this.
You might as well, because that actually was going to be one of my confessions.
Oh, my bad.
Like, no, it's fine. I got others. There's plenty more where that came from. It's like, kind of wouldn't mind it.
One more thing in what's popping, and this is college football. You know we enjoy college football, and tomorrow we'll get our college football preview going. But it looks like there's a big change with the NCAA eliminating the college football spring transfer portal. So, obviously there's a couple of transfer portals, but the committee announced yesterday that they didn't ratify it just yet, but they're basically looking at that proposal for a 10-day winter portal window that starts January 2nd. And it looks like that will, move them to get rid of the spring portal, which has been pushed a lot by college football coaches.
Yeah.
Not that we're going to cry for the dudes in this circumstance, but having 2 free agency periods in the offseason, in addition to all the other recruiting, not only recruiting the high school level, but now recruiting your own players, recruiting players around the nation. It was a lot, and it was unwieldy.
To me, this is important and great, not good, great. As much as you're right, it was unwieldy and having to was a lot. It's not even about that for me. For me, well, first of all, they have to do this. They can't make it a 10-day window. They have to make it a 15 or 18-day window because you're bumping right up against the national championship game.
Right.
And a lot of people hold off. Even if you're not in the national championship game, a lot of time people kind of hold off to sort of gauge the landscape and see what coaches and teams and programs are offering. So I would expect it to not be a 10-day window, but maybe like 16, 18, just add another week thereabouts to make it that one healthy, hearty transfer window. Here's the reason I like it the most. Well, 2. The first one is when you have a transfer window after spring training, some dude that didn't get the starting spot but could be integral to your team is going to transfer or think about transferring. All of a sudden, that squad is penalized for making a good football in their mind, a good football decision, and putting them as a backup. Well, that hamstrings a lot of programs because all of a sudden you lost your backup, cornerback. He's out there trying to get some more money, transfer somewhere else, and now you got to find a cornerback. So that's number one. Number 2, I think what it also does is it eliminates, so many agents, even if that player gets the starting cornerback position, saying, hey,
we can use this as leverage.
Threaten these guys that you're going to transfer now that the portal's open so we can get a little, something for the effort.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly still the wild, wild west of college football continues to get wilder.
This settles it down a little bit.
This helps settle it down a little bit. And I will echo, because I didn't get a chance to do this, I will echo your statement. You do need more than 10 days, though.
Yeah.
I think somebody on the text line said it puts the teams in the college football playoff at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
That is true to some degree for sure. But I think also just give people enough time to really exist in this space and,
like I said, gauge the landscape.
Gauge the landscape.
Yeah.
But then make it one time to where you don't open this up. You don't have to double back on the things that you're already doing because there's enough of that right now in college football. And let's create a little bit, as much as I like chaos, 1, but 2, also an opportunity for players to utilize leverage. There is a balance that needs to be struck, and it feels like the NCAA landscape is finding a little bit, just a small bit more of that balance. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's return to the Texans because CJ talked yesterday, and he had a couple of things that were interesting. Some seemed promising, and others were, well, let's talk about it. 713-572-4610. Next.
Thirsty Thursday. Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No, 832, we have not figured out Caserio's middle name, but thank you for reminding me what In the Loop LLC is supposed to be working on. Get to it, fellas. Come on. That's not what I pay you for.
Totally forgot. Yeah.
I'm glad that nobody was like, y'all don't pay. You don't pay me.
Yeah. We might as well just go with Nick Cage.
Nicholas Cage, Caserio.
Yeah.
Nah, I want to get to the bottom of this, but we gotta do more work, I guess. Also, in the caliber or in the bucket of needs to do more work, the Houston Texans offense,
Yes,
because
sir.
what we've seen is it's far too rudimentary. It's one of those. I mean, we discussed it all week long. We discussed it at length yesterday. You know, when you got Dan Orlovsky and Mina Kimes on probably the best, I guess, terrestrial or not the best NFL show that we have on like usual television.
Network TV, so
Network
to speak.
TV, there we go.
Yeah.
With NFL Live are like, yo, there's no easy buttons. And we're like, all right, well, what are the easy buttons? I found this interesting with CJ yesterday because he talked about a lot of things, and one of those was a question asked about what are those easy buttons? Motion, man. Motion is very important, whether it's pre-snap motion to help diagnose or, you know, during snap motion that, you know, it's maybe a cheat motion or allows you to get a player moving at speed and able to get an advantage a little bit in a route. We know it in football to be something of an advantage. And so I was deeply shocked, appalled even.
You were appalled.
Appalled is something I will say. When C.J. Stroud was asked, how does motion help you be a more explosive quarterback?
I don't know. I actually kind of like, I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I'd rather, like, see the defense, see what they're doing. Motion isn't really for me. It could be. But sometimes it's for, you know, like making them communicate a little more. So it could create a seated out and confusion because defenses have a bunch of checks. But, yeah, I really don't mind.
There are a couple things there that, I just be honest, kind of upset me.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
A whole lot. Foremost, and it's not even that, this one is not that important. You know, when he says, how important is it? You're like, that's just, it just hit me funny, you know, that he did that. But it leads real quick.
Actually, no, I think that's a big thing. Like, I think the tone of this entire presser was really weird. And it has been largely for CJ. We've talked about this since camp. He doesn't feel like himself, or at least the CJ that we had come to know. But the tone of this one was very weird. And I can't really put my finger on why it is. Like, I don't know if it's
frustration. You can speculate.
Frustration,
you know,
whether it's internally, whether it's just with the way that things are going. But the tone of it's weird. But I also don't think that justifies what feels like it counters a lot of what we know about football.
The second part is what really upset me. Because play it one more time, and I'll tell you when to stop, Figgy. Because this is not a little thing.
I don't know. I actually kind of like, I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I'd rather, like, see the defense, see what they're doing. Motion isn't really for me. It could be.
Stop it right there. He's basically telling us that their motion packages are just window dressing. He's not even basic. He's telling us that. He says, because he caught himself, he goes, well, it could be for me. Because if what we want to see is motion that becomes a route in the flat or a wheel or something like that, where you're actually using the motion as an integral part of your offense. What he's saying right there is like, it doesn't really matter. You know, it can be for me, but not really. And I'm paraphrasing. That's telling me that their motion packages is just window dressing.
I mean,
that's concerning.
That is one of those things that you absolutely can take away. One of the things I mean, I don't understand, and maybe this is just a level of like belief in self. It does. I don't know necessarily that it is for you because we've seen very good quarterbacks utilize motion in order to help them.
But when it's part of the offense,
information. No, exactly.
Yeah.
No, but I'm not saying that you're wrong in that regard, but I'm just like the seeming disregard for motion in general as a tool. It falls in line with the word that I've been using a lot with this team. Headed into the season was hubris. It almost strikes me as that, like, well, no, I can read perfectly. Well, why not get the more information? Like, I don't think there's ever been an instance where having more information of what you're looking at isn't helpful, especially because as of right now, I do wonder if he's diagnosing things properly. That's one of those conversations that we've had largely around this team. And so for you to like flatly go to this place where you're like, nah, I don't think motion is useful. Like maybe this is some level of an attempt to defend what they're doing. I don't think it's a good one. And it really makes me question, obviously, CJ in general, but then also what the hell is happening just generally all the way with that offense that, one, maybe this is some level of indication that the motion is window dressing, and two, that like you just don't value it, something that clearly is to be valued in football.
Both of those. I think it absolutely is an indication of that because he did kind of catch himself. Well, I guess it can be, or it can be. But he's basically saying, like, when you see us do motion, we're just trying to, kind of identify things on the defense, but it's not really part of it. You know what I mean? I'm like, wow, if I'm a defensive coordinator, that's good information. That's good information for the Jacksonville Jaguars right there. So that one bothered me. And if you want to say I'm reading too much into that, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of offenses that use that. And again, Reggie, it does point back to Nick Caley, too.
Yeah, no, because
it does.
Because we went through the numbers, like the things that you consider easy buttons, including motion, they use at an incredibly low rate, and it's super frustrating. We were just talking with Seth, who happens to still be around the office, and one of the things is like this is, and we've talked about this a lot, also just in general. This is an offense. If you're the Patriots offense, which we can confirm now for sure from people that you would like to lean on that this is indeed a Patriots offense. It takes a while to get it installed. There's a lot of things involved with it. So why not make it easier understanding the stakes on the early parts of that? And so even if it's like, in the best parts of the system, you don't really need motion. I don't agree with that. But at this point, you do. It's very clear that you need things to help you get better. And so I hate that laissez-faire approach to this. I would like to make myself more mad here, if you don't mind.
Just do it.
Circling back to something else C.J. Stroud talked about, he was asked, and this is 3 here, if you can't, Figgy, what are some things that you feel like you need to focus on, that you need to get better at?
I don't know, everything. I can always be better. I told D'Amico the other day, if anything he sees or anybody sees I can be better in, let me know. I think my process has really been good lately. I see the field well, putting the ball where it's supposed to be, with the coverages and whatnot. And some things is just I didn't really get a ton of reps with some of the guys we're getting in the game at receiver. So that's a little bit of a challenge. But I think that's one of my biggest things, just being the coach on the field, and taking that step. And it takes time. It's not overnight. So that's an area I think I can grow.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, and it does take time. It's just when you watch it too, you're just like, man.
He kind of sound defeated a little bit.
Maybe certainly frustrated. The 281 says CJ having to hold in his true feelings is getting harder and harder for him. Maybe. Who knows?
And look, I see you 8 through 2. CJ and D'Amico are sick of answering the lame-ass repetitive questions that are being asked of me. These aren't coming from nowhere.
Yeah.
Right? Like this.
What are you curious about?
This isn't coming from nowhere. The production on the field needs to show. And that's where, like, hey, CJ's like, I'm reading the coverage and I'm putting the ball where it needs to be. That's objectively wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not here to call people liars, but that one, putting the ball where it needs to be, we can point to a number of plays where actually, no, your off-target rate is incredibly high for you and for the expectations that we have for you. But this, in general, for a starting quarterback right now, that's not true.
Yeah.
And so, like, I get it, right? Some of this is just frustration with where it is. I think also CJ Stroud and D'Amico like to put on a little bit of a face when they are at the podium. I don't blame them for those things, but it does get frustrating, especially when you mix that in with things that are not true and you kind of wipe away things that clearly should be helpful.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It felt weird, and this is probably I recognize that this is probably less fair. It felt weird that it was like, I don't know what I know, everything, I guess.
Yeah.
Like,
I told D'Amico, let me know.
It feels a lot less pointed in a time where you absolutely need to be pretty pointed to get yourself back on track.
And not to totally, dismiss what the texter was saying, but the word of the week has been we're close. The term of the week has been we're close. And so that's fair. They can turn things. And D'Amico has said a couple of times, hey, if we were winning, won these 2 games and found a way to win these 2 games, we'd all be singing a different tune. That is absolutely true too. We'd all be singing a different tune. I don't think these issues would be any less, discussed, because that's what this is about. It's not about, hey, you really need to win. No, we really need to see something here. Whether it's C.J. Stroud, Nick Caley, or just the offense in general.
No, and so all of those things end up being frustrating. And again, I understand they're frustrated, we're frustrated, everybody's frustrated. So all of this kind of compounds on itself, and the only real panacea, the only thing that cleans all this up for us, the stink that's in the air, is winning. And hopefully you could start doing that with Jacksonville. It just feels like things are off in a way that's not just the frustration.
Yes,
it
really does.
That's something that remains to be seen. And some of it, again, comes back to the way that you hired your coordinator. Because, again, you could talk about this offense, which actually, Fig, if you don't mind, can you give me this tweet that was out there? This is from the Jags, or not the Jags, rather, the Bucks. Again, going backwards a little bit, but it's to look forward. Todd Bowles, the head coach, and he's a defensive mindset guy. Yeah. He still kind of runs that defense. Was asked about, hey, the last couple of weeks you've had Rams-type systems that you've gone up against, and he wanted to clear something up.
It doesn't put a lot of conflict on it. The Falcons came from McVay. The Rams, even though he came from McVay, that was the Patriots system that they ran. So,
well, there's some confirmation right there from a defensive guy.
Right. And so, we knew this, but I think the thing that comes to mind for me, and you heard me ask ND this, how much are you getting a modern iteration of this offense? And is that at all some of what you're getting from CJ in this frustration here? Because I vividly remember thinking, and look, I'll put money in the jar if I need to, when I was in Dallas watching Mike McCarthy run a West Coast offense that he ran in 2008. And I'm looking at it and I'm going, people know how to handle that defense.
Yeah.
Or an offense defensively. The questions that you have to ask, like, how do we stop this? You don't have to ask those. You just go to the book. People have figured out what the answers are to that,
you can
right?
Go to coaching clinic.
100%. And so, similarly, I understand the idea of implementing a Patriots system. There are people that still run it to this day that run it well, like Josh McDaniels. But it feels like if you're going to do that, you need to have modern elements on it. And so that's another reason why I was a little frustrated with CJ talking about, I don't need motion. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
You need new modern elements to add on to whatever that system is, especially because it's not on the cutting edge of what we're doing. It's behind, and people have answers to that.
And the other part of it is, you need motion just in general, but as integral parts of what this offense needs. You heard Andy Kalu also talking about, the little short passes, the little outs, the little flares, make them, extension of the run game, all that stuff. Well, they've been throwing the ball, on the out patterns and deeper routes and all that. Motion can help you get those things moving, the little shorter plays as well. And then finally, when you talk about, Todd Bowles, you just said, nah, man, that's the New England offense they're running. How much of that is not just defendable now, but how much of that just in general is effective, in the NFL these days?
And that's where we get really into weeds, where I'd like to ask somebody that, at that level has that experience. But I'm not going to lie, and maybe this is too reductive. It does make me wonder if this is flatly Patriots. What is Caley bringing from his experience?
Good question.
In LA, like, what are the
energy?
And yes,
yeah, just to convey energy at the press conference.
And this might not be fair. How far is that energy translated to? If we have CJ saying up there sounding like
it, don't get far if you ain't producing.
You know what I mean? Like, and thus far in 2 games, we also haven't seen any new innovation. Are we dealing with Bobby Slowick 2.0? And I know that guys have talked about this, but in the regard of, I grew up in this system, and I'm going to use the original derivative of it without adding additional portions on it. That's a question that we have to ask ourselves, and that's going to be even deeply frustrating for me, who I know that, this is going to take 4 weeks, however many weeks, to find the realization of this offense. How much of that realization then comes back to, now we finally got this offense, and it's one from 2008.
Well, and you mentioned Josh McDaniels, and it can be successful. You think Nick Caley was in those rooms with him? He was truly defined job description tight ends coach, when he was with New England. That ain't Josh McDaniels with all the tweaks and the experience and all that stuff. So is he, my question, and this is very, very early, but I think it's percolating, it's simmering. Are they just telling him, hey, run this? These are your plays, put some numbers and names on them? Because how much does he really know about the New England system even, much less the McVay system?
I just hate that they just got away from the Shanahan offense and just went straight to Patriots, man, because I get that Bobby Slowick wasn't good, but I feel like that was more just a messenger right there, man. I hate that they just got away from that whole offense.
Well, for me at this point, it seems less about the offense and what is the aptitude of implementing and execute. I hate to use the word execution because that ends up being a sports fan's most annoying word, but it's true. You got it, whatever you're doing, you got to be able to execute it pretty. When I say execute, it's not necessarily hey, take what's on paper and put it on the field. It's you've got to be able to like implement things that work in the modern era and things that work for what you're going at. And that was the big sell, was the game plan instance of it. It doesn't feel like they've game planned well for these particular teams.
And you really don't see it. You never really saw it. Like even the coaches that came from New England, whenever they went elsewhere, you never really saw the Patriots offense like that. You never really saw it take off.
Well, that's another great point. You know, where else outside of McDaniels?
I feel like the only place it really did a little something was here with Bill O'Brien. I feel like that's the only success that the Patriots offense had elsewhere as like a outside of New England.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you have that same feeling with the C.J. Stroud press conference as I did? Because it was a lot of frustration for me. And I kind of had a whole different wave of thought that I don't even know how much I want to bring to air at that point. But it was just a lot of frustration. And I understand maybe that's the circumstance, but it feels like it's even more pointed.
I'll go back to what I've mentioned a couple times this week. I think C.J. Stroud got what he wanted and then realized this is not exactly, the offense that is best for me to run because there's some constraints on it. And certainly part of that is a frustration with Nick Caley. The whole thing of calling plays, not necessarily forming, some tendencies and reading them and becoming, kind of one with the quarterback, so to speak. I don't think that's happening. That's part of the frustration.
Again, you're practicing again today, and it's very quickly on to Jacksonville here soon, and you're going to need to have to find some answers to put them in place. Seems like motion isn't going to be one of them, at least, boys. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm seeing per KPRC2, Aaron Wilson, apparently with Jimmy Ward, the grand jury and attorney was no billed by the grand jury. The case that he has being, and his attorney called it factually innocent. Him factually innocent. Goodness gracious. So if that is to be believed, and depending on how this thing continues to play out, it does feel like you might have Jimmy Ward within the next, few weeks if that legal situation is being handled, as the Texans have kind of held off. I do wonder how helpful that ends up being, especially when we've seen kind of some inconsistent safety play for this Texans.
And the good news for the offense, once again, Kirk, Berrios, and Jake Andrews are practicing.
All practicing today, so that is helpful. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
All right, Underdog, big weekend.
Sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so got a little bothered last night. Nothing too bad.
Who bothered you?
C.J. Stroud.
Oh,
Yeah. No,
Personally?
no. This sounds like something Reggie would do. You know, I was getting ready for bed.
I have to decide if I need to fight you or not. Keep going.
Because I normally don't think about things like this. You know, just let it go.
I was in the shower and C.J. Stroud bothered me.
Exactly.
Hey,
one of those things. After the Astros game, you know, and I'm like, oh, damn. That freaking C.J. Stroud wore a Mariners hat.
You still thinking about that?
I started thinking about that. I was like, this just makes him look worse now. Like that. I mean, we all kind of tongue in cheek, but kind of seriously, you know, with the Mariners hat. You know, I guess it was the opener, right? The home opener, or was it a preseason game?
It was a preseason.
It was a preseason, yeah, because we was in a suite.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
So
and I showed you the picture.
That's right. So now that they are playing, you know who, the Mariners for all the marbles in essence, I'm like, that freaking C.J. Stroud. I just got mad at him.
Come
all
on,
over
man.
again.
He wore the hat for Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah, sure.
It was his birthday.
Okay, sure.
Come on, guys.
And I normally don't like do stuff like that, but I was like, dang it, CJ.
How is that a me thing?
Because you do stuff like that. You think about weird things at weird times.
That is true, but this one doesn't feel like my brand of weird. I would like to stand on. I am very much a weird person who thinks about weird things. This is not my brand of weird. I will not accept this one.
Okay.
It's not me.
That doesn't bother you guys?
I got more important things to be bothered by CJ Stroud in this offense right now, man.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna get me on the Mariners on the Mariners cap.
Let's say he goes to the game. What hat is he wearing?
Buddy, I think if he goes to the game, we're not worried about the hat. We like, why is your nose not in your playbook?
Yeah, get in the playbook.
Yeah.
Get in the playbook.
I think at this point, man, we don't care. But you can wear whatever you want at this point, man.
No, I don't know
what
about
are you
that.
doing?
I don't know about that.
Worst look.
Yeah.
Vic jersey with the dog or Mariners hat?
Oh, Vic with the dog, for sure. But nevertheless.
People get mad about that Vic stuff, man.
Yeah.
People get real mad about that Vic stuff.
Did Lopez ever tell you when we had Frank Beamer on?
No.
And I don't know how he brought it. I don't think
Former
nobody.
Virginia Tech head coach Frank Beamer?
They were in the Texas Bowl, and he was in studios.
He was in
right across from
studio.
us.
Yep. And that's where I got this infamous drop from when I don't even know how y'all brought it up.
I don't either. I don't remember.
But he brought up Mike Vick and he said this.
His trouble with dogs. I mean, he loved dogs.
And that was one of those truly where, Figgy, you were there.
Yeah.
My face, I just went, like, dropped.
I was sitting there like, what in the world? I know. I think he said it twice at one point.
Yeah, he did.
That is an objectively true statement that, again, nobody wants to hear. Nobody wants to hear that, right? And people get mad about it, and I understand why.
Well, he didn't objectively love all dogs.
No, and he needed to be more loving towards some dogs in particular.
These are my confessions.
I want you to know that I am right.
Okay.
I think this was this yesterday or 2 days ago when I said I ain't never been a hater on this particular gentleman until now.
Mm-hmm.
Because he making $40 million abouts annually, and his name is Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
And people, there were some people that were like, no, I'm right. Because apparently, per Front Office Sports, Stephen A. Smith, ESPN is adding Stephen A. Smith to its Monday Night Countdown pregame show starting this week with Lions Ravens. Are you bleeping kidding me?
Hey, you got to get your money's worth.
Hey, listen, are you surprised at this point? Whenever somebody making that much money, he's going to be on everything.
Yes. Not surprised in the least bit. Now, and when I saw that story, it's not going to be every week. It's going to be,
it don't have to be every
periodically.
Buddy, get ready for him to be on that inside the NBA at some point.
Yeah.
That's where I was like, he's going to infect everything, and it's going to upset me. Because it's, even if, like, for no other reason, right? How he going to keep up the level of quality when he's spreading?
I don't know how he has thus far. I really don't. He
yeah.
stays on top of it, man.
Yeah. At this point, the S in ESPN is Steven. That's what that means.
That's good, Figgy.
Well, some would say it's not sports, but no, it is absolutely Stephen A. I told you, man, I'm hating at this point, pure hateration, because ain't no way this should be happening.
Yeah.
Like this is outside of the bounds.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, my mom said something to me that really offended me. Have you ever had people ever told you like, "Hey, you look like so and so"?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And it just offends you so much.
Yes.
You like, how do you like? Why would you say that to me? Well, she said that to me a couple days ago.
I gotta know who she said.
No, it wasn't even nobody famous. So it was. I think she be all on my Instagram and screenshotting stuff and sending it to me. I don't know why she do that. I'm like, Mom, that's my page. I posted that. But she sent me a picture of me. I was doing a video, and she said, "You look just like Daddy." And I'm like, okay, like my father. Like a lot of people always say that. Oh, you look just like your dad and all that other stuff. So she called me and said, "Hey, did you see my text message?"
Come on.
I'm like,
before we even get to the punchline,
just so you know,
that'd drive me up a wall.
I'm like, yeah, the picture you sent of me on my page.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, you look just like Daddy, and she said it like that. And I'm like, she normally don't call my father Daddy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Daddy. She's like, no, yeah, my father.
Oh.
So I'm like, I look like my grandfather. I was so disgusted, man. I'm like, because my recipes to my grandfather, Papa John. We call him Papa John. John D. Swain.
That's a great name.
Did he make good pizza?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Neither does Papa John.
But see, the thing is, to me, maybe it was because I was a kid or whatever. He always looked old.
Oh,
like
yeah,
even I think I seen the I seen the picture of him when he was like 12 years old.
He still looked old.
And he looked old. That's just somebody that's just a career looking old dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't. Why would you say that? I look like my grandfather, man.
He said you looking tired. You need to get you some rest.
Nah, man. I did not like. It really bothered me to this point. And I'm debating if I should tell her.
No, don't tell your mom that. She was giving you a compliment.
Yeah, she said you look just like Daddy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, your dad? I was really offended over this. I don't think I should have been that offended, but that really bothered me.
I get it.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, I think one of these, warm and fuzzy, feel-good stories is going to end very, very badly. And I'm not talking about the tuba player at LSU. Who was the guy you mentioned, the older fella that started yesterday? Didn't you mention someone?
I'm having a hard time recalling.
There was another one mentioned that went back to whatever school to play football or something. Well, Lycoming College has a 58-year-old freshman defensive lineman.
Oh, my goodness.
In the 1980s, I love this line, by the way. It's also from Front Office Sports. In the 1980s, Tom Sillo quit high school football to do drugs.
Nice.
Which I love that line.
That's a hell of a line.
That's a hell of a line.
It's not that like doing drugs made him want. He was like, I need to stop because I need more time in my schedule.
Why are you quitting? Drugs, of course. Then worked for a city's streets and parks department for 33 years, and now he's fulfilling his dream of being a college football player. These are always kind of cool stories. One of these dudes, because it's been more than two, at least three that I've seen, and I know one was a tuba player, but nevertheless, I think he was 63, 64 or something. You never know how things are going to end out, marching all over the place on a hot evening or whatever. But especially the players. I got a hunch one of these is not going to end well, man. And it's not going to be nearly as good of a story.
100%.
Yeah.
And the dudes that go back and play football, like I understand trying to tap back into your youth. I just don't understand how you as a human being who starts hearing noises when you get up off the couch is like, what I should do? Run into people that are many years my junior.
And he's a lineman.
That's going to go well.
And he's a lineman.
Man,
like,
that is
it's
crazy.
all cool, and I've been seeing it circulate. I'm like, man, well, first of all, you couldn't catch me doing any of that. But secondly, let's kind of put a damper on these things.
That's kind of the last sport you want to do.
Yeah.
Like at that age, you shouldn't be doing anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about playing football as the sport. I think you have a better chance. even basketball, all that stuff is tricky. But I don't know about being a lineman.
You gotta come back to football to be a specialist. Like, I'm 66 and I'm gonna be a long snapper. Damn it.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't even know about being a punter. Like, that could be a little intense at
every
times.
time you kick
What
the
you mean
ball.
a hammy? That's your hip.
Both.
Or seeing somebody coming at you about to block the punt and knock you on
That's
your
why I
butt.
say long snapper. They're not allowed to touch you.
I mean, you're the youngest in the room.
That is correct.
You're like 32, 33, right?
That is correct.
What could you do?
Playing football?
Yeah.
In my head, I could play wide receiver. In all reality, I can get y'all get your helmet right. Here's a nice sideline cap for you. You need some water? I got some water over here.
Let me hold that for you.
Yeah, let me be a quality control assistant.
I would sit on the sideline holding your necklace, your chain.
Yes.
I would be the chain guy.
Let me watch some tape for you.
Yeah, I'll
got them all on?
Yep.
You got them
I'll
all.
be sitting there dripped out.
Actually, we need that in college football. We need that, or in pro football. It doesn't matter.
I thought they had somebody like that.
Just to put all the chains on.
Yeah, just somebody. I'm Jamar Chase chain handler or something. I just rock his chain on the sideline.
It's bad, man. I mean, like 58. You trying to do this? No, thank you.
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
When if it get to a point where they got to put him in?
Oh, I think
like injuries is happening.
For the story, he's going to have his little Rudy moment, I'm sure.
You're worried about the wrong thing. You talking about games. The thing that gets dudes to quit is not playing them games. That's the fun part. It's practice.
We hear him talking about some practice.
And it's hard.
Let me
it is very difficult.
This is the capital J journalism I need. Don't talk to me when he made the team. Talk to me when they start two-a-days. That's what I want to hear from my boyfriend.
Well, there's a picture of him in uniform, so apparently he's survived that somehow.
Yeah,
you say so.
I would have been out on the conditioning part.
Yeah.
Just the regular conditioning.
Yeah, let me see him running up the hill. Tell me what that means.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 from the 936. What happened if Davis Mills has to come in for CJ and the offense runs smoothly? That's a whole nother question.
Y'all gonna be acting a damn fool on social media. That's what's gonna happen.
That's what's gonna happen.
And not a chance in hell.
We were out of steak night and somebody left the bar yelling out towards us saying that it's Davis Mills time. I was like, we are already acting a damn fool.
Davis Mills had his chance, man.
Yes.
It ain't gonna happen here. He gonna have to go elsewhere. He had his chance. They gave him the keys.
And why are you doing Tyler like that?
And what when you talk about
yelling.
Tyler was the number one saying like no.
Tyler had the jersey though. He was all in on the day on the Mills truthers.
And that's how I know like this is Tyler is like even I can't quite go there, fellas. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Thursday. Let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Let's break it down next.
The Drive is
coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's do a little buy or sell here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you about the various things in sports that they're talking about? So I turn things over to I was about to say Judge, but John Lopez.
Call me Judge. It's fine.
Nah, we not in the segment. We don't got to do that.
Real quick, are you buying this? The Drive, roughly 2:30 p.m. is going to have Jaylen Mills on their show.
Yes, I will buy that. Yeah. I will also buy that they are broadcasting from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown.
Mm-hmm.
So those are both things that you should buy and, plan your day around. Plan accordingly.
Yeah. All right, so let's get into some dicier ones here. Maybe a little more thought needs to go into it. Are you buying or selling? A lot of people said this. But let's just go with D'Amico Ryans. We're not far away. We've made a lot of strides.
I mean, I'm selling it.
It's so tough.
I am selling it. They're not far away in that they were those one-score games. They had opportunities to win them, right? A 4th and 10 tackle wins you the game on Monday. A finishing out a drive where you're moving down the field wins you the game in week 1 in LA. So I hear you on that. But the idea, the made a lot of strides thing is the frustrating part because there have been some things that have notably felt backwards of sorts, right? Like that's the thing that's frustrating. Like they're not able to run the ball really well. Defensively, the part that needs to carry early on, and we talked about it, was going to be necessary to carry an offense that was finding itself. It feels like they're trying to put the superhero cape on, and that's pulled them backwards in some ways. So in that way, you look at it holistically, and I don't think that I see the strides as of right now in the way that they played. So I understand where he's coming from, but no, I don't buy it.
I'm kind of buying it a little bit, man. I feel like they feel they're close to where they really want to be. And I don't think they really want this fireworks type of offense. I think they just want to play hard-nosed, run the ball type of offense, keep it close, and lean on the defense. And that's exactly what happened last night. I felt as bad as the offense was last game on Monday, I felt like they did enough to win the game and to rely on the defense.
Yeah.
So I think I do think they're close. Do I think they're close? No.
Yeah, but you're saying you're buying what they're believing.
Yes.
I'm selling it in part because of what Reggie said. That second part, we've made a lot of strides. I'd like to see them for one. And then here's the other thing, and I meant to mention this earlier when we were talking about this squad. When you say you're close, you're also close to maybe going the other way. And in this sense, keep in mind the Buccaneers missed a field goal. They tried to double up at the end of the first half, start of the second half, and something broke down on that. I can't remember exactly. Like you were really close to kind of going, well, that's over.
I never even mentioned this. We have the perfect viewpoint for that particular end zone to see that doink. I never realized how much the upright sway.
Oh, it goes. You can hear it.
It looked like that thing moved a good 10, 15 degrees. I was like, golly.
Yeah. And so, yeah, you're close kind of in both directions. All right, you buying or selling this? We mentioned this earlier. It was also part of the question of the day. Antoine Winfield, when he was asked about whether or not the Bucs allowed Nick Chubb to score, it was a great play. Let's leave it at that.
I mean, I'm selling that he wants to just leave it at that, but I am buying that. I don't think that this was like I don't think that it was just like, hey, we are letting him score straight up. I do think that it's a little bit complex. I think that they were trying to stuff the run, and then once it kind of broke free, they decided, well, let's go, because it is something to say that they still had to drive 80 yards on that drive to go score a touchdown. And they got caught up a number of times, right? Like, these are clear passing downs that you're in.
But they gave themselves a chance.
They did give themselves a chance, but these are clear passing downs that you're in where now, you've got a good pass rush coming after you. You just were able to make some plays, and honestly, the Texans didn't make plays that allowed them to go and win it.
Yeah, I'm kind of buying what he's saying, too, because I do think, I feel like saying that they let him score just kind of don't give any credit to the Texans at all. I do feel like they did a good job with that, but Nah, I don't know, man. I think ND brought up a good point talking about integrity and all that stuff. They'll never
but he
admit
said
it.
absolutely they let him score.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't think they could like go out and just say, yeah, we just let them go through.
That part, yeah.
They, I think the offensive line did have to do a little work, but yeah. So I kind of buy what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm selling it. Although I think Reggie's right, it might not have been a pre-down decision. It might have been like, hey, if this happens, let him score. Either way, they let him score. It doesn't matter if it was predetermined or not. If it was a read on the field, they let him score. All right, you buying or selling this? Dana Brown said that the Astros, quote, received good news on Yordan Alvarez's ankle.
I choose to believe this. I will buy this. Just
Here we go again.
I want it to be true. I don't know how you can take very much of the Astros' medical, results and take them to heart, because we've been burned by that time and time and time and time again. But at this moment, at this juncture, especially if you can indeed get Isaac Paredes back, you might be able to make some things shake, especially with Pena and Correa and Altuve finding a little bit of something offensively. If you could squeeze just a little bit, you might be able to make it to where a Yordan coming back helps you out to a great degree. So I'm just going to believe it just because I want to.
Yeah, I'm a actually buy this because I'm thinking like, man, if it's some good news, maybe it's not totally shattered or broken.
No.
But it could have some type of little hairline fracture for all of I know, but maybe that is the good news. The good news is it's not shattered.
And I guess outside of like the hopium of it all, I've played a lot of basketball. I've seen dudes have a turn that looks really bad and then ultimately actually it doesn't end up being as bad as it seemed once you get to a different place. So it very well could be that this is just fine. We've seen this enough with turned ankle.
I'm buying it too because I think they probably did receive good news after the MRI, but that doesn't mean it still doesn't affect when is he going to play. You know what I mean? So, but I think they did receive good news. Let's stay with the Astros on the next one. Joe Espada last night on winning the Silver Boot, quote, "We care about this stuff."
Actually, I do buy that. Like I think that these are things that, especially in a 162 game season, help you get up 4 games. Now, of course, this game had more than just the Silver Boot series, but I do think that things like that matter, especially because you have an opportunity to build up your anticipation, get yourself in the game. I know that nobody wants to hear it because it sounds crazy, but hey, man, doing anything for 162 times, you can lose like a certain level of motivation. Give yourself something to juice yourself up. I think that matters to some degree, and there's a lot of familiarity and, let's say, bad blood between these two sides, so I'm sure all of that helps in making this matter to the team.
I think they take pride into I'm selling this. I think they take pride into beating the Rangers. Just the whole division thing. I'm not buying the whole Silver Boot thing, man.
That's bragging rights, baby.
I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't think they care that much.
I'm with you, Figgy. I think they really care about beating the Rangers. That's a true rival now. It's a true
that's a division.
It wasn't for the longest time. It really is a rival now. I think they love beating the Rangers. I'll bet you a good 30%, if not more, of the players in the locker room, when you said, hey, how's it feel to win the Silver Boot? The what? I don't even know if they really know or care about the actual Silver Boot. They just like beating the Rangers.
I don't think they just going in like, you know what, we got to focus on the Silver Boot.
Do it for the boot.
Yeah, it's the Rangers, man.
I think we're making a distinction without a difference. All right, the Silver Boot is what? A manifestation of beating the Rangers. Like I think that's what that exists.
But I don't even think they care about that.
But do you have the same feeling for the A's?
Yeah.
Like this is a division team right here, man.
Yeah, I think there is a distinction. I think it's like, I don't care about that damn trophy. But we beat the Rangers.
Because
that represents beating the Rangers. It's the trophy.
If the Rangers,
again, I don't even know if they know that. Like they've heard of it. It's like, oh yeah,
the Rangers could be playing in Ohio. I think like I just don't think the Silver Boot is the end all be. I think it's the Rangers, man.
Yeah. All right, you buying or selling this? Liam Cohen, you know him, you love him. Said he's had, quote, great conversations with Brian Thomas Jr., for those who don't remember, who kind of got the alligator arms and was accused in several ways of not wanting to get hit.
I actually believe this. He seems like he has a good bedside manner, for lack of a better term, as a coach. It seems like that's one of his calling cards, that he can kind of talk to guys in some ways. And then that's a young guy in Brian Thomas Jr. I don't think that he wants to be soft or scared or anything. So, an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with your coach, it seems like that would go over pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. First-year coach, I think he's probably still learning on the go too. So I think the best thing he could do is talk to these guys early and try to, be, I don't want to say a little more relatable, but just kind of be easy, kind of be more of a player's coach a little bit. So I buy it.
I'm buying it as well. Buying or selling this. Justin Verlander said, quote, definitely playing in 2026.
I buy it because that dude he decides that he wants to get out here. Plus, we mentioned it's 11 starts, which is not insignificant in a season that he has been not just good, but really good pitching. So I can see him lacing it back up. And really, it feels like at his level, with the quality of pitcher that he has been in his history, it really is about want to. And if he can say that definitively right now, it feels like he has that want to. It's not like he doesn't know what going through an offseason will do to him. Because sometimes I always wonder, like especially football, when guys start, thinking about going out, I'm going to be back. And then you get into training camp, you're like, actually, I don't want to go through this. I think he's been through spring training enough. He knows what that would do to that feeling of wanting to keep going. And for him to say that so definitively right now, I believe him. And I kind of just want him to do it because I want him to get 300. Like, I want him to get those wins.
Woo. Go
ahead,
Biggie.
I'm buying it too. That dude is a machine. I feel like he really cares about his body. He do a lot of research on his body and mechanics and stuff like that. So, yeah, 100%. And I do think he want to try to get to that 300.
I'm glad you both mentioned 300 wins. I am buying that he's going to play or try to play in 2026. I don't know if he's going to even come close to playing He's 35 wins away from 300. That's not a little number.
That's one season.
That is not a little number.
So he will realistically, because
it's 2027.
Yeah, I'm not
the earliest.
I'm not looking at him as the Cy Young Verlander, but realistically, he will have to go maybe 3 seasons.
Well, at least into 2027 to get to 35 wins.
You know, the last time that he had. Oh, well, actually, that's not fair. He had 13 wins 2 years ago, and 3 years.
So it could
ago,
be 3 years.
Two to three seasons. Depending on what he has behind him.
That's what I'm saying. Like realistically, he could go for a good 8 wins.
He's going to be 43 next year. I do buy that he wants to play in 2026. I just think the reason is a lot of people are talking about 300 wins. That ain't going to happen. It's just not. In 3 years, given his I think he just loves the game. I think he just loves the game.
Probably love that money too.
And the money.
And I mean, that's the thing is he loves the game, but he's also good enough to keep it going. So yeah, it's probably likely. You're right. It's likely is those things more than 300. For me on the outside, that's the thing that matters for me, right? Is the thing that I find interesting. This might be the last dude that we have that really has a shot at getting to 300. So yeah, get out here and keep doing it. For my personal want of seeing that number get hit, but obviously do it for yourself. And it seems like that is 100% where he is. Yeah, Verlander has a 3.75 ERA. That's solid. The problem is he just wasn't getting wins being on the Giants. So that's the thing that I find interesting. Where does he go play? That's that is going to be the thing that matters when it comes to that 300 wins. All right, a little buy or sell is what we got going here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. All right, coming up next, we do need to start talking about the Jaguars. It's a Thursday. Is this the biggest question of the Jags game? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you what it is next.
92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Today's a Thursday. It's a Thirsty Thursday, and the fellas of the drive will be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in the hometown of both Clint Stoerner and Tyler Milner, Baytown. Shout out. So pop out, see the fellas out there on a Thirsty Thursday, and keep it locked also, as I imagine they'll be trying to probe for some answers from Jaylen Mills, who will be their guest today, I believe, in the 2 o'clock hour. So, yeah, keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610, especially as it's your home of the Texans. You'll hear them playing against the Jacksonville Jaguars in that particular place in Florida. I was going to say some mean things, but I'm trying to be nice right now. That'll be noon on Sunday.
Can't be as mean as what Lopez be saying.
It's a bleep hole.
I've often said that,
yeah,
and I ain't even been, so I feel like I should be there before I say that. But
you are correct.
Yeah, bleep that place. But you'll hear the game.
It's real bleeped up.
Yeah, right. You'll hear it here on Sunday, and I'm wondering, is the biggest thing, like the biggest question of that game, this one? The Jaguars running offense versus the Texans rush defense, because we just came off a game versus the Buccaneers where you just got ran through they face, right? They took the Marshawn Lynch approach of running through your face over and over and over and over again. Like that was the approach that you had with Rachaad White and, of course, Bucky Irving. Like they just kept going at you over and over. And it seems like the Jaguars are situated through 2 weeks to be kind of that. You look at some of the stats immediately that they're number one in rushing efficiency. The stat that I'm going to go to immediately is rush yards over expected, because the expectation is one thing, and they're the team that is doing that to the highest degree, having 88 rush yards above expected thus far in the season, which is better than any other team. Second place would be the Bills. But the thing that came to my mind is how much of a challenge is this really, because their first two matchups in the season, the Jags before they meet up with these Texans.
Mm-hmm.
It was last week. The Cincinnati Bengals. Do you know how good their defense is?
I thought they opened with the Bengals. Maybe I'm wrong. But yes, they are not good.
The Bengals are not good at all. And then that was week 2. And week 1, they had the Carolina Panthers, who, outside of Derek Brown in the middle, is also not all that good of a defense. And so I do wonder how much of that is really, them being stout. But then also you have to come up against how bad is this run defense actually going to be for the Texans continued, because they looked problematic in this one. They sold out in week 1 to try and stop the run, got gashed through the air. And then this one, it felt like obviously the Bucs were able to get you. Is this going to be a continued tackling issue where now the run game hurts you? Because if that's the case, you allow the Jaguars to get into their best life of being able to run the football, control the clock, and do the thing that you want to do to them, except they do it to you.
Yeah, look, I get what you're saying, and I agree. Those are not, especially the Bengals. I think the Panthers are okay-ish defensively. They're not great defenses. Totally get that. You mentioned some of the advanced stats. I think some of the very basic stats say a lot. Yards per carry, 5.7. They're dang near getting 6 yards a carry just because. And the other thing is, they traded Bigsby for a reason.
Bigsby. He wasn't involved that much, man.
He couldn't find the playing time.
Right. It was Etienne. Etienne is their lead back, but I think there's a lot of scuttlebutt around Facial Tootin. And I tried to get in here and look at some of, because I was like, again, I want to see what it looked like when they were running against, let's say, the Bengals. And one thing I say, that Bengals linebacker core, they was waiting for the blockers to get up to the second level to them. But Facial Tootin has good eyes. He has good balance. He bounces well. Like, I like the cat, and I think that he has a lot of opportunity more, the running back out of Virginia Tech. I think he will look good in this game. I do wonder, though, like how that matches up, and if the Texans are firing, like that linebacker core we know them capable of doing as soon as they see, get up, get into those rushing gaps, how much you get. How much does it look like that 5.7, or how much does it look a little bit closer to a 4, which is a lot more closer to average?
Look, I think it could be a little bit closer, but the reality is, if the Jaguars, well, two things, but if the Jaguars are just marginally worse, they're still good rushing the ball. if they rush for 4 yards a carry, this defense is going to have some issues. Especially the second thing, and I'm looking at one of the plays that I saw yesterday, and I'm glad I found it again. They also have, and Liam Cohen, I haven't been the biggest fan, but their rushing scheme, they've got guys out in space in front of these guys. He has experience calling plays. He has experience, building an offense against a particular defense. That worries me about as much as anything, because he knows what he's doing back there.
He does.
Yeah.
I do wonder, though, if what the Texans like to do or what they might do defensively changes the way we look at this, because the Jaguars were both top 6 in light boxes, and they were probably, bottom 5 in or they were bottom 7th in stacked boxes. They did not see run stopping type defenses or like attempts to stop the run. I do wonder, especially with D'Amico's seeming new penchant to, or maybe not new, but seemingly liking to go to a lot more base here and there, or at least having a Petrie who, again, kind of operates like a linebacker, gets downhill. If that doesn't change some of the success that the Jaguars are able to have running the football, if we have another guy in here compared to where you were used to running up against 7 or sometimes 6 guys in the box, compared to now there's 8 guys looking at you,
Don't you expect that, given what the Jaguars do best, and obviously the Texans being gashed this past Monday? I do expect them to really load up against the run, and then all of a sudden it becomes a Brian Thomas Jr. story.
That was the next place.
It absolutely becomes a Brian Thomas Jr. story, because, much like the Texans going into last week, we're going to try to feed Nico Collins because he wasn't getting touches. I think they're going to try to feed Brian Thomas Jr. to kind of dispel some of these myths. And frankly, he'd better be going for that ball.
Especially over the middle, because that feels like a place where teams have tried to attack a little bit against this Texans team. I do feel like, though, what we were thinking coming into the season, I wonder if it demonstrates itself. If you are playing a lot bigger, if you're playing with more people in the box, is this going to be more of, we are going to trust Kamari Lassiter, who, mind you, was at practice today, according to reports. Although Jalen Smith seemingly wasn't, at least in the open portion that media was allowed to view. So I'm interested in what that does for this team. But are they going to go more to we trust our outside guys to kind of one up in a lot of circumstances and follow Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter around between Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr.? Because those are guys that, at least looking at their play last year, you see the way that Derek Stingley handled Mike Evans this week. Yeah. You should be able to have those guys match up against those 2 other guys for the Jaguars and say, we feel good about our chances. Let's stop the run.
I think you're basically, telling us and I agree with it, what their game plan has to be, because this bothers D'Amico Ryans more than anything, that they gave up all those rushing yards.
Oh, as a linebacker,
anything
in the era that he played in, the idea that you were giving up all these rushing yards, and not only were you giving those up, it's because you were not being physical and you weren't tackling, you weren't wrapping up and being like that fundamental. I can only imagine what practice has been like for these fellas, what the meeting room has been like on making sure that they tackle and they wrap up properly. The big thing about
they load up against the run.
Yes, agreed.
So that narrows it down. Cornerbacks, Lassiter and Stingley, it's on you with these receivers that they have, and frankly, make life miserable for Trevor Lawrence as well. Although I think Trevor Lawrence, I think he's going to end up having to do a lot, and I said this about the Texans, but end up having to do a lot of play action. That's how they're going to counter it. With the Texans loading up on the box, which everybody knows. It's not like we're the only ones who are talking about this, No,
that's a fair point. And the Jags were top 10 in utilizing play action, at least to this point in those 2 games. I wonder if that ratchets up, especially as depending on if you look at it and you say that there's some level of book on how to play against it, or, as you said, just a logical following from what we just discussed. I wonder how the Texans are capable of playing it, because, again, eye discipline was a part of what they had and to deal with Monday. I keep wanting to say last week. That was really just 3 days ago. But, that eye discipline is going to be part of it. So it's going to be incumbent upon this defense to find a different level of discipline. It's already something that they wanted, but in different ways. So it seems like you agree. Like, this is the big question of this game. How do you handle the run game? Because, yes, Brian Thomas Jr. has been really good. Last year he looked like one of the best receivers, without even mentioning the fact that he's a rookie. And then you bring in a Travis Hunter that's been really interesting and that they've really tried to get the football. that's fine, but it's about stopping this run right now.
No, I think that is the big story, especially in the Texans meeting rooms and on the practice field. But the other one is very, very important as well. You know, that front four on the Jaguars defense, they've got to be salivating a little bit as well.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You know?
We obviously know
they don't
about
have chumps up there.
No, they don't. Josh Hines-Allen is a guy that is well respected in this league. But we actually have to talk about Trayvon Walker,
yeah.
which is interestingly enough, he's had a good start to this season, and it's easy to forget him because he was a number 1 overall pick that people looked at and were like, "Ew, is that really what you wanted to do?" And early on, it didn't feel like he matched up with that number 1 pick situation. I still don't even know how much I'd lean on it because a lot of what he's been able to do has come off of stunts and such. However, who are we talking about?
Yeah.
It's the Houston Texans offensive line. He's looked really good at getting pressure off of stunts and such and twists. And so I'd be interested to see. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a test for this line and see how well have they developed the ability to pick up those stunts and such that are coming up front because he's looked good at doing
Trayvon Walker is one of those victims of the narrative, guys.
Sure, for sure.
The narrative came out. Everybody's sticking to it. They don't realize that he's had sacks in 16 of his last 23 games and 3 of his last 4 games. He's playing much, much better, and that could be a problem, especially with Josh Hines-Allen, as you talked about.
Yeah, we'll definitely dig into this more as we continue into the weekend. But I do think that, hey, man, that run game matchup between Bashal Tootin and Etienne versus what this Texans defense is able to do in, rehabilitating what the run stop looks like and hopefully stuffing some because, again, the Jaguars didn't have much of that resistance in weeks 1 and 2. I'm very intrigued to see that once we see these two teams face off on Sunday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I want to remind you that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King this season. Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, you're in the loop. And coming up next, about that time to hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so should all drive-through restaurants have this policy when it comes to line cutters?
Ooh, I like where we're going here, and we'll hear that next.
Thirsty Thursday. John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Drugs won't make them go away.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thirsty Thursday. Happy Thirsty Thursday to everyone out there. Salute to the afternoon drive with Ron and Clint. They'll be out there in Baytown.
Yep.
Hold on.
The
Wait a
Dirty
minute.
Bay.
Hold on. They're not the only ones who'll be in Baytown.
I'll be out there too.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm gonna make my way out there.
Well, I'll see you some Figgy
I'm gonna
Fig.
make that hike because I think it's worth the drive. So salute to them. They'll be coming up in a minute. Also, Nick Caley, you'll be hearing from Nick Caley coming up pretty soon too. Yeah. So we might have to bail out of this joint. But should all drive-thrus have this policy when it comes to line cutters? Before I get to it, have y'all ever went through a line cutter at a drive-thru? I never went through that. I didn't know that was the thing.
What is it?
Somebody, if you in the drive-thru line and somebody make their way and cut
in their car,
yeah.
Yeah, see, I ain't never been through a drive-thru line where they've left enough room for such a
that
time.
ain't happening.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
But apparently, it's a Cali girl who was in and out. Of course, it wasn't Whataburger. It was an in and out line.
You do that in the Whataburger line, you liable to get.
Things are gonna happen.
Yeah. So apparently, she was in the in and out line over in Hollywood somewhere, and somebody, I guess, made a little shortcut and just cut everybody. And
dude, that's dirty.
Yeah. So this is what happened. I guess In-N-Out has some type of I don't know if it's an official policy, but maybe it's something they do at that one where they gonna teach the person a lesson for cutting the line. And this was her story kind of explaining what happened.
I'm waiting in line, and it's the one on Sunset in Hollywood. There's the driveway, and then there's the side street that goes into the driveway. Everybody's waiting in line on this side street. There's so many cars in line. This silver Toyota cuts everybody right at the corner of the side street in the driveway. The staff still takes their order and everything. I'm pissed off. Like, that guy just cut everybody. There's no way. So when it was my turn to order, I placed my order, and then I was like, by the way, like, that silver Toyota cut everybody in line. Like, did you see that? And he's like, oh yeah, I saw them do that. Like, they put like a home run note is what he called it, which basically means that they're going to take his order, but they'll tell him to pull out, put his blinkers on in the front, and then they're just going to take way longer to make his order, as if he were to wait in line anyways. He's going to be waiting here in the front for like an extra 30, 40 minutes just because he cut everybody in line.
Love it.
I have no issue with it.
I don't have issues with it. It did
However,
make me think, how many times do they tell you to pull forward and it's just some innocuous thing that you ain't know was going on? Like, I don't think that people are typically doing that because, look, they just trying to get their jobs done like we all are for the most part. But I'm like, could I have possibly offended somebody with a?
Oh, you think like they're home running you? They're home running you?
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you ordered the wrong thing, big fella.
I think he cut. He doesn't look right.
Breakfast is about to end. You want to order breakfast at 10:59?
Pull
All right,
up.
go ahead and pull forward for me, friend. Go ahead and pull for me.
There is that. Yeah, you could. Maybe it's just a little vengeful little thing that people do in these.
Yeah, I thought it was perfect. Like I said, I never experienced anybody cutting in line of a drive-through or anything like that. Maybe Cali be getting down like that.
Yeah,
but I thought it was perfect, man.
Let's do it.
And that would definitely teach me not to cut line at all.
And then you have to go in there and say, hey, I ordered it. Yeah, we know.
It's like, no, I don't think they do it like that. I think, well, maybe there's one of two ways. Either they're like, well, maybe you should consider not cutting.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you get the point across, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just get out here and you're like,
we're working on it.
Let me see where that is.
Yeah, it's coming right up.
The best thing. Oh, it's coming up in a couple minutes.
Yeah,
you can go on. Right, you can go on back to the car.
Yeah, we'll bring it to you.
Yep, 20 minutes pass. No, I thought that was perfect, man.
Yeah.
I thought that was a perfect little hack.
Oh, apparently, according to Tiffany on the YouTube page,
People cut in line at In-N-Out all the time. All right, well, that's an In-N-Out problem. I feel like you need to design this in such a way where people can't cut like this all the time.
Yeah, I didn't know that was thinking. I know it get kind of confusing, especially at like a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A where they got the multiple lines, and you get your order, and then the other person just rushed through. You wondering like, am I going to throw everything off? Like I technically got my order in first, and the other person just kind of ran right in front of me. So I do one. That's the only time I experienced anything like that. But I never experienced anybody just cutting everybody in line in the drive-thru.
Now I do this, and I don't think it's out of turn. I don't think it's a bad move.
All right, let's get ready to home run them. Home run them.
Okay, so tell me if you do this, listeners and friends and Figgy and Reggie. When I go to CVS to get my prescriptions, a lot of times.
Oh God, are you the one that kind of hang out in both lines?
Smack in the middle.
Oh, you are a jackass.
Now,
what? You are a jackass.
Smack in the middle. Now,
oh my God.
If a car pulls up behind me, I do pick a lane. It's usually like if there's nobody behind me, I'm waiting.
I can't believe you do that.
What's wrong with that? If there's nobody behind me. Now, if somebody comes up behind me, I just got to, pick a side.
So what's the difference then?
Because you got to time it so you can get the one that's done first.
Yeah. Have you ever went through a situation where you picked the wrong side?
Oh, all the time. It seems like every time.
And that's just you just live with that, man.
Yeah,
like you made a choice in life and you just got to live with it.
Yeah.
That's in fact that's how you learn about life.
I think it's a smart move.
Yeah,
yes, you do.
I would give you credit.
Oh yeah, we haven't filled your prescription yet. Give us a second.
Pull on up.
Oh, it ain't ready yet. It'll be ready in 2 hours. So you ain't even.
What are the places that people might be home running you that you never thought about? I never thought about the pharmacy.
It might be. It might be. You walk in.
Hand to God, if somebody pulls up behind me, I do just have to pick.
Okay, that
and
makes
then
it better.
Then the game comes in like, okay, which one? We go. He reached, but she still got her window open, and you're kind of trying to figure it out.
Hey, I tell you a place where I know they home run you. Probably Wingstop, considering the way that you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Considering the way that they've been treating you, Fig.
And see, that's exactly why when somebody say, "Oh no, we're not," I'm like, "All right, y'all got it. Y'all got it. I don't want no problems, man. I don't know what y'all doing, but I don't want no problems." All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. We are waiting for Nick Caley to step up to the plate and talk about this offense that's been going on.
Please.
And before we get to that, though, it's National Cheeseburger Day.
For real?
Let's go.
It is. And,
I know what I'm going to ruin my workout with.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, so I actually have a list of the strangest, I guess, cheeseburgers. I guess the cheeseburger toppings that somehow work. Somebody came up with a list.
There better not be no fish answers on here. I knew it. I knew it was about
No, I don't think it's no fish answers, but it's some crazy answers. So I'm going to go through this list and let me know if it's like, that actually sound all right. Peanut butter.
No.
Get the bleep out.
Somebody said, don't knock it till you try it.
No.
So
I
will
not try it.
How about the burgers with the glazed donut for the bun?
I've tried that once because it was kind of a trendy
You tried
thing.
that?
I tried it, and it's not good.
Really?
Because remember, there was a big thing. People,
no, it is.
I think a restaurant around here did it. I don't know, but yeah, not good.
Hell, they probably had it at Dyken Park at one point.
I did try it, though.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
What about the refried beans, guacamole, and pico de
baby. The Macho Burger at Chris Madrid's in San Antonio, and the reason I know it so well, one of the best burgers you will ever have. The Macho Nacho, I think is what they call it. You will ever have in your life.
See, you can get me with the avocado or the guacamole.
The beans
can get me
are
with
awesome.
I can't do refried beans on my burger. Bro.
Macho Nacho, if you're on your way to San Antonio for some reason, Chris Madrid's, thank me later.
Yeah, I think that's a no for me. What about pineapples fused into the burger with cheese?
No.
Yeah, even I'm like a pineapple on pizza guy. I don't know if I'm putting a pineapple on a burger.
No.
It just feels like the wrong. Ooh,
they don't go together.
The more I think about it,
I don't think none of this stuff go together. By the way,
might be able to get me there, but it's hard, man.
Y'all have all both had to have heard of a bean burger. Burger with beans and cheese.
I heard of a vegan type of
no, not the patty. It's like the burger patty with the beans. The Macho Nacho.
I never heard of that.
Yeah,
I never seen it.
It's one of my favorite all time.
What about peanut sauce and pickled ginger on the burger.
That's so far out of the realm of what my mind is thinking. I would actually try that just to see. Like, I don't know or think that it works, but I'd give it a try.
These are stuff that people actually put on burgers too, so it ain't just like a crazy make up something. Green olives.
I don't mind green olives. I've had that. It's not a go-to. It kind of goes together. It's in the pickle family. Yeah.
Okay. What about a slice of fried bologna?
I don't think
On
I've
the
tried
burger?
that, but you got my interest.
Yeah, I was like,
I love bologna.
I would be open to trying that, but no.
Fried it makes it a little different.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about just regular bologna, but fried bologna it might come out a little different.
Yeah.
Somebody had fried mac and cheese instead of normal cheese.
That one, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've done mac and cheese on a burger.
That actually sound pretty good.
The mac and cheese on a burger, I will do that. If I see mac and cheese on a burger on the menu, my fat self will get it. Like the fat boy within me is like, yeah, I need that.
Yeah, somebody said banana.
Oh,
that's a hell no.
The texture is just crazy on
that. Nah, that's a hell no for me. Cold cheese, especially deli American.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Hell, I've been to barbecues where you grill the burger and then you just put some cold cheese on there.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I was totally fine with it. Somebody said marshmallow fluff and chili sauce.
Now, chili sauce, just take away the marshmallow fluff. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a sloppy Joe to me a little bit. What about a slice of ham?
Yep.
Very popular.
In there.
Yeah, very popular.
I mean, we not far away from bacon at that point.
Yeah.
And we have people weighing in that pineapple on a burger is actually amazing.
I don't know. You're gonna have to talk me into trying that.
Yeah, I got to see what it looked like.
Put it on the docket. We got to find out Nick Caserio's middle name. What was the other thing that we were supposed to add today? I already forgot. But we need to get pineapple burgers now as well. Our list is getting long.
We're getting you guys a Macho Nacho or some semblance. It's the best burger you.
What's a place in Houston that have that?
I'm trying to think. I think Christian's might have
Christian's
one.
Tailgate
Might have one. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll try. And the last one on here, I know y'all ain't gonna like this. Somebody used to put gummy bears.
No, thank you.
On the right, that don't even make sense.
Gonna have to pass on that.
Look, that is a great way to we can skip the diabetes test. I know what we were dealing with right in that instance. Like we can put you on insulin immediately.
Yeah, hell, that damn the glazed donut for a bun was calling diabetes name right there.
Would you be surprised at all if I tell you that I judge every single person that eats that jerk?
I had to try it. So
Judgment.
judge me.
Judgment.
Yeah, that's a social media food to me, man.
Judgment.
Definitely that.
Yeah. All right, as we continue to wait on Nick Caley, I think he probably taking a little longer than usual, but in the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, I ran across this, and Lopez, I'm not trying to offend you or anything. I know you're a little older. Are you considered a senior citizen?
No, not yet.
Is
not
it
yet.
What's the age? 65?
Well, AARP is 50 or 55.
That's
not senior citizen is over 65.
Over 65. Okay.
Yeah.
At what age do you get to walk in any restaurant and expect a discount? 65, right?
65 you can expect.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So apparently senior citizens want to cancel the word senior because it sounds old.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds old. So
is that the end of the sentence?
Well,
so apparently younger senior citizens are supposedly trying to cancel that word senior because it sounds old.
What you mean younger senior citizens?
I guess people Lopez age. So some people that's a little younger than the senior citizen.
Oh, they want.
So yeah,
it's like you're giving yourself your own grandma name. You want to be called something
that's where I was kind of getting at with it. So they don't want to be reminded that they're old, and they rather prefer Generation Jones.
What?
Generation Jones.
What does that even mean?
Generation Jones.
I have no idea. I thought you was the senior citizen, so I thought you was going to relate to this one a little bit.
I'm not dumb. I mean... This is very much in the same vein as the ladies and it's more largely ladies, sorry, I don't mean to offend you, who give themselves their own grandma name.
Somebody said canceling a word is the ultimate senior citizen take.
That's true.
My thing about it is like this falls in line, and we've been talking about this off the air.
Yeah.
This falls in line with like, well, we're taking away those wins from your college football season. It's like, we still know what it is.
Yeah.
You can take the Heisman Trophy away from Reggie Bush. We still gonna call him the Heisman winner.
Or remember let's not call this the master bedroom.
Yeah.
Remember that whole...
that's a big thing now.
I will call it a primary bedroom because it actually makes more sense in my brain. It's like, this is the primary one. But, hey, man, this is not a senior citizen. No. I know. In my head, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Right? If you want to call it the Jones generation, whatever, in my head, I'm still going to hear old. So, like, I get what you're trying to do.
I'm gonna quote the great John Lopez. Okay, cowboy.
Right.
Like, okay, you ain't a senior citizen.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Mama called you senior citizen. I'm going to call you a senior citizen.
Exactly.
That's how we quote there. All right, a little bit of Figgy's mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us. Coming up next, we should be hearing from Nick Caley, the coordinator of this offense. I really want to hear this. Let's do that next.
Ready?
Here's something else great. Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us here on Sports Radio 610. 15 minutes till we hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are hanging out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown. Pop out and see the fellas. And here in the 2 o'clock hour, they should be getting a chance to talk to Jaylen Mills of your Texans. So a lot of fun things going on here in a second. I appreciate this text from the 832. I'm 75 and a veteran, and I don't give a crap what you call me as long as I get the discount. And I respect that. I like the way you think, and thank you for your service. Like, I think I get to the place where I go, this is the problem with America,
yes.
John Lopez.
Oh, let's talk about America.
People not accepting who they are.
Let me tell you what the problem with America is.
It's like, I don't want to be seen as old. You are. That's fine. It's not a problem with it, right? It's the person who's like, oh, man, I don't want to see my hairline creep back. But it is.
Yeah.
Shave it off, brother. Come on home.
Generational Jones.
It's just where you are.
You guys know exactly how I'm always like, this is it. Own it. Got a little gray? Grew a goatee.
It's like, hey, man.
Let's go. Lean into it.
It's cool. Be who you are. Because who you are is enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate you. We were hoping to hear from Nick Haley. We're still watching that space, but it seems like they're
that meeting going pretty long.
Yeah. Which, look, go ahead and get it all out.
What'd you say about motion, CJ?
Yeah, no. Oh, you think that's what they're going back? It's like, no, we're putting motion in. Like, I feel like in my brain, I see cartoon of like rabbit season, duck season, motion, no motion, motion, no motion.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's people that are like really eagerly awaiting this, and I see people talking about it. I even see someone saying, "Hey, I hope that the offense gets opened up a little bit with Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios being there." And I'm like, ain't no way. Like, I would be happy though, just to see progress in the offense and the offense having more available to it, but that would raise more questions about why a coordinator would feel so beholden to his personnel that he would completely gut it without a couple of dudes in particular, especially when you have another guy in Jaylen Mills that feels like he could fit that role.
No, for sure. And Jaylen Mills, I'm glad the guys are going to have him on today. I know he's going to be asked about that, talk about that, et cetera. Certainly the game that he had, but using him in the situations that really we've all been talking about and kind of asking for. Andy Clue joined us earlier. If you didn't hear that, you can listen to it on the Odyssey app and rewind. He was very much in the same boat as like, hey, man, this short stuff, the little flats, the flares, the short passes to the tight ends across the middle, whatever that's what could make a difference. Jaylen Mills is tailor-made for that.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, he's also made for like showing up in play action instances, which when they did it, they had good plays. When they didn't, it was problematic. Like all these things, there are practical ways, even from your team in these first 2 weeks that you've seen that they've been useful. So hopefully a little bit of self-scout and a lot of conversation puts them in a place where they show out significantly better against Jacksonville on Sunday. Some other news, Texans-wise, we were mentioning this. Texans safety Jimmy Ward is not going to be prosecuted on third-degree felony domestic violence, which we found out today. I think it was Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 had this. Apparently, Jimmy Ward said, I can finally move forward, because what happened was the grand jury in Montgomery County had no-billed the case, and that failure to indict means that Jimmy will no longer face a criminal trial, but he does still face a civil suit related to the assault allegation, which we had talked about a little bit. So not entirely out the woods, but at least the criminal proceedings seem to be off the table. And so I'm interested to see if the NFL is quicker or slower to now getting through some of this and pulling him off of the commissioner's exempt list and maybe making him more available, because as much as we had come into the season saying, oh, this might be the most expendable Jimmy Ward is, I think we're looking up and going, well, maybe not. Like, maybe he would, like him as a depth or a change of pace guy for safeties, and maybe even like that Jalen Petrie, like having other guys that you could turn to in that space. He might still be useful to this team.
Yeah, again, this is one of those where you have to first of all make the decision. Do you want this? The Texans and the NFL. Is this something that you want to sign up for? You feel comfortable with, however this played out. do you want it? That's the first thing. Second thing is then you got to decide does he have anything left? We saw somewhat deteriorating skill set at the end of last year, and is that something you want to add to your roster? I mean, maybe it's like the offensive line thing, kick the tires if nothing else.
Right, and I think also on defense, I think you feel better about the upside of those guys. Like, I mean, you know what the high watermark is for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and while I don't feel like he's reached that or he's hit that in these early 2 weeks, I still think that he's capable. Of course, there's reasons why you can point to when you talk about his injury that he dealt with in camp. Like, what has that run up been for him? Bullock is interesting because I'm still intrigued on seeing what that development curve looks like for him in year 2. And then Petrie is one where I don't even know how much of that is about like having a safety type. How much of that is also having a guy that could cover in more of a cornerback type way might be more of what you're thinking about there. But, I don't know if he's available and if you can stomach like whatever the moral aspects of this are when everything clears, right? I still think that could be intriguing there. But we will continue to watch. But I just wanted to bring that to the table here, as it seems like we had gotten a little bit more information about that. All right, a quick couple of things here before we chat with the fellas that are out in Baytown. I feel like, or we have a little bit of news when it comes to Super Bowl. Obviously, the Super Bowl is always an interesting thing. We had a lot of fun in New Orleans. Apparently, New Orleans missed their deadline to potentially host the 2031 Super Bowl. So,
damn it, man.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
They failed to finalize a long-term lease when it comes to the Superdome, and so they're not able to be, I guess, considered for 31, and that means at least one more year until we get to return to New Orleans for the fun of it all there at Super Bowl.
I wouldn't necessarily say that's a deal breaker, even for 31. They haven't decided who's going to be hosting 31.
No, but apparently it makes the bid impossible based on the rules that the NFL has. You think the NFL bends their
if this were Charlotte, it's a different story. All due respect to Charlotte. New Orleans wants a Super Bowl. New Orleans gets this thing done. New Orleans going to get a Super Bowl.
All right, if you say so.
How many have they had now?
That's
7.
It's been a number of them.
Yeah.
I've said this a lot.
Yeah, rotate.
I mean, you can say rotate. There's not a place that is better for hosting a Super Bowl in New Orleans.
It's awesome.
In these United States? Like, they know how to throw a party.
What's another place that's like good? Like,
we were in Las Vegas not too long ago,
and I still think New Orleans does it better.
It's in the. I don't necessarily disagree. New Orleans is awesome. I think I've been to 3 of them there. But I would say New Orleans. You rotate between New Orleans, Las Vegas, Miami. That's an awesome place to watch to have a Super Bowl. L.A. maybe the LA area. Rotate those. That's all you need.
I mean, you probably need to rotate, and obviously the warm weather situations. Las Vegas has tons of hotels and
Miami
things to
was
do.
A blast, man.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I just feel like New Orleans is a small enough city to feel cozy. There's plenty of stuff to do. They throw a party. It's not too expensive compared to all of those other places that you named. Feels like it's the perfect sweet spot, but maybe.
I would put New Orleans 1, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But there are some solid, very fun places for the Super Bowl.
Do you feel like the teams that are building new stadiums are going to get a chance to host a Super Bowl?
They always
I was thinking about
the upper hand.
Yeah, I was thinking about like Tennessee.
They'll have a Super Bowl because of that. That's part of the deal usually. So the Texans got the Super Bowl in, was it 03 or 02?
That was 04. February 04.
Yeah. 03 season. That's right.
That's right.
That's how they got it, because they built the stadium and then they were the new franchise and all that. And then they'll get one. But if you're just being it for Super Bowl purposes, for media, that's the other thing. These cities know how to put on these events. Yeah, like you want to put on an event in Las Vegas, the Super Bowl. They're probably saying, "Oh, is that all you got?" Because they put on monster events.
100%.
I want to say when y'all was out there, they had another thing going on, like another big convention.
No, it was the IndyCar race was the next week. And they expected as many or more people.
But then they had something at the same time as type of convention.
But the big thing was, like, you remember when they had the IndyCar race in Las Vegas? I think it was like a week or 10 days after the Super Bowl. They're like, yeah, we're good. We're good. No recovery necessary. Yeah.
All right, so real quick before we check in with the fellas, The Ringer put out an interesting piece the 14 stats that explain week 2. Of course, we're moving into week 3.
Yeah.
And I won't read all of them, but I did want to get to a couple of them, especially that are pertinent to teams that we care about. And the stat here is 11, which is the 11 sacks that Cam Ward has taken in 2 games, which is 2 more than any other quarterback this season. A little bit of it is protection issues. So like J.C. Latham got injured in week 1. Another one of their offensive linemen surrendered 5 pressures. Byron Young, who's a third-year pass rusher, he just absolutely murdered John Ojukwu. And then Lloyd Cushenberry has struggled at center. But then Ward himself is an interesting one because you think about him in college, and I always think about him sitting back behind the line and just kind of sitting flat-footed.
Yeah.
It's a different situation in the NFL, and he's going to need to figure that out. I do eagerly anticipate the opportunity to see that in week 4 for your Texans, especially as they've had a lot of instances of creating pressure but not being able to get to the quarterback.
But he is mobile, though, and he runs around.
He is mobile,
Yeah.
but he's going to have to deal with that, and he's been able to be brought all the way down. I think the Texans might have an opportunity to feast week 4 in a different way.
I would have to agree. I think week 4, who knows about this weekend, how it's going to play out. Hopefully the Texans get a win. But week 4, it's going to be, if they don't. But I think that's going to be the best chance as far as what we see right now.
And then we talked about this, Judge John Lopez yesterday, and the big case on the docket was whether the Colts could be sustainable. This stat pertains to them. The number is 0. Do you know what this is?
No, what?
That's the number of punts that the Colts have had.
Oh,
through
yeah.
week 2.
In 2 games.
Through 2 weeks, they've not punted the football. Now, it's a little bit of a fake stat because they've had a couple of turnovers on downs because they've gone for a 4th down.
Yeah.
But I do find that interesting. Indy's been aggressive, and they've been pretty successful at maintaining drives. Now, of course, you're not seeing them until later in the year, but this is going to be something that's interesting to watch because this is a part of why they're able to be successful right now. And that just feels like that's unsustainable.
Yeah. No, it's not sustainable to that degree, but I think it does reflect what you're talking about. This is an aggressive team, play caller that has confidence in what he's doing on 4th downs, and they're moving the ball. They're having success.
And then real quick before we go here, this one is just funny because sometimes it's fun to laugh at other people's misfortune. The Miami Dolphins, 3.7 is the statistic, which is the number of points allowed per drive by the Dolphins. We know that the offense has been problematic. The defense has been atrocious on the other side of it. Again, we've talked about this. Mike McDaniel going to be on the street here soon, and depending on how you feel and what we hear from Nick Caley, I'm sure you'll hear that with the fellas on the drive. That might be one of those places where people's eyes then going to go to as offensive coordinator. Is this something that you look at? Of course, it's very early, but these things, when things start out the way that they have in the first 2 weeks.
That would be a drastic change mid-season.
Oh, I'm not talking mid-season, but when you bring that up like that.
Yeah, that'd be a drastic change.
It would be. Never a drastic change, or maybe it is a drastic change depending on where you are in the areas, catching up with the fellas of the drive out live in location at the Buffalo Wild Wings, this time in Baytown. It's the fellas. How's it looking out there in Baytown, fellas?
Oh, hey, this is his favorite son is in town right here, baby.
Did they literally roll out the red carpet for him?
They might, man. They might.
Man. Nah, that ain't how we show love around here, man. We just show up, baby. That's all. They'll be here, man. It's easy going, man. Easy going crew, and like just drink some cold beer, talk a little ball, talk a little trash, maybe a lot of trash, and keep it moving, man. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, man. We come out here. We don't come empty-handed. We got prizes and things for you to win. You're in the building. You're on your way in the building. Make sure you see our guy, Shay, who's got the raffle box. Put your ticket in there. Put your name in there, and you got a chance to win prizes around here. So it's always a good time out here. This is a critical week, baby. Oh. I thought last week was critical. This is a critical week, baby. They need a win in no worse way. I heard you all when I was driving in being real nice about it with how CJ sounded in his vibe in his press conference. You heard somebody in his own way, in my belief, in his feelings, throwing a fit in a press conference and just say, hey, I'm going to answer stuff short. I'm gonna respond with questions to y'all because he is pissed. And I think it's more than just because they're 0-2, and they need a win. They need a win to straighten whatever that is that's going on around there before this thing gets real hot.
Hey, Clint, you've been in many a locker room. Like, how much is – because we talk about this as like winning cures all, winning is the ultimate deodorant. How strong does that go, right? Like, how far have you seen that stretch in the locker room?
Well, I mean, at the NFL level, I played for 3 sorry teams, so a win went a long way. Now, part of our problem was we had too much fun whether we were winning or losing. So that may not be a valid viewpoint of what's going on in Houston. I think, Reg, to your question, for me personally, it's a. If you're in the building, if there is a genuine, sincere, and this is what the big question is in Houston. I don't think we have an answer. I don't think anybody has a real answer yet. I don't even think D'Amico knows. But if you're in that building, is your team legitimate? I know they'll tell you they are, but is your team legitimately built in a way, and is the leadership strong enough to where you can withstand going into a season and having tremendous expectations and messing the bed the first couple of weeks? What's the vibe in that building? Is it, hey man, it ain't no thing. This is part of it's a long season. It's 2 games, or is there legitimately, a different vibe in the air of like, hey man, y'all better get it together. Hey, what are we going to do? Hey, what is this offense going to look like? Hey, is there D'Amico and CJ? Is there a little bit of a rift there? Like, what is legitimately going on inside that building? And that's not a question because I don't think any of us know the answer. Hopefully we'll find out. But the more we hear from the coach, the more we hear from the quarterback, it seems like there may be a little bit of panic.
And it also depends, tell me if I'm wrong, which side of the room you're on. I think on the defensive side, there probably are a lot of guys that like, hey, man, we're good. We're going to get this done. But to Ron's point, I think on the offensive side, it depends on if they're doubting the coaches, the coordinator.
Well, it's got a lot to do with the players. It's got a lot to do with the offense and the defense. I think it's got a lot to look. I don't think we can undersell, and we talked about it briefly yesterday. I don't think you can undersell like the dynamic in that building. I don't think there's any doubt that Bobby Slowick, was I don't think he was just pushed up out of there because his scheme wasn't great. I think there was some force maybe against him in that building, and you hope that's not what we're on the verge of again with a slow start from a first-time offensive play caller to where everybody else could do it better, everybody else would do it different, everybody else has got answers. And it ends up causing a rift there. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of, possibilities out there. You just hope it's not just – I guess my point, J-Lo, is it's not just players. I think it has a lot to do with the staff as well.
Yes.
Oh, 100%. Like, one of the things I've personally thought a little bit about is I do wonder how far Nick Haley being new is adding to, I will use the word politics of this, where, all right, he's new. We want to let him find his footing. We want to see him do what he wants to do before – getting in here and like, well, I would do this that way, or I might add that in there, because we talk about the Shaplinskys and the Gerard Johnsons and the Ben McDaniels and the Bill Lazers and all the different people that might be cooks in the kitchen, and I wonder how much of that is let him find his foot, let him do a little bit first before we start talking to him, because it feels like early on I would like some people to be talking to him.
Yeah, he just better not get on nobody's bad side. He's gonna find his ass up out of here. I think you're crazy as hell if you think, as Clint just said, Bobby Slowick, the reason why he got fired is because it wasn't working. No, two people who generally have 2 years of what he had do not get fired in the third year. And a team that went to the playoffs back-to-back years and put up 30 points in the playoffs in back-to-back years, that usually isn't a recipe for somebody getting fired. It was clearly deeper, as Clint said, than his scheme.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, we enjoy you a couple brews, enjoy you some wings, and, of course, enjoy your conversation with Jaylen Noel that's coming up. Looking forward to that, as well as the rest of a Thursday show on a Thirsty Thursday. Fellas, be well. All right, we will be – actually, I'm lying. I'll be back tomorrow. J-Lo, I appreciate you for the week.
Yeah, man.
We will get a little bit of B. Scott action tomorrow, but until we get there –
you going?
I don't know. He's going somewhere. He's running from the grind is what he's doing.
It's a charity event.
If you say so.
Hey, you ain't got to answer that question, J-Lo. You earned the right, man. Your old ass ain't got to answer them questions no more. You tell these young punks to just get the job done. Just don't let them damn ratings slip. You hear me?
That's
you
right.
hear me, Reg?
Yeah. I'll do my best. Well, that's why we have B. Scott coming to make sure.
That's right. That's right.
All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and live from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown. The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, and you should make your way on out here. And we are in Baytown as I can hear Clint in his head saying we're here on the east side.
Yeah.
And it's going to be plenty of folks out here to come hang out with us. I know Clint's mama going to be in the building. I can't wait to get cussed out by her in a few minutes.
I saw Granny bright and early this morning. Granny was on cloud 9, boy. It's game day for Granny now. She can't wait to get here. I'm surprised she wasn't. I saw that great pickup out there in the.
Thought she would have made it on out here.
Damn, she backed that thing up front row, and she parked in the to-go area out there. Well, she's illegal, man. So, but nah, she'll be here.
Yeah, that's right. And
babies will be here. Mama will be here. Granny will be here. Yeah, man. The Cap will be here.
There you go.
Through.
All right. Well, then that means you all need to be here as well. Shout out to our good friends at Bud Light, as well as the good people here at Buffalo Wild Wings, who will hold it down for you. Good food, good drinks, and actually prizes as well. If you're in the building, you want to put your name in our raffle box, you have a chance to win some prizes as well. So make sure you do that. We'll be hooking people up throughout the show with that. A lot to get to as well today. And Clint, I want to start off right off the bat with some of the news that we have coming around with the Texans on this Thursday night football game. Again, if you're gonna watch the game, you're out here in this way, you might as well come on out here. TV's all over the place. You can get to see somebody potentially get fired on the field. That's really going down in Florida with these coaches right here. Mike McDaniel, boy, he potentially may be in trouble, but you can watch that right here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Baytown. But Clint, this news with Jimmy Ward, Texan safety Jimmy Ward, has his case seems to have been a conclusion to it. He, with his domestic violence case in Montgomery County, no billed by the grand jury, as it looks like there was not enough evidence for them to move forward. So that seems to be done. And Jimmy Ward spoke with KPRC2, and he said, I can finally move forward. And so it looks like right now they're not going to go any further with that. So the legal portion of that seems to be completed for Jimmy Ward. And Clint, an NFL spokesman, Brian McCarthy, said that safety Jimmy Ward, no bill of the case from the grand jury, said he remains on the NFL commissioner's exempt list at this time. Quote, we will continue to monitor all developments in this matter, which remains under review. So just because it was settled today and they're not going to move forward doesn't necessarily mean he is automatically able to get off the commissioner's exempt list and start to get on the field. But it looks like that potentially will come soon, Clint. And Jimmy Ward could be available to the Texans.
Well, I mean, he will be available, and he's obviously in shape and ready to go. I mean, I know he couldn't participate, I think, over the last couple of weeks yeah, but I mean, he was moving, and I mean, hell, we saw him in on the side field moving and working out and getting ready to play. And so the good thing is here is that as soon as they remove him from the commissioner's exempt list, and as soon as they get him back to practice, you know, he'll be able to be with the team. And assuming that DeMeco Ryans stood behind him before, you know, this decision was made, I got to believe that they're going to stand behind him and you know, treat him as, you know, as one of 53 moving forward. Now, here's the deal: is how bad do you need a Jimmy Ward at this point in time? You made the move for Gardner-Johnson. You got Jalen Petrie. You obviously believe in Bullock. This is a depth play at best, a veteran depth play at best that gives you a little bit of an insurance policy if one of these young guys get injured. We saw Jalen Petrie last week get dinged up. He went out, thought he was going to be out the rest of the game. It was up in the air. He ends up coming back in and playing. And to my knowledge, I don't think he has missed anything this week. So, but an insurance policy for that. And you know, we've seen the injuries, particularly on the defensive side of the football. Well, hell, we saw them throughout with the Texans, to be honest with you. But we've seen it at that safety position be an issue for the Texans. And I think this is just additional depth and an insurance policy. And they've got that is some quality depth that can do a lot of different things. Can play the high safety, can play the nickel defender, can play the box safety like Gardner-Johnson is. So I mean, he can do a lot of things. He's versatile.
Do you think you think this changes anything with what the Rams tried to take advantage of them with in terms of, you know, coverage in the slot, right? They've got Petrie, you know, whenever he returns, Jimmy Ward and Gardner-Johnson, does he help in that situation, or is he very similar to the other two, you think, in coverage?
Well, I think he's very similar to the other two in coverage.
Yeah.
I don't want him manned up against Devontae Adams. I don't want the other team to have the ability to use some quick motions and get one of their best receivers.
Because he's been used that way in here a little bit and in San Francisco.
Yeah, but that's a thing of the past. We don't want him. We don't want Chauncey Gardner. We don't want Jaylen Petrie. We don't want any of those guys matched up on their best player in a man situation. And so that dynamic doesn't change with Jimmy Ward potentially being able to go. I don't expect him to be able to go this week. Obviously, you're just getting this information. He hasn't been able to practice all week long, so I think this week is obviously out of question. We'll see how they treat it next week, I would imagine.
All right. Also, reports, and we'll get the official one today in terms of injuries. Jalen Smith is the name that is missing his second practice in a row with a hamstring in that secondary, so that is something to look out for, potentially not having him.
That's the one that could be a problem for the Texans because you look week 1, he didn't get much run. They got some mismatches on Jaylen Petrie. Week 2, at home, Monday Night Football, the counterpunch or the adjustment was, okay, we're going to bump Kamari Lassiter in. We're going to have Smith, the rookie from USC, he's going to come in. Now we got 3 cover defenders out there, and let's roll with it. Well, now if his hamstring's injured, even if he goes in limping, it's a bad thing if you're a cover corner. So now you're back to having 2 legit cover corners that you believe in. Tremont Smith would be the third guy then, but you really don't want to put him on the field if you don't have to in a cover situation. So that is something to monitor. I think that's the big one. The Smith kid, number 22 that we saw on the field a little bit last week. Yep. That's it. That changes, what D'Amico Ryans can at least adjust to if they do indeed target Jaylen Petrie.
From the positive point, Jaylen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, Darrell Taylor, Jake Andrews again with that high ankle sprain, Braxton Berrios, and Christian Kirk, they all practice again for a second straight day. So we'll wait to see what their designation is, but it looks good for them. A second straight day in pads that they were all able to go.
Well, a couple things here. I think, first of all, Jake Andrews, I'd love to see him back on the field. I don't want my center with a high ankle sprain. I don't want my center out there trying to make it work with an ankle sprain. Yeah. That's just, we're not in a position right now to make that work. We need at least an able-bodied center out there being able to go all directions, push with all the power that he has in his being, and so I don't think Jake Andrews is really an option.
Yeah, Eric Armstead can still go.
Right. Good news that Jake is at least up and moving and participating. That's a big plus. But obviously the elephant in the room here as it pertains to injuries on the Texans side is Christian Kirk. And I think Braxton Berrios isn't quite as important as Christian Kirk, but as you watch this wide receiver room kind of unfold, he's significantly more important than I thought he was going to be at the wide receiver position. So I look at it, and the Christian Kirk is huge. They need weapons, they need speed, they need twits, they need athletes. Christian Kirk is clearly that. And then you look at the bigger problem is the ability to have answers for pressure has been a problem for 2 years now with the Texans. I think Christian Kirk can help address that as much as anybody that we've seen in a Texans uniform over the last couple of years, right? I'd like to think Dalton Schultz could help there. I think he has. I think he hadn't been dependent on enough. Yeah. But Christian Kirk is a guy that I believe comes in. He can be an answer there. And I believe that they are going to lean into Christian Kirk. They brought him in for a reason. I think CJ's going to look to him first and foremost in a lot of situations, so it's an answer for sure.
I want to get a little deeper in that because I do want to get what the Kirk effect is. CJ Stroud spoke about Christian Kirk yesterday in his press conference and talked about him getting him back on the offense. Here was him talking about his new addition coming back this week, hopefully.
He's very smart, very savvy, fast. Runs great routes, great hands, a leader, somebody who loves ball, so all those things.
All right, so that was CJ talking about getting Christian Kirk back and what he brings. And I hear you talking about he's a bigger, more important than maybe you even initially thought he was. How big is this, right? Because Ed Ingram came back, and I think we all talked, the big thing about Ed coming back was, it put everybody else in the positions that they wanted everybody to be in, and they didn't have to make all these sweeping changes. And that's why he was big. But I don't think anybody looks at it and says, man, Ed Ingram is going to change this offense, right? Like him in there, he is that good. He is a game changer, difference maker. what is Christian Kirk? Because obviously he's going to be better. I mean, they got 16 receptions by receivers, wide receivers this year in 2 games. There's some players that have more than that by himself. And you talked about it a little bit, but is this a big game-changing thing that you think will significantly change the offense?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I think now it should. I'm not going to say it's going to. You said, is it going to? No, it should. This is a weapon that should help C.J. Stroud deal with pressure. It should be. He's a receiver that if your offensive coordinator who hasn't shown the ability to give your quarterback answers consistently throughout a game for pressure, especially when the defense clearly goes to it and they are committed to it, at some point your offense needs to have answers. And Nick Caley hasn't consistently, provided those answers for the quarterback. I think with Christian Kirk in the game, it's a no-brainer going into, from a game plan perspective, to find ways to get Christian Kirk touches. And those ways, I think, are more times than not going to be answers for pressure. The ball's going to be out of his hand quick. It's going to be a shake route over the middle. It's going to be a shake route to the flats. I think immediately that's where my head goes. Is this guy's not just an explosive player that adds a weapon, but he is an answer for pressure. Now, I'll give you a perfect example of what I think big picture he brings to the table that's important. I don't know if you remember last week. How can you forget? Watson, before he got injured, he's on the left side of the quarterback. He goes deep over route, and CJ throws it to him, and the DB's just running step for step with him. Yeah. If you watch it on film, the DB's jogging. He's playing with him, right? And CJ throws it a little bit wide, but it would have had to literally, he would have had to thread a needle with that pass for it to even have a chance, right? But the point is
no separation. Yeah.
No separation whatsoever. Covered like a blanket. And I think that's the case with 19 a lot as well, Xavier Hutchinson. So Christian Kirk creates a guy, you can put him over there, you run that same over route, whether it's with the stem up, vertical before you break across his face, or it's just sheer athletic ability and speed. He creates a separation that you're looking for C.J. Stroud to make an easy throw in the ocean. So I think Christian Kirk does, in theory, if you just look at the player, look at the experience, when he's healthy, he can do all those things for an offense, and there's no offense in the NFL that needs that more than the Houston Texans. There's no quarterback that needs that more than C.J. Stroud right now.
Yeah. And you look at it and you wonder, because you don't really think about this slot receiver, but I wonder how he makes life easier for many people. You talked about it with C.J. I think one thing you've talked about since he got here is it would be easy to protection, that he would be at help. But is this a way that they can loosen up coverage on Nico Collins? That's a wonder. It maybe not right away, but to your point is, if they are, and clearly teams are locking in on Nico and saying we're not going to let him beat us, but if you're going to lock in on them, you probably feel a lot better about 13 being able to hurt you if you're going to give him one-on-ones as opposed to Hutch or some of the other guys.
Here's the thing, and let's not. You don't have to trust me. Let's just trust what C.J. Stroud has said about rolling coverage to Nico Collins. Right? If this offense, and I don't think Christian Kirk doesn't solve this concern for me. But if they think about it, if a defense is rolling coverage and a corner and a safety, and I'll tell you at times they've widened the linebacker to take away that slant, to focus on Nico Collins. If you're an offense and under those circumstances you can't run the football, then you got major problems. So Christian Kirk, I don't think, is going to answer that problem, right? So that in itself is one that, it's one thing to say, the Texans are struggling running the ball, but hey, not only are they struggling running the ball, two defenses in a row they've told us, D'Amico's told us, CJ's told us, they're giving Nico all the attention. They're not adding extra heads to the box so you can't run the football. So that's a problem. The other part of it is, as an offensive coordinator, if they're rolling the safety over the top of Nico and pushing a corner down and widening a linebacker to him, your tight end and Christian Kirk and/or your slot receiver should absolutely eat opposite that. They're just by numbers, schematically, you are vulnerable to the opposite side. There's no. Whether it's a run game, the tight end, the slot receiver, an outside receiver to that side, you are vulnerable big time. Schematically, you're vulnerable. And so to me, it's one of those that's just it's never going to be easier for Nick Caley and for this Texans offense to make hay opposite Nico Collins. If you're not going to move Nico Collins, you're not going to do things to free him up, which they have not done. If you're not going to do that, then you absolutely have to make hay elsewhere. You have to take advantage of them giving him attention, and so we'll see if they can get that done.
All right, as we continue live here in Baytown, Buffalo Wild Wings, a little Thirsty Thursday. Coming up next, Jaylen Mills. He'll join us, another guy that they can use some help on this offense. He'll come on The Drive coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I can't wait to get Jaylen Mills on these airways, but I do it all the time. I got to tell y'all all about Underdog Fantasy, baby. He's an underdog. He's been an underdog, undersized guy, but I'm talking about Underdog Fantasy, the app, y'all. Look, Underdog Fantasy is available here in Texas. That's first and foremost. Number two, I want to tell you how easy it is to play Underdog Fantasy. All you do is you pick your favorite players, right? You pick your favorite team, your favorite player, and you pick whether they're going to go over or under with.
Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday here in Baytown. Make your way on out here. We got prizes that you can win. Put your name in a raffle box. You can enjoy good food, good drinks, as well as we'll be here till 6 o'clock on a Thirsty Thursday. TVs everywhere. You can catch the Thursday night football game, anything you need tonight as things get going here. We are very happy to be joined by, man, the dude who I would say could have been the player of the game last week on Monday.
He was my player of the game in the post game. Absolutely. Just let's put that out there real quick.
Put that out there. I thought he might join y'all in the post game, to be honest with you. That's Jaylen Mills. And Jaylen, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us. Man, I'm telling you, I thought you were going to take them multiple back. The kickoffs, you seem to be really, really close. And then that punt return, I thought you almost broke that thing loose, man. What were you seeing out there, and how close were you actually, as you were there, seeing things to really breaking this thing open and getting in the end zone?
Yeah, first off, thank you guys for having me. But like you guys said, there was a lot that were super close to break in. But really, kudos to my teammates being able to be in position, setting great blocks, and allowing me to read their blocks and cut off them. So they did a great job allowing me to get the ball in my hands and try to go make a play.
Talk to us a little bit about your mindset when you're returning punts in particular. I mean there's when I'm watching you, there's obviously a confidence in your athletic ability and the burst that you have, but it seems like the patience, the ability to set guys up, for a young guy to come in the league and be able to do that right away, obviously it's an instinct. It's something that you're really comfortable with. What's going through your mind as you're returning punts?
Yeah, first thing going through my mind is just to get the ball back for the offense, making sure having great ball security and setting up the offense for success. And then after I do secure the ball, it's to go make a play and get the offense in better field position, or hopefully not even have the offense go out there and score from getting great blocks from my teammates. So really just to go out there and make a play, but most importantly, just making sure I have great ball security and setting the offense up for success.
I know Jaylen Mills with us, wide receiver here for the Houston Texans. I know a lot of people, and we want to discuss maybe some of the looks and things we may see you on the offensive side of the ball more, hopefully. But Frank Ross, man, he is one of the up-and-coming special team coaches, and he seems intense as hell over there. Mm-hmm. What's it like in your experience coaching, playing under a special teams coach like Frank Ross?
Yeah, Coach Ross is great. His energy is contagious every day. He comes into the building with the energy that you just can't get past. He's gonna really just make sure the whole special teams unit is ready to roll and being in the right spot like we were this past Monday. And so he does a great job at just making sure guys know the details of their job, and then he just gives great confidence to everybody to let us know that we're prepared and we're ready to go make plays.
All right, let's talk about the wide receiver, Jaylen Mills. Let's move that direction. Look, we come out and watch OTAs, we watch training camp, and I had you slotted as a guy that's going to get quite a bit of run early on. That was before Christian Kirk and Berrios were out for a couple of weeks. I know that hasn't come to fruition, but I still believe in what I saw. Man, there's With you, Jay, there's a quarterback friendly, I think element to you. There's an ability to separate, and it's not that you obviously you can run, but it's with technique, it's with route running, it's with all of that. Let's talk about you as a receiver, just kind of your approach to playing that position and what you feel like your strengths are.
Yeah, like you said, just being super friendly for the quarterback, being in the right spot at the right time. I feel like my IQ of the game helps me a lot, just being able to be on the field and have confidence. And then just my athletic ability. If I can pair my athletic ability with my preparation and IQ, it separates me from a lot of guys. So just like you said, being friendly for the quarterback and then just using my technique to win in routes.
What's been the biggest difference for you? I always wonder, people who are just moving up a different level from college at Iowa State and under Matt Campbell and everything you guys did there, and then moving to the NFL from position to anywhere. What's been the biggest difference in what you've seen since coming to the NFL from college?
I would just say the biggest difference is it's everybody's job to be in the right position. So there's not one guy out of place or one guy out of alignment, and everybody knows what they're doing. So it's full speed. Everybody's in their spot where they need to be at the right time. So the difference in making plays in college and in NFL, you really got to work for your plays in the NFL and be on top of the details and working that technique against great DBs and great defenses in general. So just really the overall like IQ of the players on the field, all 22 players on the field that are going against each other.
Jay, talk to us a little bit about, because look here, it's no secret. We're 2 weeks in, and there's still an issue with having answers for pressure, and not looking to blame it on anybody. That's not the game here, but ultimately that has to be a huge talking point for you guys behind closed doors. Of we got to have answers more often. We got to get to those answers more often. And look, I'll be honest with you. There's nobody better than an inside receiver like yourself that's got a high IQ, that's more cerebral than most, to talk to about the importance of that. I mean, obviously it's an issue. It's been an issue for 2 weeks. What is that conversation like behind closed doors of being better in that arena?
It's really just being urgent as a whole offense. Everybody needing to get to the line of scrimmage on time so CJ can make the correct reads that he needs to make, and he's done a good job of that with what we have done so far. But like I said, just being urgent, everybody getting to the line of scrimmage and being on their details. When you're on the football field, it's really all 11 guys that have to be able to do their job, be on the same page for things to work. So you can't blame it on one specific person or position group. So I think it's just us all being on the same page, us having the confidence and knowing that we put in the work during the week, during practice, to go out there and make those plays happen.
All right, Jaylen, man, we appreciate you taking some time out. I know you got a lot to get to as you guys prepare for this trip to Jacksonville, but we appreciate you stopping by, and good luck this weekend as you guys take on the Jags in a big game.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, that's Jaylen Knoll, rookie receiver, special teams ace. You said your player of the game last week, which is very, very fair, and
I enjoyed that.
I did, man, and honest to God, we've talked about it. Before he was even on the phone with us. We talked about it yesterday, man. They've got to get him more involved, even with Christian Kirk. I hope that doesn't lessen the thought of trying to get him involved, because I think there are several things that he does that can help this offense. The screen game, maybe some other seam routes and things like that from the slot, but they've got to get him touches, because I think he's one of their explosive players they have.
Well, I think one thing after last week's game, I mentioned Watson not be able to create separation. Hutch is not a big separator versus man coverage. I think one area, one of several areas, but one area where the Texans can be better, again, before you ever snap a football, is you get guys like Christian Kirk on the field, and I do think Jaylen Knoll is one of those guys. He can win versus man coverage. I'm not making it up. He's very quarterback friendly. Whether we're talking about seeing the game through a certain lens, or we're talking about the ability to make sure that he breaks his deeper routes at a certain angle. making himself available for the quarterback when he scrambles. I mean, he is one of the better guys on this team when it comes to that. I'm confident in saying that after watching him in camp. And I know there's not 3 guys better than him. Yeah. You know, there's not 4 guys better than him. So you got to get him on the field along with Christian Kirk. And even it's not necessarily – I'm not saying you put him out there and you target him. I don't think they put Watson out there and targeted him last week, right? But you, if they're gonna come up and take Nico Collins on the underneath route, you got to have somebody to high-low that corner on that can separate from somebody when they're running across the other side of the field, right? Jaylen Mills, one of those guys. I do believe Christian Kirk again is one of those guys. So getting as many of those guys on the field as you can, I think, is important. And there's no question about it. The rookie out of Iowa State, Jaylen Mills, is one of those guys.
All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. It's just $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, as we continue live here from Baytown on a Thursday, make your way on out here as we'll be here until 6 o'clock. The Astros did exactly what they needed to set up a huge weekend series. They're back in first place. We'll discuss what we saw from them last night as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Well,
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we are as we are live here, Thirsty Thursday, week 3, baby. I see Astro Granny out here. She's already got one of the cold Coors Lights in her hands as she is rocking and rolling. And
wash your mouth out with a little bit Coors Light.
And I'm sure you
in
will.
The building.
I see some other people that may know Clint in the building. It's a good time, as always, being had as we are in the Baytown Buffalo Wild Wings location. Make your way on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. What's up?
Know and claim are two different things.
All right, know and claim.
Yeah.
He knows.
What?
He knows, and he claims these people.
No. I was them claiming me. Not only the other way.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing each way. But no, make your way on out here. Thursday night football tonight. By the way, and I know Tyler as much as anybody, you don't normally see the old 11.5-point spread in the NFL. You don't normally see that one, but that is and it is the largest spread I believe I read of the season, and I wonder if there will be one that beats it. As the Bills, who many people believe are the best team in football right now, they are taking on the Dolphins, who seem to be falling apart at the seams and may have a different coach, different receiver, a lot of different things. Anyway, you see this thing staying close at all? Anyway, in Buffalo, the Dolphins can make this anything in the fourth quarter?
No. Look, I think the thing in Miami is just a ticking time bomb, and I think Buffalo is the perfect group to light the fuse. There is no doubt about it. When
they kick ass, they kick ass, right? They're one of the teams that they beat the hell out of teams.
Well, it's really about Miami. I mean, look, I mean, there's no saving what's going on. I mean, you've got a quarterback that is just not the level of leader that can take over an organization. You got a coach that if he's not
same thing.
Unless he is like comes out and the offense is scoring 50 points a game and they're just not playing good defense and he can hold it together, right? But right now the offense sucks, and you got a hothead that can't stay out of trouble in Tyreek Hill, and so it's just a recipe for absolute disaster in Miami, and Buffalo is not who they want to see. And so, I mean, look, it's 11.5. I mean, I would never take my advice, but I'd bet a house note on Buffalo.
To cover that?
Yep.
Yeah, they did. They did a number on the Jets last week. Even Mitch Trubisky came in there and made some plays when Josh had the nose situation. That's a big number. That's a big number, right?
Well, the thing that the only time I'm ever comfortable with a big number, which is really the only time you ever see this kind of numbers, is when they clearly feel like the other team can't score at all. And so,
but that's so weird with Miami, though. I mean, they got Tyreek, they got Jaylen Waddle, and how does he say it? A-Chain? Is that? I can't remember how he.
I call him A-Chain. I didn't ask.
I think he changed. I think he changed the way he wanted that.
Put some respect on his name, Clint. Come on.
It's one of my favorite names, and if he changes it, it's going off my list. So I'm going to keep it there as long as I can.
A-Chain. I can't remember what it, but I mean, and he had a really big game last week. They put up near 30 if they didn't put up 30 last week against the Patriots. So I don't know. I'm with you. I think they're going to get the doors blown off of them, because I think you usually don't see 1, 2, 3 Cancun teams in week 3, but if we ever saw one, I feel like the Miami Dolphins are ready to get the hell up out of this thing.
Hey, we damn sure saw one here. What Bill O'Brien make it 4 weeks? Was it week 4 when Bill got canned?
Yeah, but they weren't throwing in the towel by then. Wasn't the players were they throwing in the towel? I think they were trying. I
mean, I think the only one in the building trying not to was Easterby. Red.
I don't know, man. We'll see. 11.5. That's a big number. I wonder how many people are going to mess with that. But Thursday night football tonight. We'll see if the Dolphins. Maybe they play for their coach tonight. Maybe they know their coach is in trouble, and they
ain't even got that. They ain't playing for their quarterback. They ain't playing for their coach. I mean, they damn sure ain't playing for Tyreek. I mean, I don't. They're definitely playing for a check.
Did you hear Tua, man? I felt like Tua was a little. I feel like Tua talked a little too good about Josh Allen. Oh man, he's just amazing.
He can do a bunch of things I can't do.
He can do anything. I mean, he can run it. He can throw. I mean, he's just. I mean, he was gushing like he was calling the game instead of playing in the game against them. So, but you can come and check out that potential ass kicking right here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown if you'd like. One huge thing that happened last night, Clint, the Astros, they took care of the Rangers. And going into yesterday's game, we were saying, man, they really need a big performance from Christian Javier, and especially they need length from him, because the bullpen was really taxed and used yesterday, and you felt like Brian Abreu, your closer, wouldn't be available, so you got to get it to him. And Christian Javier gave up 2 runs early, but that's it. He goes 6 innings and gives up 2 runs, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, and he had a big-time performance, and his offense also kind of helped him out as well to give him a lead, and they were able to hold on to that. And Kimbrel, by the way, man, you give it to the Astros. Listen, I don't know, their medical staff ain't worth a damn, but when they get pitchers, boy, they're able to generally get the best out of them before they get injured. And Craig Kimbrel, he looks much better than he has looked. He came out, looked dominant in the 7th, and has looked really good since he has been a part of this bullpen. But Christian Javier was huge for them last night to be able to just have to take care of 3 innings with that bullpen.
Yeah, look, the Christian Javier thing is huge the rest of the way. I mean, he's going to get 1 more start, if not 2. My math may fail me. I think I got 10 games left. Does that give him at least 1 more? Potentially 2 more.
1 more.
But they got 9 left, is that what you said, T?
Yep.
So 9, yes, I know I definitely think he's only going to get 1 more. But nonetheless, that was a good start. And then if he can follow it up with another good outing, then you're in a really good position with him and Jason Alexander. I don't know if there's enough time left in the season for Jason Alexander's wheels to come off enough to where you lose confidence in him. I mean, he's put together a pretty good sample size, and it's convincing And it's reassuring at this point to know that you got that guy. Who thought we'd ever be talking about that? But I
got to say, I've kind of come around on that, Clint.
I have been him as a 3.
Yeah, I have been, and we've talked about this a lot. I have been Christian Javier.
Sure, yeah.
Right, his experience. Until Arrighetti fell off, and then Garcia. But I had been him, and listen, I still think he can give you a good start. But I think right now, September 18th, and maybe others disagree, but right now, I feel like the ceiling is higher with Javier, right? If they go out there and both of them pitch to the best of their ability, Javier will be better. But right now, I feel, and that's even coming off of his performance yesterday, I feel like I have more confidence that I know what Alexander's going to give me as opposed to just kind of betting on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Like, you could have Christian Javier come out with a 6-inning, 2-run performance, or you could see him get loose like he did last Thursday, where you look up and the Blue Jays are hitting him hard and he's giving up 4 runs, in the first 3 innings. I just have more confidence in what I'm going to get from Jason Alexander, so I've kind of changed my tune on that.
Yeah, look, I think it's fair. I mean, you get new evidence, if you will. The sample size is real. I think we've watched him go out there against some good lineups and have success and get you 6 innings and keep you in a game and give you a chance to win, and that's all you want, right? I think it's going to be a big challenge or a big tell for us as Astros fans. You got Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and Jason Alexander going in this extremely important series, obviously, with the Mariners this weekend, and that is, it'll go a long way if Jason Alexander goes out there and pitches well against the Mariners, against this lineup.
Yeah, that's huge, yeah.
And puts that exclamation point on the season that he's had already. I think it'll go a long way towards who's going to be the number 3 starter.
Are you Alexander? Like, is he your third? Is he who you're giving the ball to in a playoff series? Like, in a playoff series, what they're running out there in this series against the Mariners, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Jason Alexander, is that your 3?
Yeah, I would go with Jason Alexander right now, probably. No.
You're not there yet?
I ain't there yet.
Maybe you need this start against the Mariners.
Well, the thing is that the decision or the conversation is no longer about, well, this guy, I don't know if he's got it. The sample size is too small. And, boy, I don't know if Javier's healthy or not. The conversation has moved to both of them have put up a really strong case to be that third starter. And so I think the reality is we've got 4. And so I really don't care which one it ends up being, but I would probably still lean Javier with the experience and the stuff.
Because that's the thought. If he pitched, right, if you would think if your third starter is pitching, like right now, if they were in the postseason, they'd have to play in the wild card round.
Yeah.
You would think he would be the person pitching the deciding game.
Yeah.
Right? Because you would run with Hunter Brown and Framber in 1 and 2. And who would you want to have to pitch the deciding game? That's another part of it, too. The experience of Christian Javier, who has pitched in many big games. Someone texted in, said, I'll have to take Javier. He's got a 2.68 postseason ERA. And I hear you on that. I just, I think that does matter, but I don't know if that guy who has been pitching in the postseason like that is necessarily the one that is completely the guy that we're going to see right now, and that's the only thing. But it's a good problem.
Well,
to have.
It's turned into a good problem to have to make a tough decision versus, boy, you're just rolling the dice and hoping that one could be healthy and that one has the stuff. So. Yeah, man, it's a good situation to be in. We hadn't been able to say that much about the Astros starting rotation this year.
Yeah, if Alexander pitches really well in this game, in this final game on Sunday against the Mariners, I think it's going to be hard to sit him down, even with the history of Christian Javier. All right, make your way on out here. You got a chance to win from my favorite spot, Texas Star Grill Shop. Gift card. You got a chance to win that. You got a chance to win some pretty cool Bud Light chairs, as well as they got some swag that you can get here. So come on out. If you have not filled your name and put it in our raffle box, you can do so now right here as our guy Shay is raising his hand up to to be able to help you. So hang out with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock right here Thursday. Baytown is where we are. Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown. Come on out and hang with us. All right, D'Amico Ryan said something that may surprise you based off numbers and what you've watched. We'll see if we agree with him or if there's something that makes sense on his comments. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, let's head east, man. It's time to take a little trip.
Odyssey Sports Station. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are here live on a Thirsty Thursday, and we have made our way out to Clint's Stomping Grounds. We are here in Baytown, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Baytown.
I grew up there too, you know.
Tyler's Stomping Grounds.
Appreciate everybody acknowledging that.
Don't you leave Tyler out.
Tyler's Stomping Grounds, too.
I think Tyler probably stomped a little harder around these parts.
This part of it, this area?
Oh, yeah.
Very possible.
I was on the south side. T was up here driving yellow Hummers and stuff over here.
Yeah, I was over at Bitch and Spurs.
No, that's not fair. I mean, the mall that used to stand right across the street right there, boy, we frequented that place.
Oh, yeah,
San Jack.
Back in the day when Mom could just drop us off and leave, you know.
Was there a movie theater close?
Oh, there was a movie theater in the mall. There was a club in that thing at one point.
Hell, nothing. That's good. Nothing like the old movie theater mall.
Had the upstairs, they had the old, ball pit and all the different, what was it, like a playground type deal, but it was indoors and had all the different mazes and laser tags and all that kind of stuff.
Had some good stuff going on out here.
Yeah, man, that's back in the day when you could drop the kids off at the mall and let them be for a couple hours, man. Nowadays, I'm gonna tell you, Liv and Laney, they ain't got a chance in hell. Drop off where? Nope, not without the nanny.
By the way, just an update. The Astros, they got a half-game lead. They are waiting for Seattle to come in town. Seattle's doing a little day baseball in Kansas City. They just took a 2-0 lead here in the 8th inning as they're trying to even their record up with the Astros and come to the Daikin tied atop the division. What? But some potential luck here. Yesterday, the Mariners took a lead into the 8th inning, and they end up giving up 6 to the Royals in the 8th inning to give up that game. So maybe they'll do it again.
You can't depend on them dirty dogs from Kansas City. Ain't none of them worth a damn. And so you just can't.
And Jaylen Noel, I'm sorry, he does not mean
what
that.
What about Ursery?
And Ursery as well.
The Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
And our boss as well, Sarah Frazier, he did not mean that.
Yeah, I was talking about the guys. Not the gals. All the gals. I ain't never met a bad gal from Kansas City. They're all good.
Jayhawks going down.
There's some of those too. But no, man, we'll keep you abreast on what's happening to see if this thing is a one-game lead for the Astros taking on the Mariners, or if this thing will be tied. So we'll keep you updated on that. But again, make your way on out here to Baytown. Prizes, you can win gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. Bud Light is here. The Bud Light girls will be here soon to take care of you as well. It's always a good time, Thirsty Thursday.
Yeah, girl.
Shout out to our guys to our people and friends, Buffalo Wild Wings and Bud Light. All right, Clint. Yesterday, D'Amico spoke to the media, and he was posed a question. Our guy Will Kunkel said to him, what's your thoughts about the offense this year? Do you feel like it's improved? Do you feel like it's better? How are you feeling about the offense? This is what the head coach D'Amico Ryans had to say in regards to that question.
Yeah, I do not. I think we're much better. I think our O-line has done a really good job, much better than everybody kind of gives them credit for. We've done a really good job picking up stunts, things like that. And a guy here, guy there gets beat, that's football. That's going to happen. So is it the same issues that we had? No. It's completely new. Our guys doing a really good job of executing. We just got to finish the game, right? If we finish the game the right way, I don't think anybody's asking the same questions. It's just that's natural. That comes with it when you lose, and I'm ready to handle all of that. That happens in this league, and you just got to win games, and the story changes, right? So until we win games, I know we'll get those same questions, and we should get them, right? Because we got to do a better job of playing and finishing games, and until we do that, then I understand the questions that we'll receive.
I can feel Tyler Milner throwing things in that in that studio right now.
Big old spoonful of BS.
Just anger, just an anger there, and I want to go to you because I have my thoughts. I think what he said is, I think D'Amico is a very, very, very smart football man. I think he is an intelligent football man. I think he's one of the best defensive minds in the game, which means I think he knows what offenses do. This is a guy who's played and coaches. I don't think that he believes that they have executed great. I do not believe that he thinks that they are better, and I think he understands, maybe not all, that there are still some issues they struggled with last year. But that's just me. That's me hearing it. All right, I haven't sat through meetings like you have. I haven't looked at offenses like you have. I haven't been the guy who has watched film from a quarterback's perspective or, hell, an NFL football player's perspective the way you have. When you hear him saying those things about the offense and what you've watched, not just the first two games, but what you've watched during training camp and everything, do you have an understanding of what he's talking about?
No, you can't even shape your mouth to talk anything about this offense being much better and a really good job. Like those things, you can't overemphasize a positive anything with this particular team. Now, I do agree that the offensive line has been significantly better. If you're just talking about the offensive line, they have been significantly better than everybody's giving them credit. Like, the overall protection sucks, but the O-line is one you can win with, as I mentioned yesterday.
I would agree with that. I don't think we've seen as many just.
Yeah.
There have been some confusions on some of those blitzes in the last game, but I don't think we've just seen, holy hell, 3-4 guys don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. Look, I think this is a real blind spot for D'Amico Ryans, in my opinion. The inability to it's not even hold accountable. It's the inability to just analyze and communicate whatever you just saw in a way that you don't step on your coordinator's toes or your quarterback's toes. Like the obvious avoidance of talking like what really happened when it comes to offensive football. It, I think, is a tough spot for D'Amico right now. I think that's something he struggles with. Now, I think he's getting better. Like, we've heard him talk about the CJ not making him throw in the back of the end zone, or we had Nico and we missed him.
Some of the offensive line one-on-ones.
I think he's coming around, but I just there's no way that really great football minds watch what's going on in Houston and go, yeah, man, this is better.
Because there's nothing.
It's close.
And I know it's a short, small sample size, but there is nothing across the board that in any metric numbers. I mean,
that's better. You talking about?
Yeah. I think they've scored the least amount of points of anybody in the league. I think. And so I
think the only difference right now is that gives anybody any hope, and I don't know what it's worth, but is you're 2 games into Nick Caley, and towards the end of last year we had watched it for 17 weeks. And so everybody had grown. Like you couldn't pee on me and tell me it was raining any longer, man. Like she would that D'Amico couldn't do it, and he had to get to a point where he's like, nah, we got to change something. So they're still in that infancy phase of trying to believe and trying to stay confident and trying to sugarcoat everything, and everything's fixable. And instead of just facing it head on, my fear is like that approach don't work. Like, there should be some serious pressure applied to Nick Caley. I mean, I don't care if you've never called plays before. I don't care if you're Nick Caserio's buddy. It doesn't matter. Like, there should be some serious pressure applied to Nick Caley in a sense of, I don't care how you do it, figure out a way to get Nico Collins touches. I don't care how you do it, but it's clear that we're not going to overnight fix our ability to handle protections. You got to up the screen game. You got to get the quick game going. When we're on the goal line, you don't take Nick Chubb out of the game and have Dare Gumbawale in there. Dare can't be your third down back. Like, all of these things are things that Nick Caley's feet should be put to the fire on. It ain't not, hey, go out there and score 30 points. No. It's all of these kind of just more detailed things that when you put them all together make it difficult to be consistent on offense. I think that's what's hurting them. And I think D'Amico's got to put his foot to the fire, got to put Nick Caley's feet to the fire on that thing instead of just doing the same thing he did with Bobby and tell everybody it's all fixable.
Yeah.
And because I don't agree with a lot of what we hear, Ron, from a standpoint of like, oh, the message is different inside that building. Oh, they're just talking to the media. The message is – no, I mean, I think fixable. Yeah, see, I think they hide some things, but if you watch them, we cover them every day. Like, it's like the CJ thing. Like, there's clearly something there. I'm not saying that it's end of the world, but there's clearly something there, right? There's clearly an effort to protect and take care of and give Nick Caley confidence instead of tear him down, right? I mean, there's if you read between the lines, you can see a lot of things. It's time for DeMeco Ryans. At some point, DeMeco has to be like, hey, man, Nick Caley's a big boy. Been in the league 11 years. Been waiting for this chance his whole life. He's been sitting up at night wondering, boy, if I was a play caller, what would I do? And now you're the play caller, and you can't get the one like game changer on this offense touches. Now you're a play caller, and you obviously cannot, whether it's your fault, the O-line, the quarterback, that you obviously don't have answers for pressure. Well, guess what? Get your screen game right. It's simple, stupid. It's that easy, right? And so to me, that's where DeMeco's got to really, really put the heat on Caley. Yeah,
a couple of things I'm thinking. Boy, I hope that the execution hasn't just been on the money. Like you would hope that isn't the case. And then, the other part that he said in there, and they've been saying is, we're real close. If we won some games, if we won these games, that the conversation would be different. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be as concerning. Not concerning. I'm just the overall. All right, you're 2-0 would be concerning, and the thought is, hey, you're 2-0 and you still got time to grow in this. But I still, Clint, believe if they're up here, if they'd have found a way to steal these games, it ain't just about making a play. Their offense clearly, for the majority of the time, just doesn't look smooth, doesn't look like it is ran the way it needs to be ran. And I think that would be questioned and concerned no matter what Cap is doing. I think that would be questioned or concerned no matter what's happening out there. We would be looking at that.
You know one thing, Ron, that kind of that surprises me is when you talk about, and I can't believe I hadn't brought this up before, but for me a big emphasis I really liked it was in training camp how methodical and slow motion they were in install, right? Typically when you do that, Ron, like your base offense gets installed in a way in which if you want to use tempo, we can do it. You want to use motion, we can do it. You want the quarterback to have great command at the line of scrimmage, you can do it. Now, if you vary into things that you haven't worked as much, then all of a sudden it gets a little bit cloudy for guys, right? But when you look at how they installed this offense, there should be a base package of offense where you plug Jaylen Mills in immediately, right? I mean, you should be able to play with tempo. You should be able to run to the line of scrimmage immediately and snap the football. You should have check with me. You should have they should be really good at that base offense. And within that base offense, we as fans should be able to see like a crazy amount of command, a crazy amount of sense of urgency, a crazy amount of, they're not doing a million different things. In order to win a Super Bowl, you got to do a million different things, but damn, they're good at this. Yeah. Man, they are really good at this. And you can see it in how they execute, not in what they talk about in pressers, right? And I'm surprised that we don't see that. I'm not shocked that we don't see a ton of motion. I'm not shocked that we don't see a lot of the exotics and a ton of creativity, given how we watch them install this offense. But boy, I would think that getting Chubb downhill from the 1 yard line multiple times in a row, if you're in that situation, would be something that they'd be really good at.
A couple of things coming in on the text line. One, being if they had been winning these games, I don't think people would be talking about this. I disagree because I watched this team start off 6-2 last year, and the offense didn't look the way that people wanted it to look, and fairly criticized it, and we still talked about it last year. Like they won 10 games last year, right? And a guy got fired, and they won 10 games last year, and had some moments that were really, really good, where it looked like they were turning. I mean, they started off the season rushing for 100 and whatever yards, right? So I disagree with that. I think we would be talking about that, and somebody else.
Well, I think to me that's a kind of one thing that sets our show apart is people call it negative. In reality, it's like, again, I hate to use some crutch or some phrase, but the whole don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. I mean, I think that's real in our business, right? And so You damn right we'd be talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, if they were, yeah.
I don't know what Dan Orlovsky be saying, but I know what we'd be talking about.
Yeah. I disagree. I think it absolutely would be a conversation. And then someone else texted in and said, when do you guys think people would start getting fired? Honestly, how many games in? I just don't. I don't think it would happen. Not this year. I think maybe you may disagree a little bit. I know you've said some things. I don't know that they would admit that they're dead, like they're this dead wrong in the middle of the season.
Well,
afterwards, maybe.
I think DeMeco, if this were just an offensive coordinator that DeMeco Ryans went out there and hired, and after what went on last year, he gets here and 8 weeks in, they still can't figure out how to get the ball to Nico, and they're still sputtering. I think DeMeco would pull the plug on that immediately. I don't think he would hesitate one bit. The dynamic that's going to make all Texans fans cringe is if you don't think this is a Nick Caserio hire, your ass is crazy.
Yeah.
If you don't think that the faith and the trust in Cole Popovich and in Nick Cayley and in keeping last year's staff around, if you don't think that all of that is tied firmly to Nick Caserio, so it would have to be something like DeMeco would have to go to hell with all y'all and really step on the toes of the GM for it to happen. So I just don't see. I don't think it can get bad enough for it to happen. Now, can it get bad enough for them to?
Yeah, I don't think that.
Can it get bad enough for them to figuratively fire him and change offensive play callers? Yeah, absolutely it can.
Ooh, I didn't think about that.
Could I see Gerard Johnson calling plays by mid-year with this team? Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's an interesting thought. I hope that doesn't. I hope that doesn't happen.
Well, no.
I hope they get it together.
No, because that means it's been some bad football if that happens. But I mean, I hope it doesn't happen. But could I see it happening? Absolutely. I could see DeMeco Ryans pulling all stops to get this thing rolling at this point in time.
Yeah. All right, coming up, let's switch over to the other side of the ball. This defense has really held this team together and held them in these games they played, both against the Rams and the Bucs. They got the Jags coming up. I know Clint did a lot of film watching over the past couple of days, not just offensively, but the other thing that really was a big story of the game, and that was the run defense of the Texans. And we'll get his thoughts. Maybe he feels better now about it since he was able to see it on film. We'll discuss the run defense coming up next as we continue right here live on the
Karam Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Mariners, they do indeed win 2-0 in Kansas City. So as the series gets started tomorrow at the Daikin Park, it will be both teams tied atop the AL West, and that means whoever wins this series will be in first place with 6 to go. As these, hey, this is what it's about right now. I know Tyler gonna get out there. He lost his mind yesterday. I know somebody, but this should be the best crowds of the year going out at the Daikin this weekend. So
hell, man, last night in the Daikin, I mean, it felt like October, bro. It was the energy was amazing.
I want somebody to give me some seats right behind the dugout. Never been able to stand down there.
Figgy's out there working it now.
Figgy's out there working it. There you go.
The question is, how'd you not get the invite?
Well, I got a lot going on, man. I had to get kids. I had a game to get to.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. But you're right. I did not get an invite. But I just figured it was, they know, man, Ron probably got something.
Yeah, Ron probably got
I do.
Yeah. I ain't going to bother to ask because I know Ron got something going. I'd love to go with him, but I ain't going to bother to ask.
I got softball. I got softball tonight.
Got some kids.
Got a little Stallions football tonight as well. So we'll see. But no, series jumping off. This is huge. Tied atop the AL West as this thing gets started tomorrow. Hunter Brown on the bump tomorrow for the Astros. All right, Clint, you watched the film, and listen, we've talked about the offense because this is an ongoing thing, and it's just got to get better. But I think the biggest story from the game, to me, just the game overall, was a team that had offensive line struggles, backup center in there because the starting center had to move to left tackle because the left tackle, who's an all-pro, was out, and the right tackle, who ran out in the first series, so that means another backup had to be in. So, yeah, backups all over the place. And, Clint, they rushed for 169 yards in that game. A team that's not a great run team, a team that you don't think of as a team that runs the football well. This is a team that usually uses its backs more out of the backfield than in the passing game than they do running the football. And they ran for 169 yards. You watched it, and I know you were disgusted before watching it when we came in. Not just we came in Monday in the press box, Tuesday when we looked at it. You watched the film. You were wondering how much that was fixable on Tuesday. Do you feel better about the run defense after watching it, at least from a standpoint that this isn't going to be just a ongoing issue?
No, I don't feel better, but I do. I was probably slightly aggressive in my frustrations with the defensive line just getting laid in the laps of the linebackers. Now that happened, but I'll be honest with you, where my mind was, I felt like it happened every damn play. You know what I mean? So, and it didn't. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was.
Because they averaged almost 6 yards a carry. So
no, I mean, look, it was bad. Don't get me wrong. I just want to be fair in the thought of, like, they did, they being Tampa Bay, did some things different, right? I mean, I think there were definitely times where you look up and you go, how in the hell did that double team just push, one of our interior defensive linemen literally 5 yards into the lap of the linebacker, right? There was definitely some of that. As I said, it wasn't as frequent as I thought it was, but there was some of that. It is something that's got to be fixed. It's something that's a major problem. The other part was there was a lot of blocking down or I don't know how you want to call it, but like a pin and pull, but it was an interior pin and pull. It wasn't like a pin that the nose tackle and the center pulls around and leads outside. It was more of an inside game where again, a guard would block down on a shaded nose and push him 4 yards, not a shaded nose, but an inside technique, and push him 4 or 5 yards wide, and so whether they're pushing your D tackles into the laps of the linebacker, or because they're so quick to get upfield, they're just riding them 4 yards wide. The end result is there's so much space for a running back or a quarterback, a mobile quarterback. There's so much space for a ball carrier to get in there and make people miss. The biggest part about bottling up the run in particular is, can you make that guy stop his feet? Can you give that guy no way to go, nowhere to go? Can you limit the space that he has to operate in? And then you got him, right? But the minute that you may have one free runner, you may have a linebacker that gets there, a safety that comes down and he's standing in the hole, but if that hole's 5 yards wide, you got problems, Jack. Yeah. So that was the problem with the Texans was you look up and that guy's operating in a 5 yard by 5 yard box, and it's like, well, hell, good luck tackling number 7 in that scenario.
Yeah, I wonder how much was there a little bit of game plan thinking, like they're gonna, like this is a passing team and they're gonna throw the football a lot, and that wasn't as much the priority. Like when you play the Ravens, I think the priority is going to be big time going into it, stopping the run,
Sure.
Some of that. I just say that because, as I said earlier in the week, I mean, that's a lot of the same guys that have been here the last couple of years. We just haven't seen them get their asses handed to them like that often. I mean, we can pick them out like the Ravens every time, but we haven't seen them get their asses handed to them like that.
Well, I think it's twofold, right? I think there's, to be fair, I don't think we're as stout inside versus the run that a lot of folks thought we were, based on the stats from last year. The stats from last year tell you we're pretty good, but I don't know how many times that we really got pressed last year from an interior standpoint. The way that we got pressed Monday night from an interior standpoint. Number one. Number two, like D'Amico coaches penetrate, get upfield. You cut, slice, get upfield. There's no like, hey, get double teamed and anchor down. Right, it is get upfield. So the team was using what D'Amico coaches against them, right? Which is going to happen more and more often, and it's not the first time D'Amico's ever seen that, right? Shouldn't be the first time that these players have ever seen it. There's no question about it that he is aware of what's happening. When you're penetrating and you're getting upfield as much as you can, and guys are letting you do it, and they're just riding you and pushing you that direction, there's an obvious adjustment that D'Amico Ryans and this defense have to have.
Yeah.
And it's not a secret to D'Amico. He's seen it before. They just got to – now the question is, can you execute it?
Yeah, and we'll see. The Jags, to me, are kind of similar to the Bucks. They have the ability to run the football. I don't think you generally look at the Jags and think, all right, that's one of those teams that really run the football well, but – they're capable. They like ETN ran the ball really well in week 1, and they've got that power back, that kid that ran the ball pretty well against the Bengals last week. So they could get you.
You're going to get, Ron. You're going to get the monkey see stuff, monkey see, monkey do. Yeah. Like you're that same trap concept or whatever the hell it was they were doing. Tampa was doing last week. You're going to see that from Jacksonville, and you're going to get an emphasis on the run, and not because you gave up 169. Yeah, that's true. That will be obviously talked about. But the bigger part of that is how do you stay out of the danger zone when you're playing Houston, right? You run the ball inside. You're firm up front in pass protection so your quarterback can slide up inside. Your screen game has to be really good. Those 11 throws behind the line of scrimmage shouldn't surprise anybody. That's what offenses are going to do against the Texans. They're so aggressive upfield that they know they're going to be susceptible to screens. So you're going to get the inside run. You're going to get the blocking schemes that Tampa used to beat you. You're going to get the screen game that Tampa used. You're going to get that. That's part of it. D'Amico knows that.
Yeah. All right, as we continue here, live here from Baytown, Thursday, come on out, hang out with us as people are starting to roll in here. I see Figgy in the building. Figgy and his bride and made their way in here. And you can make your way out here as well. Prizes to win. We'll start hooking people up in the 4 o'clock hour, so put your name in our raffle box. Coming up, is it time to panic? This is Tyler's favorite subject and conversation of the week. Is it time to panic? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I tell y'all all the time, man, I've been getting old.
to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Second and third, one out. Gurriel has tied it. Wow! 4-4.
Completely unnecessary from Tyler Milner as we are live here. Clap it up. Let me hear the people here, baby. There we go. There we go. We are in Baytown, Thirsty Thursday. A lot of people out here looking to make some bad decisions, and that's all right. We welcome that. Thirsty Thursday out here in Baytown. Chill out, Cap, out here in Baytown, doing our thing and enjoying ourselves. And you can make your way on out here. We're going to hook somebody up with prizes in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box. Shay got you taken care of. Good food, good drinks, and having a good time on a Thirsty Thursday as we get you ready for the Texans and the Jags coming up on Sunday. So come on out, hang out with us.
Ron.
And it's a damn shame right there for you, Tyler. There was no reason for you to do that. It's Clayton Kershaw, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, has announced his retirement. We're cherishing that. And before it's even it's even dry, you're out here, you're laughing at the man.
It's an all-time Astros moment. I mean, it was at the expense of young Kershaw, but
this had to be this Clayton Kershaw, one of the greatest pitchers retiring. You had to turn into an Astros moment.
I mean, it's an all-time great. Do you want to know something really, really cool though? No BS. I literally watched that all-time great Astros moment we just heard. Hughley taking Kershaw deep in World Series Game 5. I literally watched that live at the very establishment y'all are at right now.
That's right. You said Game 5.
How weird is that?
Yeah, you were here. You watched it right here at all these TVs. I think they've even got a few more TVs in here since you last watched it at this Buffalo Wild
They've
Wings.
changed it a bit. There used to be a big partition of some sort that kind of separated the lounge from the bar area, and it's wide open now, T. So everybody could have witnessed you acting a fool back in the day.
Yeah, it was open. It was open. So listen. I know he had that moment, and see, he's somebody that Astros fans shouldn't hate. All right,
Tyler?
No, I mean Kershaw. Right? He didn't do anything to crush your dreams. In fact, you crushed his, and yeah, respect one of the best pitchers. I think him and Verlander are the best pitcher of the best pitchers of this era, starting pitching at least. And congratulations to Clayton Kershaw. It's been about time. Felt like he should have retired a couple of years ago, but good that he is letting it go right now. All right, I said this will be one of Tyler's favorites, and I didn't even mean Kershaw, but I'm wondering from you, Clint, and the people, specifically Texas Longhorn fans, have we reached the point where it's time to panic about Arch Manning? Is it too early to panic? I mean, just right now, 3 games against Ohio State, San Jose State, UTEP. He's completing 55% of his passes, 579 yards, 6 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and he's run for 3 other touchdowns, 112 yards. Clint, the completion percentage number is the one that really sticks out to me. When you're in college, I mean, I've heard some people say, I don't even draft you if you're under 60-something% in college and you can't complete your pass. That's the one that really jumps out to me. Is it time to panic yet with Arch, or are you still in the, hey, he's young? Because, I mean, he's young in starts, but not in the time that he's actually been in college.
Look, no, it's not time to panic. I don't. Now, if you're a Longhorn fan and your hope is to win a national title this year, now you may want to second guess. You may want to pump the brakes a little bit on that.
What's wrong with you, Tyler? Sorry, I gave you a giggle.
Look, I don't think it's time to panic or sell you stock. I think at the end of the day, you know, every player that is highly touted, and ain't no bones about it. He was as highly touted as anybody we've seen in a long time now. And you know, but everybody doesn't jump on the scene and from the first start that they have They are lights out, 400 yards passing, 100 yards rushing, and all that. And so when it doesn't happen, we tend to panic and wonder why it doesn't happen in the first or second game. And the reality of it is everybody just simply ain't that damn good. Everybody isn't that ready as we like to think they are. And the reality of it is he does not have the eject button that we talk about, the equalizer athletic ability that a lot of young quarterbacks have that do jump on the scene immediately. He doesn't have that. That was over-exaggerated. That was oversold to all of us. And so no, I don't think it's time to panic. I think you still could very potentially by mid-year have you a good to great quarterback that can win games for you. It's just he's not one of those guys that has the skill set or the ability to do it right out of the gate.
So his ceiling is significantly lower. Maybe not significantly. His ceiling is lower than the way he was touted, right? Like,
well, his ceiling, I would not put a cap on. I think his arm talent is not as good. And I've said this. You and I have had this conversation about him from the time I saw his highlights from high school. Like I don't think his arm talent is that of first-round pick Heisman before he ever takes a snap. I don't think his athletic ability is first-round pick Heisman before he ever starts a game in college. Like he doesn't have those traits.
He's got a little Anthony Richardson in him in terms of just like way off target on some of these throws. Again, it's early, and I'm legit posing a question, but with his talent, he's got to 55%. He don't have, like you said, the other qualities that would allow him to get away with stuff.
I think all is true, but I think if I'm a Longhorn fan, the bigger concern, because whether it's Arch Manning or not, they're going to have top-rated quarterbacks through and through every year in there. And the bigger thing or the more pressing thing with the Longhorns to me is every time I've watched them, and I've not studied the tape, but every time I've watched them, there is not an abundance of speed, explosiveness, and twitch at the offensive skill positions. Typically, when I watch Texas, like right now, the Wingo kid, when he touches it, you're like, whoa, that dude's different, right? Typically, like you think back with Texas, Jaden Blue was that way out of the backfield. Golden was that way at wide receiver. What's the kid that Cleveland just signed that got into trouble before the draft? Bond or whatever what his name was. I mean, they're 3, 4, 5 deep. Isaiah Bond. They're 3, 4, 5 deep of guys that can. The tight end that they had, it's with the Tennessee Titans right now. Like he was a difference maker, Gunner or something. Like right now, you watch him and you're like, I don't see guys jumping off the screen from an athletic ability, speed, explosive, twitch standpoint, the way that we typically do. So to me, that's the bigger question is this an Arch Manning problem, or is this, you've got a young Arch Manning that's not as good as we thought he was, but you also have these other problems that are just simply difficult to overcome.
I just look at him, Clint, and, sometimes, you can look at some guys, you ain't got to see it a long time. You ain't got to watch a lot to be I'm not saying he falls into that. I posed it to kind of see, if you've gotten to that point. The thing that is shocking to me is I wouldn't have thought, man, Arch Manning, he's going to struggle with mechanics. He's going to struggle with having his feet in the right place all the time when he's going to throw it. He's going to struggle with not being consistent with his arm angle, where his feet are. I watched Jordan Rodgers, Aaron's brother, I think Jordan Rodgers did some tape on him, and the amount of throws that his feet are facing, the complete opposite way or not anywhere near where his target is, it's insane how many times.
Well, the insane part is he doesn't have the arm talent to make those throws. That's the deal, right, is we watch these young guys that do have the ability to do those things. I mean, Patrick Mahomes caused it all, right? But he has the ability to do things where your feet are pointed to the left and you're dropping the arm slot and you're spitting it out to the right kind of deal. And the bottom line is Arch does not have the superior arm talent that allows him to do that, do it consistently, and win consistently. Can he do it every now and then? Sure, yeah, maybe. We'll see. Right, but the truth of the matter is, so what you do is you take that guy and you don't play that brand of football. You don't even think about dropping your arm slot and throwing the crosser out here to the right when your feet are in left field. Like you don't. That's not part of your game. Like 75% of college football and hell, 75% of the league doesn't do that. They play a different brand. But, we compare these kids to the Pat Mahomes freestyle playing it, all that crazy arm talent and off-schedule, off-platform stuff. I mean, very few have the ability to do that at that level and win. And so he just clearly doesn't have that level of talent. That doesn't mean he can't be a national championship quarterback. It doesn't mean that he can't fill the shoes of his uncles. It doesn't mean that he can't be a number 1 draft pick. It just means he pales in comparison to some of those guys that have that crazy short. Think about the way a shortstop plays the game versus everybody else on a diamond, right? I mean, they're out there wingspan, catching the ball, dropping down sidearm and flipping it over there with their feet everywhere. He doesn't have that ability. He's a third baseman. Stand up tall, rip it to first base. Yeah. He's not a shortstop.
What you got coming up?
I got a healthy Houston Sports Would You Rather. Houston Sports Would You Rather. Perfect timing to put this out there. Texans, Astros. I'm going to give that to everybody out there. And I've also got a bone to pick with the national media. And Ron just gave me a little weapon here. He just gave me a little something to that supports my thought here. So I'm going to pick that bone, and we're going to talk about this Would You Rather. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I've got to tell you about
works with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint's mama told me he used to strut around when he was a high school star wearing a banana hammock.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Everything always leads up to that right there, Tyler. Before you get to that one right there, boy, that's where it all starts and stops, right?
Southern blood flow.
That's right, baby. That is right. We are in Baytown over here on the east side, Garth Road. Buffalo Wild Wings, come on through. I've had a couple of helpings of Tyler's Tenders. They're called dippers here, but I have to admit, Tyler, after all the hell I gave you, man, I went the easy route. Didn't want to get messy. Didn't want to mess with the bone, so I just went with old Tyler's Tenders. Two different orders of 3, by the way.
Enjoy that chicken breast, my friend.
I did not couple it with the with one of them little bitty beers that you typically drink with it, but
that happened one time.
Well, I mean, it was a little one, and I got a picture. of it, so I did not do that. But come on through, hang out, have a couple cold beers with us, and enjoy some good food. They got the Mariners, as Ron mentioned. The Mariners just beat the Kansas City Chiefs in a little day. I mean, Kansas City.
They beat
Kansas
the Chiefs
City Royals.
Yep.
Did not everybody else beat the Chiefs? But
Chiefs are 0-3 now. Yeah.
They beat the Royals. I'm sorry, and so. We're all square at the top of the division, ain't we?
You took that shot, boy. Took everything I could.
Well, you know.
Took everything I could.
I got to kick you while you're down a little bit here, man. I got to kick you while you're down a little bit. That puts us all. I mean, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're all square. We're all square at the top of the division with a 3-game series. The Mariners coming to Houston, and with the exception of Jordan Alvarez rolling that ankle the way he did, and he's obviously not going to be available.
Listen, we got to give it to the Astros a bit. I mean, I think it feels like their second half's been awful, and it hasn't been great. But the Mariners have won 9 of their last 10, and they've pulled into a tie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Including 9 in a row. They had won their last 10 games. They're 9-1, and they pulled into a tie, and they had to win today to do that. So.
Well, there was 2 different stretches. That one you just mentioned, and then one earlier. I think it was before the All-Star break, where the Mariners played unbelievable baseball, and the fact that they couldn't take the lead in the division or close the gap any more than they did.
I think they won 7 or 8 in a row coming out of the break, something like that.
Something they were rolling, man, and the Astros just kept plugging and were able to at this point. Now look, let's be honest, they had a 7-game lead in the division at one point, so they've squandered it, no doubt. But the fact that they're tied atop the division with the Mariners having to come to your place, and you got your 3 top arms ready to go from a starting pitching rotation. Now we'll see what Framber Valdez can do. Can Hunter Brown stay the course? Can Framber Valdez right the ship? Can Jason Alexander, can he put an exclamation point really on this season for him? And maybe allow us to have even more confidence than we should in him come playoff time. We will see, but that's where we sit with the Mariners beating the Royals today. We're all square. And Ron, I got up this morning. And I always flip TV on and kind of catch up on the sports, right? And before we get to this really good would you rather, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Them boys on Get Up.
Okay.
They had me good and pissed off.
Okay.
I'm going to need – and look, I can't talk directly to them. I can get on Twitter and get Dan Orlovsky riled up, I think. But the response when you talk about the Texans at this point, which I understand, I get it. We have to wear whatever the responses are and whatever the comments are. But referring to the offensive line as just – being terrible and being the reason that C.J. Stroud gets pressured and all that. Like it's
I think
time.
somebody said they were the worst in football.
Well, it's time that we back off the offensive line a little bit. I'd be the first one to tell you right now if that was where the concern should lie, and it's not. I mean, are they great? No, but
That is not where the concern should lie right now with this football team. It's a serviceable offensive line that over time could be better. Ursery could be better. Jarrett Patterson or Jake Andrews, the center, could be better. I'm talking about with playing time and with a month into the season kind of deal. There could be some serious improvement. Ed Ingram, although he's played some football, not in this system, he's got to have a new life, if you will, football life, if you will, getting this opportunity. They can be significantly better, in a month from now. But as we see them right now, this offensive line does not deserve to be the butt of every joke with the Houston Texans offense. They simply don't. And I know you pulled up. Where's that chart you had earlier? I know you pulled something up that lends a little bit of support to what I'm talking about. And again, they were not great, but this is an offensive line that the Texans can win ball games with. When I'm looking at a chart here it's talking offensive lines. It's talking pass protection rankings, right? Listed by the average of rank in pressure rate, sack rate, and time the quarterback has to throw. And the Texans sit at, I believe, at 16.
In week 2, yeah.
In week 2, which the Texans sit at 16, so they're top half. Again, could be better, but they're top half, right? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which I told y'all, I believe that Baker Mayfield was under more pressure than C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud had better protection than Baker Mayfield overall. And they're sitting at, 29th over their run? So 16th with the Texans, 29th are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And, look, there's no need to get into the rankings and how they got to the rankings. The bottom line is a professional publication somehow got to a point where the Texans were top half in the league in pass protection. And that is something that you can win with week 2 with the Texans. So I'm going to need all these national guys and local guys for that matter. But I'm going to need all these national guys. When you're talking about the offensive line, talk about the protection overall. Let's quit just burying this offensive line because I think they got a chance to improve. I don't know if the offense is going to get much better, but the offensive line has a real chance to improve. Ron, I want to. How you feel about the?
I felt that way. I felt that way last year. I felt that way in too many cases, and I think it is changing. But last year, in too many cases with the offense, whether it be protection, whatever, it was either laid at the offensive line, and they should take some.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or with the coordinator, and he should take some. And Chris Strausser, right? Like it rotated around those guys as the ones taking it, and I think it's an everybody thing. And I think clearly now that we know that CJ has more control at the line of scrimmage. Now I think it's spreading a little bit more. And now I have heard Mina Kimes saying yesterday, it's everybody. It's the quarterback, it's the OC, it's the quarterback coach, it's the offensive line, it's everybody. And I think that was the case last year, and I think it's definitely the case this year. So I whenever it's as bad as it has been, it's got to be more than just one thing. Right, it has to be more than just one thing.
Yeah. Well, you just the way I look at it is especially this past week is let's look at what should be expected versus what should not. Like if anybody that is a Texans fan expected Laken Tomlinson to come in and be your left guard and be flawless in pass protection, you're a fool. If anybody expected Ariante Ursery to get drafted and start at left tackle and be flawless in pass protecting, you're a fool. You're setting yourself up to be disappointed. Same thing with Ed Ingram, right? Same thing with Jared. Like those guys are going to lose some one-on-one battles, right? But what you did expect was an offensive coordinator that could relieve some pressure by throwing more than 2 balls behind the line of scrimmage, a quarterback that had more control and could communicate it a little bit better, right? A running back in Dare Ogunbowale who you trust to pass protect to be able to pass protect. Like there's a lot going on that could be fixed fairly quickly, and it has nothing to do with the offensive line. That's my only point. I got a quick would you rather. How about this? Got a quick would you rather. Would you rather, Tyler? I need you tuned in now. Would you rather the Astros win the Mariners series or the Texans beat the Jags? Let me give you a little context here, right? The Astros, obviously, if you win 2 and lose 1, or even sweep the Mariners, obviously you know the where that puts you in a sense of the playoffs and locking up the division. If the Texans lose to the Jags, and this is a thank you, Mina Kimes, there have been, I think, 163 teams start 0-3. I believe it's since playoff expansion. You know how many of those teams have made the playoffs?
Got to be a small percentage because this percentage for 0-2 is really small.
4.
Yeah.
Four of 163 starting 0-3 have made the playoffs. And I believe that number stems since they expanded the playoffs and 7 from each conference.
Oh, Lord.
So with that said, you got some pretty serious ramifications on this series, on this Mariners series, but you are damn near eliminated from the playoffs if you go to 0-3 with the Texans. Which would you rather? Which one are you going with?
I mean, I would say I would rather the Astros win. The Mariners got the Rockies coming up behind them, and the Texans still got more time to go. they got that division that I still don't think is crazy, and I wouldn't say now. Overall, in my mind, I wouldn't think, all right, it's 0-3 and they're dead. I wouldn't just think they're dead with the Colts and the Titans and the Jags there, but depending on how it would look, it would be potentially bad. But the Mariners got the Rockies coming up behind the Astros and the Dodgers. So I would say I'd rather the Astros win, because if they lose that series. Well, hold on. Let me think about it.
Yeah, you got to think, because that just means you lose the division, or you're more likely.
Yeah, I think they probably still would make the playoffs.
Still sneak in.
Yeah, we'll see. The Guardians are coming on strong.
Ron, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, and math was not my thing, but I think the Astros could get swept, and they're still more likely to make the playoffs than the Texans would be if they fall to 0-3.
Yeah, depending on what Cleveland is doing. Yeah. Yeah, I guess from that standpoint, yeah.
Tyler, which one you going with?
Yeah, much for the same reason as Ron, just where we're at with the timing of what you're presenting here. It's Astros all day, 100%.
Well, yeah, because you're right up against the playoffs, right? I mean, the Texans still have a little time to recover. Yeah, I think I would go. I think I'd go with the Texans. I think I'd ride with the Texans. I think I would. I mean, I do not want to see the Astros lose this series, obviously, but I think they're still they would have 6 games left after the Mariners, and it's the Angels and the A's. They should. I mean, if need be 6-0 in that run. And I think the Mariners still have the Dodgers, so there's still an outside shot, plus that wild card dynamic. So yeah, I would go Texans. I need to see the Texans win this thing and get to 1-2 and right the ship and see better football. And you fall to 0-3, I'll be honest with you. If you fall to 0-3 and it looks anything like the way you fell to 0-2, I think you're closer to the 159 teams that didn't make it than you are the 4 teams that did in that scenario.
Yeah.
So I got to go with the Texans. I'd rather the Texans win that sucker.
Yeah, we both know that we wouldn't feel great about either one of them if it went down that way. If the Texans are 0-3 and losing to the Jags, and now they've lost a division game on it. Yeah, I don't think we would look.
The more painful part of the Astros too is you got your they've lined this thing up where your 3 lead horses are on the mound. Boy, that if you can't win that series versus a team that you're competing with at the top of the division, that'd be a painful loss.
Yeah. All right, we'll as he said, get you updated there on the Astros a little bit. We got to look at Altuve, man. He can be annoying, but man, that dude is something else. And with the Texans, somebody on the text line saying, I'm out here making them sound bad. Contrary to the belief, Ron's making them sound bad. The Texans sound bad, but
they don't need much help these days now.
They just went toe-to-toe with the with 2 really good teams. We'll finish these conversations as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look now. Before we finish those conversations, I got to make sure that y'all are all out there.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome out. Congratulations to our first winner, as we will be hooking people up with a little Bud Light swag coming up a little later. If you are in the building and you have not put your name in our raffle box, you can do so and become a winner in the 5 o'clock hour. I see the Stoerner crew is starting to make its way out. Y'all done just took over that entire table over there. I see big draws over there in the building. I see we didn't.
That's head. That ain't big draws.
That head?
Big draws ain't here.
Oh, I didn't see I see the crew that jumped on in here. I see you. Well, get on out here, man. Join Clint and his family.
And my wife is late as usual.
She gonna get here, man.
What the heck's going on, man? Got a 4-hour show. She gonna make it for 30 minutes.
Oh man!
Well, I tell you what,
She got under 2 hours.
You
man.
act like you got 2 kids or something you're dealing with.
Yeah, probably are. She's probably in there sweating right now. Sweating with
take your time and get here when you can, Mom. I love you.
With a carrot and some fruit snacks somewhere in her hands, trying to figure things out. Again, if you missed it, the Mariners, they win in Kansas City, and now it is tied atop the AL West, 84-69. Both teams are, and technically right now, the Mariners they hold the tiebreaker. Obviously, that will be decided in the next 3 days, but as they get ready for this series coming up over the weekend, and both teams are tied, so it should be fun. And now, with what the Astros did to the Rangers, and they are out. They are now 5 games back of both the Mariners and the Astros after being swept by the Astros. So it is a 2-team race with 9 to go right now for both teams. And I do want to address something from the text line about me trying to make the Texans look worse than they are. I will address that in a second. But I just got to say, man, I know that Jose Altuve can be annoying. I know that he's got some cons. The base running. Yeah, that one there that really gets under. Not just Tyler's skin. Most of you. It's almost you're looking for it. You're waiting for it to happen. But that dude at 35 years old, he hit his 26th home run yesterday, leads the team, second on the team in RBIs, right up there in doubles. I mean, most offensive categories, he is right up there. He in a season, and I should knock on wood, but in a season where there have been a lot of guys out, he's been able to stay in there and be there for you. And at 35 years old, he is still one of this team's best players. And he's proven it game in and game out. And it is just amazing at 35 what he's able to do to still, be as productive as he is. It doesn't appear to be slowing down. So shout out to Altuve. As I said, I know he's got some cons that get on your nerves, but it is still a deal of like this team has struggled offensively, and where would they be if Jose Altuve, wasn't doing what he's done all year?
Yeah, I was proud of him the other day, man. We got runners on first and second, man, no outs, and he was up, and I'll be damned if he didn't lay down a nice bunt and move.
Laid one down, didn't he?
Yeah, man, I was fully expecting just coming out of your cleats, man, just hell with it, man, just swing it as hard as you can. And he laid that damn bunt down. I said, boy, I'm proud of you, man. That's I'd like to see that a little more often, but yeah, man, look, Altuve's the greatest Astro to ever put a uniform on, man, and the question now is how long can he do it?
Yeah.
I mean, how long can he keep this up, man? It is wild.
And now, and And to me, you got to feel good about him in this series. This is the time where he generally comes up with big plays and big moments, and they're going to need him in this series. And you were lucky to have him on your side.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, beyond just the ramifications of a Mariners-Astros series, under 10 games to go in the regular season, tied atop the division, beyond just the ramifications of this series, you look at the Astros. Sure, you'd love to have Yordan Alvarez, no doubt about it. But boy, this is one of those where the clutch gene that is Carlos Correa needs to show, and it has shown, by the way. I mean, it has shown since he's been an Astro. But then you flip that, and the clutch gene of Altuve is big, and this is the time when those guys typically shine, and Pena as well. Pena's a big moment guy as well. Has been since he's been an Astro, and so never needed it more than we need it now, baby.
Yeah. All right, from the text line 713-572-4610. We always love when the folks participate on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. Fellas, contrary to Ron making the Texans sound bad, we just went toe-to-toe, one-score games with two top-tier NFC teams who have the Jags beaten. The Panthers, they lost to a struggling non-playoff Cincinnati team without Joe Burrow. I would say a couple of things. If you've listened and all you've heard is me sound like I've made the Texans bad, and that's odd because we're all saying the same thing. Second, I think probably you shouldn't be worried about the Jags right now. The Jags have won a game. You're going to play them on the road. You're 0-2. And I say this as I said to Brandon yesterday, Clint. If you watch those two games and you think, man, we're close. We're right there. I can see how you can get yourself there. You have to score. You can get yourself there. I'll be honest with you, Clint. I watched the two games, and I thought to myself, damn, I don't know how the Texans have arrived to a point for a chance to win this game. Because I've watched the game, and I thought the Rams have just dominated this second half. They've just gone up and down the field. And how in the hell did this turnover just came out of nowhere? Aziz made the play, but it came out of nowhere, and then, you had a chance. And then the Bucs came. They seemed to be in total control the whole way. And nothing about watching that made me think, man, boy, they're right there. So if you think that way, I'm not telling you how to feel. But again, also, don't look at me. The Texans are the ones who have made themselves look bad. They're the ones who are looking bad. They've scored the least amount of points in football. We're just telling you what it is. So, if you watch that and think that you're close, D'Amico has said it, CJ has said it, that's fine. I don't know, Clint. I don't come away watching those games thinking, damn, they were just right there. I come away thinking, boy, how the hell did this happen? How did this game get this tight right here? So I think they got a lot of help from the Rams and the Bucs to keep those games close. And I'm just being honest, right? Special teams nearly beat them. Beat the Bucs themselves. So you can go whichever way you want.
I agree with what you're saying. I think the other point is look. I'm a Texans fan, man, and I've got high standards, right? I've got my expectations are high. They're not as high as some folks. They're damn sure not as high as a lot of the homers running around here. But I've got high expectations. I've got high expectations for an offensive coordinator that you hire and bring him in here and say, this is the guy we're gonna get more than 10 wins with. We're going to get beyond the second round with. We're going to do it with this guy right here. I've got high expectations for that guy. And so, look, I think when we're talking about the Texans, these are the type teams that you should want to be in the same conversation with. These are the type teams that you should view the Texans in, whether they win or lose. Like, if they go beat the Tennessee Titans, all of a sudden you feel better? Yeah, I want to win, but we're not basing the Texans season off how they play against the Tennessee Titans, right? That's just not the reality of where my expectations are. My expectations are for you to play well and win against teams that are going to win their division, teams that are going to be playoff teams that have a chance to make a run to a Super Bowl. And when you struggle against those teams, I mean, I think it's a falling short, if you will.
Yeah, text line coming through, Ryan. You're the one who claimed the Texans are going to win the division. I believe the Texans are going to win the division.
Hell, I don't know anybody that didn't.
And I still believe the Texans are going to win the division. But on September 18th, they don't look like that. And if you are in your feelings because somebody from Kansas City is telling you that they don't look like that, well, that's your ass problem. They don't look good. They scored 9 damn points against the Rams. They had to have the special teams drag them into any place close to score. They haven't looked good. And whether I'm from Shreveport, Kansas City, New York, Baytown, it doesn't matter. They don't look good. And by the way, Clint Stoerner's sitting right here next to me. He's saying the same damn thing every day. Clint,
hey, don't bring me into your drama.
Tyler is losing it every day, but your ass only hear me. Get out of here. They have sucked on offense. They are a great defensive team. They got ran through, but they're a great defensive team. Their defense has held them in, just like we thought they would. But they've stunk on offense. They have. That's why they've lost. That's why. They're 0-2. Do I think they're going to be this bad in late October? No, we're not in late October. September 18th. Get out your damn feelings. No, don't tell me to calm down. You get out of your feelings. I only suffer Ryan to get the good coverage from Clint. Well, keep suffering.
I'll keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah. Keep suffering. Some of y'all promise y'all the hardest ones. Oh, you guys are no, y'all soft. Just be real. Somebody's telling you. And when they play well, I'm going to tell you, if CJ come out here and throw 4 touchdown passes and they look good, I'm going to be.
Like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey. It's starting to fill up a little bit here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're in Baytown, Thirsty Thursday. And by the way, come out with us tomorrow as Football Friday gets going. We'll be out in Sugar Land at Talyards. We were there a couple of weeks ago, and it's a good time. Bring the kids, bring the family. Great craft beers, craft drinks. They've got a lot there for you. Good food as well, so come hang out with us tomorrow. Football Friday. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and everybody that helps put that together. But we'll be out there tomorrow. Talyards, Sugar Land. So come hang out. But right now, a little Thirsty Thursday. Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, and it's starting to pick up. It's about 4:45, and I don't see Lauren yet. Lauren, I'm trying to defend you.
She's going to push the envelope. She's going to push the envelope.
Trying to defend you, Lauren. You better give us an hour here. Better get Clint's girls up here.
Come on.
And get them on up here. You better get going out here, Lauren. I tried to defend you now.
I'm going to sit Granny on you.
All right. Listen, I just talked about the Texans' offense, and they haven't been good. Now, the big offseason move they made was to bring in Christian Kirk. That was the big weapon they moved. They made a move to bring in, and he has not been healthy, and now he is appearing to be ready to go. He said he feels good when he talked to the media yesterday, so he is going to be available for the first time this year. That's their second receiver, and obviously it's a big deal when you bring a guy come in, but I want you to hear from CJ at 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, your thoughts on this. Is this a game-changing move? Do you think this is something that can really unlock the issues that the offense has had the first two games, and that we will see a different look? Or do you think, yeah, it's a move, but not as big of a deal to change things? Here was C.J. Stroud talking about what Christian Kirk brings to the offense.
He's very smart, very savvy, fast, runs great routes, great hands, a leader, somebody who loves ball, so all those things.
All right, he talked about some of the things that he brings, and he worked with him throughout.
That was salty CJ, by the way.
Yeah, CJ was in a tough place, so he gave you the best he could, I guess. But to you, how big is this? Is this a like Ed Ingram to me wasn't a game-changing move. Like I didn't think he was going to change a ton, and he didn't. Do you think Christian Kirk is that type of player that can really change things on this offense?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you can look at it through a couple of different lenses and get to a point where Christian Kirk will help this team in a big way. I mean, if you look at the biggest issue, which is solving the protection problems, it's not all offensive line. It involves the tight ends, the running backs, the quarterback, the offensive play call, and everything. But if you look at just, hey, we're going to dial up plays, no matter how often you do it. If you do it once, it helps, right? But I would imagine they would do it 90% of the time. If you're going to dial up plays to where somebody can give you a quick throw right now, even if you're pressed man-to-man or you're pressed at the line of scrimmage and they're trying to not let you get off, right? If that is the case, the guy that, even including Nico, the guy that's best suited to do that, to make yourself available and give your quarterback a throw right now is Christian Kirk. He's a veteran. He's seen every pressure, every coverage that you could possibly see, every disguise that you could possibly see. So he's going to help you have answers, your quarterback have answers for pressures, no doubt about it. And it makes it very simple because he can separate immediately against anybody in the league. So you've got that part of Christian Kirk. And so the answer is absolutely yes. The other part of Christian Kirk that I think is probably something that we haven't talked enough about is, and I'll just give you an example of what happened in the Tampa game. I mean, you know, points are at a premium here, and you're in the red zone, and C.J. Stroud has Nico Collins to his right. Nico just runs a little stack route about 5 yards and stops. Well, the corner bears down on him, and you've got an over route being ran by Watson. And I don't remember if it was a safety or a corner, but they were literally in the hip pocket of Watson all the way across the field. There was never any separation. There was never anywhere for CJ to throw the ball. He ended up throwing it to him, but missed him, led him too far, and it was an incomplete pass, and I think we kicked a field goal after that. You put Christian Kirk in that place where he's running the deep over route, and if you bite on Nico Collins underneath that deep over route, now it is a throw in the ocean for the quarterback. Yeah. Now it is 3 or 4 yards of separation, right? Whether it's speed to run away from him or if he has the ability to get vertical on his stem him up, stick him outside, and then go across, he is going to create separation. He's going to give your quarterback a throw in the ocean, and in that case, it's a touchdown. So I think there's two different – when you look at the bigger plays, when you look at the red zone, when you look at having answer for pressure, I think he helps you significantly in all of the above areas.
Yeah. Now, I'm looking at this, and the big thing that I'm looking at, because I agree with you. I don't know how many guys on the offense, Clint, that CJ trusts, right? Even though they haven't played a lot together, but I think he's a veteran that he's seen. And I think with Christian Kirk's history in the league, I think CJ, when he has him, I think trust him automatically the way he did with Diggs, the way he did with some other guys. I don't know how many guys he trusts. Honest to God, I think he may only trust one guy right now on this offense. And I'm talking about up front, everywhere, that he feels comfortable with. And I look at Christian Kirk and I wonder how he can help the two guys that are your top dudes on that offense. How can he help make life easier for CJ? And you've talked about that. And then the other part to me is how can he help make life easier for Nico Collins and at least do something, because I don't know if anybody has the ability, or at least they haven't shown it yet in the first two games, the ability to make people say, all right, man, I'm just not going to continue to just shade coverage always to Nico until somebody forces them to get out of it. And Christian Kirk has that ability.
Well, I think he has the ability, and here's to me how you solve that problem, right, is Nick Caley needs to be pushed in one direction. Like, he needs to have a reason, right? The screen game needs to be better. The quick game needs to be better because you need to get Nico touches and you need to relieve pressure off your quarterback and your offensive line and everybody involved, right? When you look at Christian Kirk, you got to get Christian Kirk touches, right? How do you get Christian Kirk easy touches, right? It's easy to look at Nico and go, we're going to throw the ball over the top or we're going to run the route tree. But when you look at Christian Kirk, it is, we're going to get him the football right now. We're going to get quick hitters. We're going to get the post over, the slant over the middle, the delay flat, the different whip routes that you can run, jerk routes you can run with your slot receiver. And so just his existence, I think, puts the offensive coordinator in a place to where he's like, I got to get this guy touches. And the best way to get him touches is also the best answers to the issues that you have offensively. So I think you could end up solving some serious problems here just by the existence of Christian Kirk back in the huddle. Yeah,
I mean, and they've struggled with that. And their wide receivers, including Nico, have 16 catches on the season. Total 16 receptions on the season. As I said, man, there are guys in the league who have more than that by themselves, or at least matching that. Right? We watched CeeDee Lamb drop 3-4 balls in the first. And I think he's got 16 or 17 catches on the season himself. And they just, as you said, man, they need answers, and they just need somebody else that makes the defense say, all right, let me think about it.
Yeah, you just hope, Ron, that is the like if I'm Nick Caley and I walk into my offensive unit meeting. I mean, I've got answers. I got the word answers on the board bigger than all get out. And fellas, this is what we got to have. This is what I got to give you. This is what we got to take. This is what we got to lean into. We got to have answers because we're going to see the same pressures until we show that we can execute answers. And now here's my plan to execute those answers. You know what I mean? That has to be. It really is that simple. It really is that simple of to discuss and get to the point.
All right. Just a reminder before we hit a little 5 o'clock fire. It's week 3. Week 3 starts actually tonight, Dolphins and Bills, and we still haven't seen or heard anything about Joe Mixon. Just want to alert that. What are we, week 4? After week 4, he's eligible to come back?
Mm-hmm. Could be back in a week and a half.
Yep. Haven't heard anything unless Tyler and Cheryl have seen something. Haven't heard anything, any kind of update on his injury. The last thing we heard was last week, D'Amico saying that he hopes he's doing fine, and they miss him. So the latest there, August 25th, he was placed on the reserve non-football injury list. That's the last time I think we've really heard anything about his injury, and he's eligible to return after next week. So wonder if we'll hear anything about that. But one of your most important players, something that we should really look out. All right, as we continue here live on The Drive, we're in Baytown Thursday here in Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Bud Light as well as the great people here helping us out at Buffalo Wild Wings. Make your way down as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. 5 o'clock fire coming up. The Texans and Jags injury report. Also, there is an update on Jimmy Ward if you have not heard that as well, and we'll get you ready for tonight's Thursday night football game. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right.
product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tyler, why don't you get your butt out there sometime and sweat like they do?
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the producer, or the face that produces the place. Tyler Milner's in the building. And the latest is we are live on a Thursday here in Baytown. Buffalo Wild Wings, come on out, hang out with us. This is the only one out here, right, fellas? The only Buffalo Wild Wings?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's the only Buffalo Wild Wings out here.
Yeah, been out here, huh?
I don't know in Baytown if we're big enough to have two of anything yet.
Really?
Well, I mean, there's
Discount Tire Shop.
We do. There is the one on Garth and the one over by Lee. You are correct. Correct. I frequent both.
That's more than you got a couple of McDonald's, don't you?
Oh well, yeah. No, the chains like that. We got a couple of those fast foods. Yeah, no, those are all over the place. A couple Starbucks, I think.
You only get what, one Chili's? That's what you're saying?
We don't even have Chili's.
Who cares? Chili's is disgusting.
We got an Outback.
I just disagree, Tyler. You got one. You get two Outbacks.
Oh, we got all kind. We only got one Outback.
They got some good margaritas, frozen drinks at those Chili's. I tell you that, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's real difficult to have. I think you just have to have frozen drinks for it to be really good.
You're right. The good portion of it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
as long as it's frozen.
You're more of the connoisseur, but I don't know. I think I've enjoyed every frozen drink I've ever had, and been like, damn, that's good.
It is every time. I don't know if it's well or what. That is.
If you freeze it, it don't matter. I guess.
You're right. All right. As we are live here, somebody can still be a winner. You can still be a winner as we will hook you up with some Bud Light swag, a couple of chairs, and you don't want to miss out. Sign your name up, put it in our raffle box as you can be a winner. All right, Clint, the latest is the Texans injury report, and let's take a look at that as the only person that did not participate in today's practice, and I think it is telling. Obviously, the game is Sunday. So tomorrow is more of a walkthrough shell type of day. Today was the last heavy day. And Jaylen Smith, the rookie, and then the key with that injury is a hamstring. So hamstrings are usually, things that probably give you issue, not cleared up in 3 or 4 days. He did not practice, the cornerback, the rookie cornerback did not practice today nor yesterday. So he has been out all week. And then Clint, everybody else, they were limited. That's Jake Andrews, Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk, Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, who also showed up, and Darrell Taylor with a hip. They were all limited participants in practice. I think Jaylen Smith is the one you look at that you feel like may not go. I think Jake Andrews is an interesting watch, too, with that high ankle sprain. You wonder if maybe they give him another week. But I know for you, Jaylen Smith may not look like a big issue, but you think he is somebody that potentially had a chance to be used if he's available.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that the one issue on the defensive side of the football has been Jalen Petrie getting caught up in mismatches with the other team's best wide receiver. Like he's a liability in coverage situations and obvious passing situations to be on the field, right? Great at pressuring the quarterback, obviously great at playing zones and playing the run. But when it comes down to all-out passing, teams will get creative with motions and formations and find a way to get him matched up on their best receiver. And in that case, it is huge advantage opponent, right? Disadvantage Texans, advantage the opponent. So, that happened in week 1 multiple times. And in week 2, it was clear early in the game, the adjustment that D'Amico made was for Jaylen Smith to come in the game, for our last sort of move into the slot and see Derek Stingley Jr. to be matched up on Mike Evans. And that was the adjustment. And so if Jaylen Smith is out, if he ends up being out, then it takes away, your third best corner, which either puts you in a you use Tremont Smith to do that, or you eliminate that from the game plan. And so that's the impact of Jaylen Smith right now. Is it handcuffs D'Amico Ryans a little bit and how he wants to adjust, and with the biggest adjustment that everybody's aware of, which is Jalen Petrie and his struggles in coverage.
Yeah, and the other part to that injury report, one, it's good to see that it looks like we've been hearing it, and now it's really trending that way, that Braxton Berrios and Christian Kirk are going to be able to go on Sunday against the Jags. And, yeah, you're without Justin Watson, and obviously, as we just mentioned at the end of that segment, who knows what's going on with Joe Mixon if he does return. But this is as healthy as you've been, right? This is this is closest that you've been with your weapons. They haven't had Joe all off season, so they've at least been there. Now you get Christian Kirk back, and so that's a big deal. The other one to me, though, is that high ankle sprain. I said it a little bit ago. I don't know that I would push Jake Andrews. Right, and I don't, and you talked about it, and I think we saw it in the game on Monday night. I don't know that there's a huge difference between him and Patterson, especially if you're going to go with him, and he obviously is going to be at some point hampered by that ankle going inside. I don't know if him not being 100% is there's that big of a separation, or if he's that more worth it to have him in there over Patterson.
It's just you're playing with fire, man. I mean, because this offensive line needs everybody healthy. They need to build the ability to move explosively in both directions and move with power in both directions. And, boy, you get a high ankle sprain, you get a whatever grade sprain it was that kept him out of the game is bad enough. You get that guy out there and he's hobbled and he's not able to go full, and then all of a sudden he's taking preparation reps from Jarrett Patterson, and that's a bad thing because Patterson's got to go in the game. I don't like that part of it. I think Andrews, I don't care if he's got to wait another week beyond this, because the other part of that is when you sprain an ankle like that, you've stretched all those ligaments out, you've stretched it all out, your ankle's as loose as it could possibly be, and it takes time to strengthen it to a point where you don't just roll it again willingly. And so for this thing not to be a year-long issue, it needs to be rested, it needs to be rehabbed, it needs to be strengthened. And like you said, there's not a huge gap between him and Jarrett Patterson, so it's not like you're out there trying to survive with a lesser-than center. They're pretty similar in the product that they can put on the field.
This isn't Titus Howard with an ankle issue against Blake Fisher.
Correct.
You know, I mean, you can. I think you're getting a lot of the same.
Yep, I agree.
Those two. All right, that is the latest with the injury report. By the way, on the Jags side, Ezra Cleveland, our offensive lineman, with the ankle, he is potentially out for this week. He did not participate. He's the only one that did not practice. So that's one to look at for the Jags.
Duval. 5 o'clock fire.
Oh, so I think Liam Cohen is a go for Sunday. I think he is
head coach.
I
think he's good.
I think he is a go. All right. Other news that dropped with the Texans is I think we have some closure on the legal situation with Texans safety Jimmy Ward. And according to KPR C2, Jimmy Ward says he can finally move on as Montgomery County domestic violence case is decided at no build by the grand jury. And his attorney said he is factually innocent, and they're not seeing enough evidence to allow them to go forward in a trial. So that is the latest there with Jimmy Ward, as it looks like he potentially may be eligible to play and go here soon with the Texans. But from the NFL's part of this, because he was placed on the commissioner's exempt list, Brian McCarthy, a spokesman for the NFL, said that he remains at this time on the commissioner's exempt list, as they will continue to monitor all developments in this matter, which remains under review. So we'll see what happens there. That is the next step to see what they do. I don't know. This will be the third game he's missed, so that you can count that as a suspension if they want. Who knows what they'll do. But it looks like, Clint, they will potentially get Jimmy Ward back on the field.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one, because with the move with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and the way that you're using Bullock and the way you're using Petrie and the way that you're loaded at that safety position right now with the way that you're playing with everybody healthy, this is more or less a legit veteran depth play here. I mean, I think Ward, although he's not played, he's not been injured, so he's in shape. He's ready to play. With the exception of actually hitting people, he's in pretty good. He should be in game shape. He should be ready. And this is just, I mean, tip the cap to the Texans for the fact that he's going to bring in, when they do plug him back in, which I would think it'd be next week, not this week, obviously, assuming that everything goes well.
Well, yeah, we'll see what the league does, yeah.
The minute that he's available, I think D'Amico Ryans, he stuck by him when he didn't know the results of what he had gone through. Now you know the results. You got to believe they're going to keep him around. You got to believe that he's going to get playing time and at least be on the roster. But this is quality veteran depth that I don't know exactly how he gets on the field right now, but there's definitely an insurance policy there with Jimmy Ward.
I'll be honest with you, Clint, and I think there are a lot of people in the audience as I see people roll through with this. I'll be honest, Clint, I'm surprised that they stuck with him throughout this whole process. I would have, when all of this, first started happening, Clint, I would have never thought that we'd be talking about him playing again. I didn't, for the Texans.
Yeah.
I didn't. It just seemed like, especially when the second incident had that kind of broke whatever agreement that he wasn't supposed to break. I was surprised that we've got to this point now that he's going to come back.
Well, usually when something like this pops and then that second incident happens, boy, a team like the Texans, a team like D'Amico and Nick Caserio put together, typically they don't put up with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think most teams probably. Yeah,
and so clearly there's a relationship there with D'Amico that there's a level of trust of, hey, man, look me in the eye and tell me what happened. And he must have been able to convince D'Amico that there wasn't, this was all false claims. And so which the courts are saying that it is. So good for him, and now he can move on beyond it. And for us Texans fans, there's some depth at safety right now that a lot of teams wish they had.
Yep. So there it is, Jimmy Ward. It appears that they will see him again this year with the Texans. The last step, it looks like, is to see what they do with the commissioner's exempt list, which he's still on at this point.
Surplus at the safety position and the tackle position.
Yeah, they do.
When's the trade deadline?
I don't know, but got a couple month or so, month and a half or so.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Thursday night football tonight. If you are near or around Baytown, come to Buffalo Wild Wings. TVs all over the place where you can watch this, and it's already a good crowd out here. Looks like Clint's wife and his kids have shown up. And as soon as she walked through the door, he just looked at his watch at her.
Got to point at the watch. 5:10.
Yeah, 5:10. Is that what she's going to give you a good 50 minutes here?
Good 50 minutes.
Good 50 minutes with the
girls.
Appreciate that. But you can come out here and watch this tonight. The Dolphins and the Bills, 11.5-point spread. The Bills are 11.5-point favorites, which you don't generally see lines like that in the NFL. And this feels like it's going to be that type of game. These teams look like not only are they going in different directions, they just seem like obviously Buffalo's on a different tier. And it's crazy. A couple of years ago, hell, maybe even at times last year, there was a thought that these two teams were playoff level teams that were near the same level. And now it looks like it's not a matter of if, when things are going to happen and change with Miami.
Yeah, look, the Dolphins have fallen off a cliff, obviously, but it doesn't. When you bring in a coach, and the reasoning behind bringing in the coach is he is this offensive whiz kid, right? And all the other parts of being a head coach and managing men and leading men are kind of afterthoughts, right? It just puts all your eggs in one basket of being elite offensively, or guys are going to immediately, at some point turn a deaf ear to you. You bring in a guy like Tyreek Hill, who is, it's a ticking time bomb. At some point in time, he is going to have issues off the field. He's probably going to have issues with your quarterback. He's going to voice those issues with the quarterback and the team and with him personally to the media, and it's going to become this circus almost. And it's already hard enough to stay focused in Miami. Take it from me, I did spend a little bit of time down there on 2 different occasions. It's tough to stay focused as it is down there, much less when you're invited into the locker room. So Look, I think this is a ticking time bomb, man, and the Buffalo Bills look like the perfect squad to set that thing off.
Light that match.
Oh, light it up,
Josh Allen
baby.
ready to go, rolling through here, and like you said, this isn't a talent thing. You go start to look at the Dolphins roster. I mean, they got dudes on both sides. From Bradley Chubb on one side to Tyreek over there, and Jaylen Waddle, who they both paid, and A-Chain. I'm still not quite sure what it is, but they've got some guys over there. But as you said, man, it is the whole vibe is off, the whole situation of the coach and leadership in there.
Yeah,
it is shot completely different than what's going on with Buffalo. You see Buffalo as the best team you've seen this year? They're the best team these first two games?
Best team in 2 games. Yeah, probably.
You think so? Packers have been impressive.
Packers have been really impressive.
But you got to take into account Josh Allen over, with Jordan Love. Like this.
Yeah, I think I like the Packers defense a little bit better. Maybe I would probably, as you say that, I'd probably go Packers, but I mean, I ain't gonna argue with you about Buffalo. They've been good.
They've been really impressive. All right, coming up as we continue, D'Amico Ryans, he gave his assessment on what he has seen from this year's version of the Houston Texans offense through 2 games. You want to hear what he had to say? We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's that easy, man. It's a pretty simple concept. And I know there's a lot of folks out there that are suffering
Paramount Plus.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger here with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. We have another great matchup in Week 3 as Detroit goes to Baltimore in what will be another great matchup. Both teams have aspirations of making it deep into the playoffs, but the journey begins here. Both teams have solid defenses, but which quarterback will be able to overcome and lead their team to a win? It's Your Journey is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Take the drive.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. Congratulations to Pam, our latest winner.
I see you, Pam. I see you.
Yeah, Pam's in there with her husband, so I feel comfortable saying her name out loud. Pam's out here in the building. She is our latest winner, and it's been a good time here in Baytown. You can still make your way on out here as Clint's got his crew out here and got his folks out here. It's been a really, really fun time on a Thirsty Thursday here. Buffalo Wild Wings here in Baytown. Shout out to Bud Light. Bud Light girl, she is working hard around here. I see her. She's over here on the other side of the building out here doing her thing. So we appreciate everybody here. Someone texted in, Clint. Here's the scenario. Mike McDaniel gets fired after week 4, and the Texans bring him in as an offensive assistant. What do you think? Again, damn it, please figure something out, though. Please, let's just, God, dog, hopefully it gets better than as we're talking in week 2 that, hey, man, let's get Mike McDaniel, who just got fired from the Dolphins, to come in and help. But also, as we've learned, I don't think they're running that style of offense. Now, I think Mike McDaniel can help probably come up with some creative things, but it appears they're running a different style of offense, especially according to Todd Bowles, if you didn't see that running around.
That's what I was going to say. It ain't no appears to it. I mean, Todd Bowles, one of the best defensive minds in the game, said, no, there ain't no bones about it. That ain't McVay. That is New England.
All of you ever surprised about the voice that comes out of that angry-looking man's face?
Todd Bowles?
Yeah, you ever see the way he looks? He has a I'm serious as hell look all the time.
No question.
And then that voice comes out, and he's like, they came from the Rams, but that's the
right.
Patriots. That voice always catches me off guard every time I hear Todd Bowles speak. But I mean, I just listen. Is that a scenario that can happen? You hope that the Texans have gotten it together to where they're not having a grasp at getting fired coaches to run in and help them. Bobby's over there too. They're gonna bring him in too for a little help. Bobby Slowick is an offensive assistant over there with the Dolphins. They're gonna bring him over.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if Mike's gonna get fired. I don't know if Mike's the guy, but that's what you hope to run into if the Nick Caley thing doesn't work out and D'Amico Ryans has to make a move at some point in time. That, you know, the fired offensive-minded head coaches that have had success calling plays in the past, those guys are the hot ones on the market, man. And you know, there's not a lot of them that go the Chip Kelly route where they go call plays in college and do a good job and then all of a sudden get $7 million a year, whatever the hell it was that he got out with the Raiders. I mean, usually it's a former head coach that is an offensive-minded head coach that was not a good manager of men, leader of men, and
He's more of an X's and O's guy, and he becomes available, and you snatch him up, and you can keep him for a couple of years. And Mike is definitely going to be one of those guys, and it wouldn't shock me at all if the Texans didn't end up in a place where that would be a smart move for them. I'm going to tell you, I don't even like entertaining after week 2, to be honest with you, the thought of the Texans having to go a different route. But since we're here, I think the first move that's made would be a Gardner-Johnson move to the play caller. That's what I think would be natural if indeed they needed to make an in-season move. And if not, then I find it hard to believe that Nick Caserio is going to bring a guy in here that he's been wanting to hire for a while and allow the organization to quit on him without hell, to be honest with you, a couple of years. So I don't see that conversation being relevant, but I'll be open to have some discussions about it because I do think there are some options.
Well, the route that my man here who texted that in got here was the struggles of the offense, and they have struggled in a major way throughout the first 2 games of the season. And I think it was expected that it wouldn't, just come out clicking right away. But I don't know if the thought it would be this rough. And they have had some injuries. But this is D'Amico Ryans with his assessment of how the offense has been through the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I do not. I think we're much better. I think our O-line has done a really good job, much better than everybody kind of gives them credit for. We've done a really good job picking up stunts, things like that. And a guy here, guy there gets beat, that's football. That's going to happen. So is it the same issues that we had? No. It's completely new. Our guys doing a really good job of executing. We just got to finish the game, right? If we finish the game the right way, I don't think anybody's asking the same questions. It's just that's natural. That comes with it when you lose, and I'm ready to handle all of that. That happens in this league, and you just got to win games, and the story changes, right? So until we win games, I know we'll get those same questions, and we should get them, right? Because we got to do a better job of playing and finishing games, and until we do that, then I understand the questions that we'll receive.
He said of the offense, he thinks they're much better than they were last year. They've executed. The offensive line has done a really good job thus far this year. And he did say picking up stunts, which I agree. That was a real problem for them all season last year. That has improved. But what's your thoughts when you hear D'Amico give his assessment of what the offense has been this year?
Well, I don't know how anybody watches what they've done and says really – much better or, have really done a good job. Nobody's done a job across the line, whether it's the offensive line or anybody that's like, yeah, man, we're on the right path. Yeah, man, this is – now, I don't see this offensive line struggling with, passing off the twist the way that the Texans struggled all year last year with. I don't see that being the problem. So it's different. But I don't – and look, I'm a proponent of leaving the offensive line alone, man. They're not the major problem, but I would never look you in the eye and tell you that they're great. I mean, it's that they've got it figured out, that they're better. I think there's some promise, and yes, the problem with them is right now is you've got some guys in Ariante Ursery, Laken Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson, and your right guard Ed Ingram that I don't know that you have a lot of confidence in one-on-one with an average to above average defensive lineman rushing the passer on them. I like one-on-one. I don't know that you got a ton of confidence. With that said, I think they work better as a unit. They're not opening gashes and letting defensive tackles or defensive ends run right through it. And so they have been they solved that one problem, but the struggles are elsewhere. And there's just nothing. I disagree overall with D'Amico's assessment of the offense. I don't think there's anything they're doing that you can look at and say, man, we're better. Yeah. We're close. We just got to execute. Like there's a much bigger problem there than that.
Yeah, and maybe if he were thinking, all right, I'm seeing us improve. I'm seeing us on some things get better that I think will help us get better down the line. I could maybe, get around that. But Clint, I hope that's not the conversation and the thought of we're executing, because I don't think they're executing. As you talked about seeing routes not being in it, running the right spacing, and and not picking up things and not moving or sliding the lineman.
well,
I hope they don't think that, man, we're just not we've been executing and we just haven't made enough plays. It's more than that.
Well, I would like to know what D'Amico's messaging would be, or what a press conference would look like if he had, a man scheme called and two of his man guys covered the same receiver and the other one's running wide open. I'd like to see. I'd like to see if he called a pressure and two of his rushers ended up in the A gap and somebody ran through the B gap for a 10-yard gain. Like, what would his response be to that? Right? It would be pretty aggressive, and it would be to the point. And I would imagine there would be names called. Like this guy did that. It wouldn't be. Oh well, we'll be all right. We'll fix.
And you're saying you've seen the equivalent of that on the offensive side?
Yeah, I mean, offensively, you definitely see that, I just think I don't think it would be the same song and dance if we were seeing similar problems on the defensive side of the football. I don't think he would treat them the same.
Yeah.
And then I think it's a blind spot for not a blind spot. I think it's just a weak spot, if you will, with D'Amico is handling these kind of things. Like right now, there's nobody in the organization that should have their feet to the fire more than Nick Caley. They got a lot of problems over there, no doubt about it. But there's nobody that should have their feet more to the fire than Nick Caley. And I know, look, he's a first-year play caller, but you've been in the league 11 years, man. It's a big boy job. It's a big boy league. And we won 10 games. We need to win more than 10 games. We need to go deeper in the second round of the playoffs. You're on borrowed time because it's D'Amico Ryans. It's C.J. Stroud's rookie contract. Like, all those things, man. This is a monster year. This year and next year are monster years. There's nobody should have their feet to the fire more than Nick Caley, if we're being honest right now.
But you didn't think they were. You didn't think it was just going. It was going to take a little time, right? Are they not further? Are you still?
They're significantly behind where I thought they'd be
right now.
Significantly. I mean, there's, and again, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I know people that listen a lot, they get tired of hearing it. But the inability. If you'd have walked in and you said, Clint, before the season started, give me 3 things that have to happen out of the gate that you expect, that you would bet on to happen out of the gate. Getting Nico Collins the ball would be one. Having a unbelievable screen quick game would be 2. Probably C.J. Stroud's mentality, just the getting the Brady-like versus Matthew Stafford-like.
Take what they're giving you.
Yeah, I mean they don't. And we haven't seen any of it. I mean, we haven't seen it. It's, in fact, it's not even been. I mean, it's been the other direction. It's not just like, I can see where they're trying. No, it's been bad. I mean, it's been egregious.
All right, coming up as we continue.
Credit cards nationwide, based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As a little Thirsty Thursday, as we still got time here. Buffalo Wild Wings, Baytown, as we've had a good time out here. And hey, man, you can still come out here, man. There's no better place to watch and catch some games here. If you want to watch some Thursday night football, whatever you want to watch, a little baseball, a little WNBA, whatever you want to watch. There are plenty of TVs out here. There's some volleyball happening right now. There's plenty of TVs out here. You can watch whatever you want to watch and hang out with good people and have a good time. Speaking of good people, shout out to the entire staff and our waiter. Thank her so much as she took care of us. You're good. She took care of us here and everybody here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to our good Bud Light, and our Bud Light girl. She's been working hard as well all around the place, and they've been doing a great job. Shout out to Shay in promotions, our promo guy, who's done a great job. Our engineer, Matt, who's held us both on the air here and on YouTube and Twitch. And then, of course, Tyler, who's doing his thing and keeping us afloat back at the station. We appreciate everybody who has helped us get this thing going today. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, the Hall of Famer, John McClain. He is going to be there to preview this huge game against the Jags, so you don't want to miss that. And then Thursday night football coverage, courtesy of Westwood One. They're coming up at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Texans All Access is 1 hour. 7 o'clock, you can catch the Dolphins and the Bills coming up right here. And then T. Mills' best bets, as well as, I will say, he was better. His best day all week was yesterday. So he may be on a roll. He'll get you ready for a little NFL coming up tonight. All right, Clint, as we get through rolling here, remember, come hang out with us tomorrow. We'll be at Talyards. You can then, it's our glass, fellas. Our glass. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Yes.
You got Payne and Pendergast last week. You got In the Loops, or Payne and Pendergast 2 weeks ago, In the Loops last week, and tomorrow will be the Drive glass. You can get all our commemorative glasses. You got 4 of them. You get the complete 4 set. You can come out to Talyards in Sugar Land and get one. Me, I look like my father-in-law in that thing. He got a real kick out of it. Told me to he told me to save him one. We come on out, prizes, gifts. You can win Texans tickets tomorrow. So come on out to Talyards in Sugar Land and hang out with us. All right, Clint, you I know the run defense during the game, in the post game, the next day that we had the show really, really bothered you. And I know you watched a lot of the film and saw you saw it up close and personal, all 22 coaches' film of the run defense. You were in a really concerned space, it felt like, earlier this week about the run defense. Now watching the film, do you feel better about the fact that they can maybe get this thing taken care of and get it fixed?
Well, I got confidence that D'Amico Ryans will adjust and fix it relative to 30 carries for 169 yards at damn near 6 yards a carry. I think that'll be fixed, yes. I do want to clean one thing up, though. I did, in watching the film, it did not seem that the D-line was just picked up and pushed back into the linebacker's lap as often as I thought it was. Now, it happened way too often, and it's a problem. But I don't know that it was as bad as I thought it was going to be from that perspective. But I think the overall premise is accurate. I think it's very accurate. Like this D-line, particularly the interior D-line, whether it's we're going to push you back into the linebacker's lap or we're going to let you penetrate and then we're just going to push you deeper and wider
than the running back is. All of the above is a major problem for this D-line. They've got to figure out a way, whether it's a style of play or it's a counterpunch, they've got to figure out a way to not just be a defense that, yep, if you let us penetrate, you can then push us as wide as you want to push us, right? I mean, or if you want to double us, you can put us in the lap of the linebacker. Like that interior defensive line is one that almost is, whether they're running themselves out of the play or they're getting pushed wide or deep, they're just creating a gash in the middle of the defense.
Yeah.
And any running back worth their salt, and that's the case, they're going to make guys miss in the hole. Tackling is not going to be good if running backs have three-way goes every time they carry the ball. And so, I think finding ways to eliminate all of the space that was created, that Tampa Bay was able to create, that is the way that the Texans defense solves that 6 yards a carry problem. That's how that's going to happen. It's not tackling. It's not running to the ball and swarming. It's about create a situation where whatever back it is, if he's going to go for 6 or 7 or 8 yards, then he's going to have to get skinny and hit a crease right now. He's not going to be able to dance around and be patient and do all this and all that. You got to limit the space that he can work in. And right now, last week, they just didn't do that.
Yeah, and they struggled. And for me, I look at it and that just hasn't been the Texans, right? There are certain things, right, that we can look at the Texans, Clint. We could say, hey, man, even on the defensive side of the ball, and since D'Amico has been here, they've had a really, really good defense. But, like, there are some things we can look at, like, hey, man, you start getting guys like Jalen Petrie in coverage against receivers. That's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's been a problem. I just don't know that we've seen them get gashed like that often, right? Like, we have not seen them just get dominated like that. There's outside of the Ravens and what they've done to them the 3 times they played.
Yeah.
I just don't remember teams just running through.
Well, the saving grace, Ron, and I think this is very much like the Jaylen Petrie situation, right? Is yes, we are being very critical of the defense, but we've got to acknowledge, Ron, that the problem that we watched gave up 14 points, right? I mean, I know they scored more than that. I know they ended up scoring 20.
Yeah.
I know they scored 20 points, but you look at that last drive, and that was a crazy scramble by Baker Mayfield. That was a check down to what was Seven's name? Bucky Irving. I mean, and yes, they put a exclamation point on it by running it right up the middle and making you like it, but. The overall issues were throughout the game, not the way it ended, but throughout the game. I mean, you put up you put a game out there defensively with these problems that you still should have won the game. And so that's my saving grace is, yes, these are problems. The Jaylen Petrie stuff in game 1, the defense allowing so many yards per carry and so many total yards in the run game. Yes, those are major problems. But if you're giving up those problems and you're giving up 14 to 19 points, that's winning football. Right, so I don't want to sit here and tell you D'Amico's got to make all these sweeping changes. Does D'Amico have to figure out some level of adjustment when people start picking on Jaylen Petrie? Yes, he did that. It was with Jalen Smith, just like we thought was going to happen. Put 3 cover corners in the game and keep it moving. Right? Does he have to figure out something that's going to stop the bleeding when teams start running certain blocking schemes, particularly targeting his interior defensive line? Yes. I have confidence that D'Amico Ryans is going to do that. The good thing as a Texans fan is you can have these kind of big-time issues and still be in ball games. Yeah. Most teams that give up $169 on the ground like that with Baker Mayfield and these receivers that they had, you're going to give up 40 points.
Yeah.
But the fact that they were in that game at the end and it took a last-second drive that was full of low percentage plays tells me, look, yeah, there's problems. Yeah, we got to address it. But it's a good problem to have when you can win games with it.
Yep. All right, as we've got to that point, man, you got some best bets for the people, T-Mill?
I do. Thursday night football, and we need a lot of winners. Wouldn't mind a 5 for 5. I'm going to give these to you very quick because we're up against it. If you miss any, you can head to the Twitter at T-Mill Real Deal, where I got these 5 Thursday night football wagers ready to go and hopefully hit. I'm taking all the points. I teased it up a bit. I'm on the Dolphins plus 12. The line is at 11 or 11.5. I took Miami plus 12. They have sucked this year. I do not think they suck that bad. Plus 12 for the Dolphins. Under in this